Hey my watchers, welcome. Today we are gonna see, what if Harry Potter was raised into magical fortress? And fallen from Aaliyah? Join Patreon for early ACESS and exclusive content of Super Op stories. Also contents that's too far for YouTube, you will get 400 plus content there, please do check that too. Please subscribe this channel, because definitely I will try why best to provide a valuable content for you all. Also check the description to support the original author for this beautiful creation. This is a challenge FIC. I know I'm supposed to be working on this time the Potters. But I just can't seem to write that story right now. So I came across this challenge and it tickled my muse. Here is the challenge. I'm giving a challenge. Name of challenge, the fortress. Name of challenger, as in your name, Crazy Aunt Ella, due date, if applicable, N.A. Pairings, characters. Up to whoever takes up the challenge. Opening parenthesis. Still undecided if there will be any. Summary. When the ruins of an ancient fortress are found after centuries being lost, many long forgotten secrets are revealed to the wizarding world. Like how Muggle-borns came to be in every generation there always seemed to be one individual more powerful than anyone else. Other details can be set any era. I don't think I've quite followed the guidelines, but this is where my muse went when I read it. This will be a powerful Harry story, it just takes a while to get there. There will be cussing in this story. I believe all teens curse. Well, maybe not Hermione, but the boys would. Though I have the pairing as Harry, Luna. This is not a romance FIC, so it will take a while to get there. N. The italic paragraphs are from Harry Potter and the Deathly Hallows. I own nothing you recognize. So why are you still here? Harry asked Ron. Search me, said Ron. Go home then, said Harry. Yeah, maybe I will, shouted Ron, and he took several steps toward Harry, who did not back away. Didn't you hear what they said about my sister? But you don't give a rat's fart, do you? It's only the Forbidden Forest. Harry, I've faced worse. Potter doesn't care what happens to her in here. Well, I do, all right, giant spiders and mental stuff. I was only saying she was with the others, they were with Hagrid. Quote, yeah, I get it, you don't care. And what about the rest of my family? The Weasleys don't need another kid injured. Did you hear that? Yeah, not bothered what it meant, though. Ron, said Hermione, forcing her way between them. I don't think it means anything new has happened. Anything we don't know about. Think, Ron, Bill's already scarred. Plenty of people must have seen that George has lost an ear by now, and you're supposed to be on your deathbed with Spattergroit. I'm sure that's all he meant. Oh, you're sure, are you? Right then. Well, I won't bother myself about them. It's all right for you too, isn't it, with your parents safely out of the way? My parents are dead, Harry bellowed. And mine could be going the same way, yelled Ron. Then go, roared Harry. Go back to them, pretend you've got over your Spattergroit and Mummy'll be able to feed you up. And Ron made a sudden movement. Harry reacted, but before either wand was clear of its owner's pocket, Hermione had raised her own. Protega, she cried, and an invisible shield expanded between her and Harry on the one side and Ron on the other. All of them were forced backward a few steps by the strength of the spell, and Harry and Ron glared from either side of the transparent barrier as though they were seeing each other clearly for the first time. Harry felt a corrosive hatred toward Ron. Something had broken between them. Leave the Horcrux, Harry said. Ron wrenched the chain from over his head and cast the locket into a nearby chair. He turned to Hermione. What are you doing? What do you mean? Are you staying, or what? She looked anguished. Yes, I'm staying. Ron, we said we'd go with Harry, we said we'd help. I get it, you choose him. Ron, no please come back. She was impeded by her own shield charm. By the time he had removed it, he had already stormed into the night. Harry stood quite still and silent, listening to her sobbing and calling Ron's name amongst the trees. After a few minutes she returned, her sopping hair plastered to her face. He's gone. Disapparated, she threw herself into a chair, curled up, and started to cry. Harry felt dazed. He stooped, picked up the Horcrux, and placed it around his own neck. He dragged blankets off Ron's bunk and threw them over Hermione. Then he climbed onto his own bed and stared up at the dark canvas roof, listening to the pounding of the rain. We should go too, Harry said in the silence, fingering the necklace. If they stayed here, who knew what would happen? Right now, he didn't trust Ron to not give them away. Oh, he knew it wouldn't be on purpose. But Ron said a lot of things in anger, and that might lead to them being caught. He was angry at the redhead. This was the second time Ron had left him when he needed him most. He felt bad that he couldn't comfort his true friend. But he was far too emotional right now. Now all he had to do was get her to leave. What? Why? Hermione hiccuped, wiping the tears from her eyes. Shouldn't we wait to see if he comes back? She desperately wanted Ron to return. She feared he wouldn't, and that made her sad, but she was sticking with Harry no matter what. She knew he needed help to end this war, and she had sworn to stand by him. She glanced longingly at the entrance of the tent. Like any minute, her red-headed friend would appear, but it stayed empty. No, I think we need to move on. Perhaps he'll find us if we go. But right now I'm kinda hoping he doesn't. Look, Hermione, I know you're in love with the Git, but I'm very upset with him right now. Oh, I'll probably get over it, but now, no. He said reassuringly at her sad look, and shook his head at the thought. Oh, Harry, honestly, she said, still sniffling, you know how he is. I am sure this will all blow over and you two will be best mates again. You just wait and see. She gave him a watery smile. But I don't understand why you think we should leave. Isn't this spot as good as any? She asked, curling further into the blankets. We still have so much to research and we should stay here, just in case, she added with another longing look at the entrance. No, we need to go elsewhere. That rain is getting worse and I'd rather have walls around me. We can look for a cottage or something and then research some more. Maybe we can hunt and find food, Harry said as he turned to his side so he could watch his best friend think it over. He propped his head on his hand and looked at her tear-filled face, once more cursing his so-called best mate. Harry, she started, and then stopped when his face went stony. Look, Hermione, you are my best friend, and you've always been there for me. You know how he is, blabbing when he's angry. No, we need to go, he tried again. You're hungry, I'm hungry, and we need to fix that. Besides, we can think better if we aren't worried someone is going to find us. Well, not as worried. Hermione sat up and listened to her friend. What he said made sense. Ron really did have problems keeping a secret. And they really did need to get safer lodging, if just for a little while. Maybe if they randomly apparated around the forest they'd run into a hunting lodge. That might bring them food or at least the tools to hunt. She silently berated herself for not thinking of stocking supplies, but they had left in a hurry. All right, we will leave in the morning, she conceded, not wanting to fight anymore tonight. I don't want to think about it right now, she said as her jaw firmed, but tears were still running down her face. She got up from the chair, laid in her own bed, wrapping Ron's blankets around her like a shield, and turned towards the wall of the tent. They both stayed silent the rest of the night, just listening to the rain on the canvas. Both of their thoughts were in turmoil. This adventure wasn't going like it was supposed to. The clues they were given were shite, they were hunted and had few resources. They were just abandoned again. Both were losing hope that they could complete this quest. Not only that, but the Horcrux gave off an evil aura that they had to fight every minute of the day. If only they knew how to get rid of the damn thing. It was late in the evening, or early morning, when they went to sleep. Bright and early the next morning Harry got up, took care of necessities and started packing. Since they had little food, he decided that breakfast wasn't that important. Hermione disagreed and forced him to eat some crackers. She had spent the whole night thinking and now she was pissed. Oh, she still loved that red-headed fool. But his jealousy issues were very grating. I'm so mad this morning, she said as she roughly put her clothes in her purse. I can't believe he left us like that, and those accusations, that prat. She gathered up her toiletries and shoved them in as well. Well, I'm pretty upset too, so don't look for me to calm you down, Harry said, calmly putting things in his moleskin bag. It wasn't a big on the inside as Hermione's purse, but it still held quite a bit. Fine, Hermione spat as she started putting her books in her bag. Hermione, I was thinking, can we put the necklace in your bag if I put it in my moleskin one? He held up the ugly bag that Hagrid had given him. He didn't know if you could put an expanded bag in an expanded bag. Logic says no, but when did magic follow the rules of logic? Besides, the tent was expanded and it went into the purse without issue. I don't see why not, she answered. Standing up from her packing, she turned to him and tilted her head to the side in thought. Why? Well, I think it's one of the reasons Ron left, not the whole reason, but part of it. There's a lot of dark magic coming off of this and it might be affecting us, Harry said, FTing the necklace in question off his chest. Oh, she asked thoughtfully as she eyed the necklace warily. Well, give it here and we'll see if your theory is correct, Hermione stated. Holding out her hand, Harry put it in his moleskin bag and handed it to his friend, who promptly put it in her purse. The atmosphere immediately was better. Though they were both still pissed at their friend, they weren't as mad. I think we should go east, the dark-haired teen stated. I just have a feeling that's the way we should head, he added when he saw her inquisitive look. Well, we really don't have a plan, so I guess we can go east. But, Harry, it will be blind apparating and that might lead to splinching, the curly-haired girl said, worrying her lip. And we're both emotional right now, are you sure? She asked, knowing that could affect this type of transportation. She had thought about it last night, and she came to the conclusion that perhaps blindly apparating might be a bad thing. Yeah, I know it could be dangerous. But I trust you to fix us up if that happens, so you'll just have to trust me to not let it, the dark-haired teen replied as handed her the last of his stuff. He looked around the tent and noted it was ready to be taken down. So he and Hermione went outside. They were glad the storm had stopped. He tapped the tent with his wand, watched it fold and then put it in Hermione's purse. Right, so, I'm the one with the weird feeling, so you grab my arm and I'll lead, Harry said, a bit concerned about doing a side-along. He hadn't been apparating that long. He only hoped they made it in one piece. Are you sure about this, Harry? She said, not taking one step towards his arm. Not that I'm doubting you, but you've only just learned how to apparate. Reem. MBER how Ron got hurt last time we did this when we were emotional. She hung her head a little at the memory, and then she looked up when Harry put a hand on her shoulder. Yeah, I'm sure. I have a fuzzy sort of picture in my head, the dark-haired teen stated, giving her shoulder a squeeze. Okay, I trust you, she replied and pulled further to his side, linked their arms together and waited. Harry turned on his heels and with a crack they were gone. They reappeared a few seconds later, many miles away. There was another forest around them. This is where you pictured. How did you know you wouldn't have ended up in any forest or woods? Hermione huffed as she let go of his arm. Well, I also determined the direction, so east, Harry shrugged, just glad neither one of them was hurt. Fine, she snapped, still emotional over Ron's departure, at least we didn't splinch. Look, there's a trail, maybe it will lead to shelter. She pointed to a vague trail that might have been left by wildlife. Right, Harry said with a nod. Content that she didn't start yelling. So they followed what looked to be an animal trail as quietly as they could, pushing aside the foliage with one hand and wands at the ready in the other. The forest was large, not as tall as the Forest of Dean, but the sun was hidden enough to create a gloomy atmosphere. After walking for 10 minutes the rain started. They both cast charms to keep dry and warm. But they only worked so far, soon enough both were damp and grumpy. Wait, Harry whispered, grabbing her arm. They had been walking for about 20 minutes and they were both exhausted from lack of sleep and food. There's a huge shadow up ahead and I feel magic. He squinted through the trees and looked at the large obstruction that seems to go on for miles. He couldn't see clearly what it was, but it looked to be a large wall. Hermione gave him a strange look. Since when can you feel magic? Since we started carrying around that damn Horcrux, but that's not important right now. What's important is that large barrier up ahead. He pointed to the overbearing shadow that was dwarfing the trees. You don't think it's him, do you? She tightened he grip on her wand and lifted it ever so slightly in readiness. I don't know. I don't feel anything in my scar. However, it could be shelter and I, for one, would like to get out of the rain. So, here, give me my cloak. We'll sneak up on it and check it out. He held out his hand for the object in question and waited. Okay, she answered and dug in her purse to get the cloak. They donned it and slowly made their way to the barrier that had been creating the shadow. It was stone and over 30 feet tall, which created a place to keep the rain off. It doesn't feel evil, Harry whispered as they crept around the wall. He felt a repelling ward, but since it wasn't affecting them, he ignored it. No, it feels old, she agreed. They made their way around the fortification, until they came across a gate. The gate was a huge iron thing that was slightly rusty and almost didn't open, and when it gave way just enough to squeeze through, it created a tremendous groan. The two froze, but nothing inside the keep moved. They ventured in a little ways and looked at the huge building inside. It was a giant stone castle with many little houses surrounding it, which were made of stone and thatch. There were small cobblestone streets that led to a bridge, which led to the giant front door. Nothing stirred. It was like a ghost town. You could tell people lived here at one time, but now it was just plain creepy. You could hear the faint calls of animals in the background, which did nothing to lighten the atmosphere. Harry removed the cloak, when it became obvious that there were no people here. Wow, Hermione, this is some castle, he said as he gazed upon the biggest building he had ever seen outside Hogwarts. It isn't just a castle, Harry, it's a fortress, she answered, taking in the way the windows were set up to protect the inhabitants. The metal shutters that had slits in them, as if one could fire spells through and be protected at the same time. She noted the walkway that surrounded the top of the barricade, where guards would patrol, and the many towers that had similar windows. This place was designed for war. How can you tell? He tilted his head confused. It looked like a castle to him with its huge doors and many windows. It looked to be over 8 stories tall and had many towers on either side of it. There was a small moat around the castle, complete with a bridge, which separated it from all the houses. See the joined walls with all the towers surrounding the village. That's one of the major differences. She pointed around the square, and sure enough at each corner there was a tall tower, with smaller ones peppered around the barricade. Oh, I guess you're right, as always. He smiled at her to take any bite out of his teasing. Of course, I am. She smiled back and thumped him in the chest. The two shoved each other playfully for a minute, just glad to lighten the mood. Look, there's a garden. Think we should get some food and then get out of this rain? Harry asked, pointing to a patch of vegetation right outside one of the little houses. Let's, Hermione agreed, and they went to the garden only to find that it was almost depleted. They gathered what few vegetables there were, let the rain wash them, and looked around some more. Which looks safer, the towers, the houses, or the building? The male teen asked as he munched on some kind of yellow squash. I'm not sure how old this place is, and while it looks sturdy, who knows if the structure is sound. She worried her lip and looked around, then decided, let's go to the castle, the middle should be safe and dry. The female answered as she nibbled on a piece of lettuce. We can plan there. The two of them trudged up the path, over the bridge to the huge wooden double doors that they both had to work together to get one opened. They drew their wands, having put them away just to open the heavy door, and Hermione cast a lumos. They slowly made their way down a long hall, to one of the rooms in the middle of the fortress. The hall they went down was old and eerie. The torches weren't lit, and the lumos spell was creating long shadows that made the busts, which lined the walls, look alive. The funny thing was that there was no dust, cobwebs, or dirt. The floors had fresh straw on them to ward off the chill, and the statues were clean. The tapestries looked new, as did the paintings, which were silent for some reason. The two teens really didn't pay much mind to what they saw. No, they were more interested in the room down the hall that had light coming from the doorway. What do you think it is? Hermione said, and her whisper carried in the hall. I don't know, I don't hear anything, so it is probably a light spell of some sort, Harry answered, then turned back to the bright doorway. I think it's safe. And he started walking slowly towards the light. Hermione lifted her wand and followed. The room that was mostly in the center of the building was large and empty, like a ballroom, with huge windows spelled to shine like a summer's day. A large crystal, unlit chandelier was hanging from the ceiling, and there were gold sconces along the walls, which had gold-framed mirror adorning them. The floor was polished wood, so Hermione felt her initial guess was correct. They made their way to the center of the room and were just about to sit and go over plans, when suddenly tall thin walls burst from the floor surrounding the two teens. Harry tried to blast them away, but they just reformed. Hermione tried to banish them, but they just grew again. A ghost in very ancient clothing appeared. He was tall, very tall, and robust, like a farmer, though his robes depicted nobility. His light hair hung past his shoulders and he sported a beard that hung to his chest. "There is a curse upon this place. Leave now before you die, especially you, Mudblood," it said ominously as it pointed its finger at Hermione. Harry never understood how people, or well ghost in this case, could tell Hermione was Muggle-born, but waved it away as unimportant. He grabbed Hermione's hand and started down the first part of the maze. This was a short chapter. Most will be over 4,000 words. Plus, I've outlined the entire plot, with the help of EHA 1234, Why So Serious Umbridge and Mickey the Supernatural Mouse. I have 4 chapters written at the time of the N.W. I'll try and work on them every other day. I have 11 other stories that you can read while you wait for update, all but 1 are complete. I hope you enjoy my new tale. As always, check out my profile. I almost always have a poll going. The History. Chapter 2, The History. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for taking a look at this. All mistakes are my own. Thank you for your reviews and support. Some of the reviews went unanswered, because FFN said they weren't there. "We have to get out of here," Hermione cried out as another wall was thrown up to block her path. She skidded to a halt and twirled around, wildly, looking for the elusive exit. "How? Everywhere we turn we get directed back to the same spot," Harry stated as desperately, blasting another wall to see if he could find the exit on the other side. He knew it was futile to try and get rid of them, but he might get a general idea of where they could go. "Stop. That's not helping," Hermione snapped, and then she took a deep breath and started to think. "We need to use logic. It's like the mirrors in a funhouse. If we continue to turn right, then we should be able to get to the entrance, or at the very least, out of the maze," she reasoned, taking more deep breaths to soothe her panic. "Right, funhouse, like I've ever been in one of those," Harry groused, but stopped blasting the walls. Hermione went and put a calming hand on Harry's arm and they both tried to steady themselves as they looked around. "Okay, maybe if we don't spell the walls anymore then hopefully they'll stop trying to impede us. Just use your wand for emergencies." She looked around to get an idea of which direction to head. Right now, there were 4 points of entrance, so she did a point me spell to figure out which way was north. When the wand pointed north, she chose the eastern point. "Right, lead the way." The male teen waved his arm in a general direction, making the female sigh and start walking. They slowly started towards the first opening. They took a peek around the corner and they saw another arch. Quickly walking to the new entrance they found another passage, so they hastened down the halls and turned right at each intersection. Now that they stopped trying to remove the walls stopped moving. They crept along for 10 minutes when they came upon a lone archway. "Wait, that one's magical. Should we go through it or try and go another direction?" Harry asked as he grabbed her arm, before she could move forward. He could see the glow fill the space they needed to pass, misty, like a foggy day, only blue. "What do you see?" the ever-inquiring Hermione asked. "There's like a cloud in the center. Maybe it's a spell of some sorts. Do you think it's harmful? Maybe we should go back and try a different way," the dark-haired teen said as he squinted to get a better look at the mist. "I'm not sure," the curly-haired girl said, worrying her lip. She didn't see the mist, but she trusted Harry not to lie to her. Quote, "It goes to the right and that seems to be the way out. See, you can just make out the entrance to the room, just there," she added, pointing to a doorway just within sight. "Let me see if I can figure out if it is malicious or not." She waved her wand, cast a diagnostic spell and the archway glowed white. "It should be safe," she added, wand still drawn. "The spell says that it isn't harmful, but we still need to be careful." "Right, you stay here and I'll go first," Harry said, squaring his shoulders and moving forward. "Don't be stupid, Harry. You're more important than me. I'll go first." Hermione grabbed his arm and pulled him back. She shoved her purse in his hands. He'd need it if anything happened to her. She was just about to take a step forward, when Harry grabbed her arm and twirled her around. His face was livid and she shrunk back from him a bit. "What? No, you're just as important I am," Harry all but shouted in her face. He really hated it when she said stuff like that. "No, if this war is to end it has to be you," she snapped and shook her head in disagreement. "The prophecy. Bugger the prophecy. I'm not going to see any more of my friends hurt because of me," he argued. The two tussled with each other to get to the arch, neither gaining any headway, because they didn't want to hurt one another. This went on for about 5 minutes, until the ghost showed up and said, "Your time is almost up. Make up your minds and either move forward or be cursed." That caused the two to pause their quarrel. Harry looked at his best friend and came to a conclusion. She would always be by his side. So it only stood to reason, he'd do the same. "Together, just like we do everything," he decided, looking at Hermione with a fond smile and holding out his arm in a gentlemanly fashion. "Together," she agreed, and with that they linked arms, firmed their jaws and went through the arch. It tingled, and Hermione almost giggled. The purse was reluctant to cross, but Harry gave it a tug and it gave way. The arch flared brown for a minute and the two teens wondered if it was the Horcrux that caused that. When he got it through the archway, he handed it back to Hermione and turned. "Let's get out of here," he said as he headed to the entranceway. "Wait," the ghost shouted. "It was a test. There is no curse." He drifted in front of them holding out his hands in a placating gesture. You could see how sorry he was for having put them through that, but there was also stubbornness in his eyes. "I can tell you are weary. Please let me explain why this fortress is here. And what it can do for the quest you are on," he all but begged them to listen. It had been centuries since someone had passed the test. He had been lonely for quite some time and wanted to help in any way he could. "How did you know we're on a quest?" Harry asked, his wand pointed at the apparition. Did Ghost know legitimacy? He wondered with a small shudder. That was a terrifying thought. Odd of Peeves and what that nuisance could do if he could see memories. "All who enter here are. It is spelled so that only those who need it can find it. The test is to prove if they are evil or not. You passed," the spirit explained in a deep soothing voice. "Come to the parlor and Tippy will bring you food and drink." He drifted to the doorway and swept his arms in a courtly fashion. "What should we do, Hermione?" The dark-haired teen turned to his female friend. She always seemed to have the right answer. She was right about getting out of the maze and going through the arch, though he wasn't quite sure of her decision to come into the castle. "I say we hear him out. If he can, well, we need all the help we can get." She was desperate for information, and if the ghost could help then she'd be glad to take it. Besides, a castle this big was bound to have a library and hopefully food, if the animals they heard earlier were any indication. Though, the thought of slaughtering a cow or pig made her cringe. "Right, lead the way," Harry said to the ghost and then followed him down the hall. "What's your name?" he asked, not wanting to continue to call him Shorty in his head. "Yeah, He was bitter about his height and to find a ghost that towered over him was disheartening. "So, yeah, Shorty. I am called Ashley," the now named ghost said as he glided his way down the hall to a medium-sized room that was furnished with 2 sofas and 4 chairs, all wooden with red cushions. There were small tables next to each seat with another bigger one in the middle. The sconces were lit bright in the room and the windows on the eastern wall were pouring in sunlight. The rain must have stopped or these windows were spelled as well. Hermione wanted to diagnose what the spell was. It could be dead useful, especially if Voldemort was recruiting vampires. "Just Ashley?" Harry asked, tugging his friend's attention away from the window. "I have no surname. I was a peasant that was taken in by a great wizard," Ashley stated as he waved them to sit. "He taught me how to be a gentleman," the ghost added as he led them further into the room and gestured for them to sit. "Right, I'm Harry and this is Hermione," the male teen said as he made his way to a chair. "Well met," Ashley replied as he nodded to each. The 2 teens cautiously sat in the chairs and looked around the old room. There was a large fireplace that had a burning fire. Harry wondered if it was a flow. It was big enough. There were bookshelves along the far wall, but there were very few books and scrolls in them and they all looked old. Like they would fall apart if handled. Pictures of mountains adorned the walls, along with tapestries that depicted battles. A much worn, black fur rug, it looked like a bear. But Harry wasn't sure, was near the fireplace and straw was scattered on the stone floor to keep out the cold. The room was clean, free of all dust and cobwebs. Harry had to wonder if there were house elves here, or was the place spelled that way. Ashley, how can you help our hunt? Hermione asked, after they sat for a few minutes in quiet. She turned her attention away from the books and paintings and directed it to the ghost that had taken a seat on the couch. There is a massive library here, which holds rituals of times of old. They were hidden here by Merlin himself, so that those in need may make use of them. Ashley answered, lifting an eyebrow when the female teen perked up. The library has been used many times over the centuries. Many great wizards and witches have passed through these walls. It has even been used as a place of shelter in times of war. Although it has been almost 1,000 years since someone passed the test, he added mournfully. Wait, you knew Merlin? Harry asked, leaning forward in his seat as if to get the answer quicker. Hermione perked up. If he knew Merlin, this fortress was indeed very old. He was my mentor, until he went in search of Arthur and Avalon. The spirit's face took on a sad look, as if remembering the years gone past. Does that mean Merlin is still alive? Hermione asked. It had been something she always thought about when reading history. The books never said how he died, just that he disappeared and was thought dead. She always felt that the chocolate frog card was just propaganda, and with what Ashley was telling them, she might just be right. There was no way that a man, no matter how great, who was rumored to have died 500 years before Hogwarts was built, could attend. I cannot truthfully say, Ashley answered, stroking his beard. He was a very old man when he went on his quest, and Avalon is a mystical place that no one has found. There were legends that he was turned into a tree by the druids, but no one could prove it. What about the legends of Arthur? She inquired, thrusting for knowledge. You know, the ones that say he will be the once again king. I have never put much stock in them. While Merlin always felt he could somehow find his sire, the ghost answered. Wow, that's a bit to take in, so tell us about this place, Harry said, settling back in his seat. It is called Halstead, meaning a stronghold. Merlin built it after the fall of Camelot. He wanted a place to protect magic, so he had this fortress built, gathered as many magicals as he could and erected a ward so that only magicals who needed help could find it. He made the test, because not all who seek assistance are good people. Yeah, we know that, Harry said, and shivered a bit when he thought of Voldemort finding a place like this. I would like to hear that story later, Ashley said with a mild rebuking tone for the interruption. Now to continue, the logic part of the test is to see if you have the reasoning needed to do your own research. While the library is vast and useful, it will not think for you. Had you not passed the test within a time limit, a portal would have opened and you would Avenue been lead to a part of the forest near a village, never to find this place again. He shrugged his see-through shoulder as if it were obvious. So because we passed we can learn what we need, Hermione asked. She sat forward eagerly, hoping to get her hands on those books. There was a glimmer of optimism in her eyes that had died weeks ago when they didn't get very far in their hunt. She was still hurting over Ron's leaving. But they need this information, so she shrugged it off for when she was alone. Harry chuckled at his friend's almost puppy-like excitement, just happy to see that glint in her eyes. Yes, was the succinct answer. Tell us more about this place, Harry said, since he was caught up in the history. Like I said, many magicals have come here seeking either information or asylum in years gone by. Yet, centuries ago this used to be a thriving community, when I lived. It was one of the first magical communities of its kind. Merlin and I lived here for many years. He was the leader until he left. That task turned to me, and then I died. The people still listened to me, however, they grew restless, since the ward kept out most travelers and merchants. They wanted to know what was happening outside the keep and soon ventured out into the world. There were a few families that stayed out of loyalty to me, but there wasn't enough to maintain a population, so I bid them to leave. I was left with the company of house elves. Speaking of which, Tippy, he called into the air. Master Ashley is calling Tippy. A tiny elf popped in. She was wearing a green pillowcase. But it was a nice one that fit her like a tunic dress. "Oh, we is having company. Does yous needs food?" she asked rather bluntly for a house elf, and she looked between the two humans. She was practically vibrating to see people. It had been before her time that someone worthy had stumbled across the fortress. "We ate some vegetables earlier," Hermione stated, not wanting her to go out of her way to make them anything. "I hope you don't mind, but the town was deserted and we thought they were wild." "That is not being enough for growing humans," the little elf said firmly, wagging her finger in a stern motherly way. "Tippy is bringing yous meat." And with that she popped away. "Is she the only one?" Harry asked, wondering if he should call Dobby and Winky. He probably would anyway. They might need the help of house elves, and if they were going to stay here and do research and stuff, then it might be a good idea to have someone who could fairy letters. Plans were forming in his head as he thought about how they could use the place as a sanctuary. Alas, yes, she is the last one to live. The rest had good lives. They maintained the gardens and livestock for many years. They were not enough to continue the line. Ashley shook his head at the elves' plight. "I tried to get them to leave and find suitable mates, but they were bound here, much as I am." "What do you mean you're bound?" Hermione asked, outraged at the thought that anyone, was tied to the fortress. "Merlin made me vow that I would stay to make sure that those who ventured here would pass the test. I had no idea when I agreed that it would pertain to my afterlife as well." His eyes got misty. He so wanted to move on, but his vow kept him firmly tied to the housestead. "Can't you move on at all? Say if someone vows to take your place?" Harry asked, not that it was something he'd do, but he was curious. "I do not know," the ghost stated, getting a thoughtful look in his eyes. Maybe he could convince these two to look that up for him. Just then Tippy popped back into the room with 2 wooden plates full of sausage, bacon and eggs. There were also large pieces of bread that looked to be toasted, covered with butter, and 2 large wooden cups of milk. "Yous be eating this up and Tippy wills be making sure that yous are getting all the foods yous needs," the tiny elf stated as she floated the food to the 2 teens. "Thanks, Tippy," Harry said and fell on the food like he hadn't eaten in days. "Yes, thank you very much, Tippy. It looks lovely," Hermione said, eating at a much slower pace. "Calls Tippy if yous is needing anything else," and with that the elf popped away. "So, Ashley, tell us about some of the people who have used this place," Harry said between bites of bacon. "Well, I can tell you of one that I know became infamous after he died," the apparition said with a faraway look in his eyes. "His name was Salazar Slytherin." What? Slytherin passed the test? How the hell did that happen?" Harry yelled, jerking upright and almost upsetting his plate onto the floor. He quickly grabbed it and set it back on his lap, then looked at Ashley in utter disbelief. "Yes, he passed," he said, once more reproaching Harry with his tone. "I remember he was wounded when he came. There was a sword injury on his arm. It was poisoned or infected. It was hard to tell in those days. The elves tried to save him, but alas, he died soon from his injury, after telling me what he was going to use the keep for." The apparition shook his head sadly. He had liked Salazar. The man was witty, cunning and smart. He also had a great dream. What could he possibly want? He was an evil man. How could he pass the test? Harry stuttered, still hung up on that part of the story. He wanted to preserve magic and had no ill intent. "That is all that is needed to pass," the ghost stated with a lifting of his eyebrow, not understanding the teen's disbelief. "He told me he was going to use this place as a school for what he called pure bloods. His dream was to build the keep up into a pure blood community. He had it all planned out while he lay dying. He said that he had come from a school that he had built with his friends, but they had turned on him when he feared for the safety of the pure blood children. When he left Hogwarts, he was set upon by muggles, and was injured. He apparated to this area and stumbled upon the fortress. He passed the test, gave his story, shared his dreams and then died. He never uncovered the mysteries of this place. I was actually quite disheartened about that. It would have been nice to see the old building used again. He had almost hoped the man's spirit would join him here at Halstead, but it was not to be." "Yeah, that sounds like him. Harry all but spat, latching on the constant use of the word pureblood and not understanding how Slytherin got past the magical archway. Then again, he didn't know what that archway looked for, and Ashley said Slytherin had no ill intent, but he was Salazar Slytherin. Didn't that make him evil? He shuddered thinking of the basilisk and its reason for being. Ashley, how is it that you speak modern English? Hermione asked, changing the subject before Harry started ranting. She could see the conflict in her friend's eyes. She had been trying to get him and Ron to quit making all Slytherins out to be evil, but for such young men, they were pretty set in their ways. Well, on that subject anyway, damn Malfoy and his cronies. She had actually gotten on well with a few Slytherins when they studied in the library. But the boys never understood that and argued with her many times. Well, like I said, you are not the only ones to come here. I learn with each person. Though none passed the test or decided that Halstead didn't hold what they needed before entering the castle. The last to come here was about 30 years ago. A vile man, when he failed the test, the knowledge of this place was taken from his mind and he was evicted. He shivered at the memory of that man, making his ghostly image flicker. It was from him that I learned Salazar was infamous. However, in the time he was here, I learned modern language from him. He took a liking to me, though he did try and banish me a few times. He taught me how to speak and what was happening in the modern world. It took him months before he entered the castle, living in the village and reading what little he could find. He was not nice to Tippy, so she stayed within the fortress walls. His face took on an angry look. His name wasn't Tom, was it? Harry asked warily, not wanting it to be so. Hermione started worrying her lip again. It would have been bad if Voldemort knew of this place. But Ashley said that the man's memories were wiped, so even if it was, maybe it wouldn't be bad. No, I do not believe it was. I think his name was Richard, the ghost answered. The two teens head in relief and finished their breakfast. The only noise heard was the scraping of utensils and the sipping of milk. Everyone was deep in their thoughts, making plans and wondering what else this fortress held. Now that you are fed, let us adjourn to the library, Ashley said as he drifted to the doorway. Do we have to? Harry whinged as he put his now food-free plate in the low table in front of him. All he wanted to do was explore this stronghold and see what secrets it held. Didn't Shorty mention something about a portal? That could be dead useful. Yes, Hermione said, getting up and pulling her reluctant friend with her. Shall we go forth? The spirit asked as he waited for the two. Let's, Hermione answered, dragging Harry along. She wanted to do research. The books she had L'd nothing about Horcruxes and she needed new material. She only hoped that the tomes and scrolls within the keep held what she needed. I've received a few reviews about Merlin, only one bad one, the other ones made me want to explain. First off, this isn't J.K. Rowling's Merlin, whose birthdate was changed to fit her story. This is the one that died 500 years before Hogwarts, not the one that attended. Also, this isn't a crossover, so the Merlin from the TV show isn't the one it portrays either. Remember, this is a challenge FIC, so feel free to write your own. I, for one, would love to read that. But I don't know enough to write it. Sorry to disappoint. I reworked this chapter and I hope I cleared it up. This AN is repeated in Chapter 8. Merlin's Portal. Chapter 3 Merlin's Portal. Big thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for taking a look at this. All mistakes are my own. Alas, this is going to be one of my lesser read stories, and that is disheartening, but I am determined to see it through. Thanks again for your support, the few that are reading this tale of adventure. The trio ventured down the hall. This time the sconces were lit and the hall looked bright and cheery. The busts no longer looked foreboding and didn't dance in the shadows. There were some wizarding pictures on the walls that were whispering as they passed. The people in the pictures were excited to see living humans in the castle after so long. The two teens looked around and admired the artwork, now that they weren't sneaking about. Hermione made a mental note to talk to the portraits, while Harry TCHED to see if there were secret passageways. Ashley would point out sitting rooms, dining rooms, a few smaller libraries and the kitchen. He gave the basic structure of the castle. There were 9 floors altogether. The basement where the labs and dungeons were, the ground floor and the first floor were most for gatherings. The second was the library, third through sixth were bedrooms and the seventh was storage. There was a large garden on the roof that one could get to from the top floor of the towers. There were 7 towers, used for defense, though the ghost did hint they held other secrets. The grounds were vast and they sported a training area, greenhouses, stables and paddocks in the village. There were also acres of woods, where a few magical creatures roamed. The Spirit Express explained that the house elves continued training to serve wizards and how they maintained the keep with food, in case someone stumbled across it. He waxed poetic on how devoted and lonely poor Tippy was. They continued the discussion as they moved to the stairs in the middle of the ground floor. It was a huge staircase, much like the stairs of Hogwarts, only these didn't move. The steps were stone and covered in a red carpet and the banisters were thick, polished wood. They were big enough that a person could slide down them with little discomfort. They ascended the stairs and on the first floor were more sitting rooms. Small studies and private parlors, though all the doors were closed. Ashley told them they were not in use right now, because there was only one house elf, making Harry more determined to call his little friends. So they took the steps to the second floor. At the top of the staircase was a huge sitting area with couches, chairs and tables all done up in cushions in the same red as the carpet. There were fur rugs, though these didn't have heads, and wooden side tables. Small chandeliers dotted the ceiling, lighting up the reading areas, while sconces brightened the walls. There were some sunlit windows along the outside, but they were far away from the middle. There were 4 larger tables with hardback chairs, where groups of people could comfortably study. Surrounding the seating area were bookcases as high as they could see. Thousands upon thousands of books and scrolls lined those shelves. These, unlike the ones in the sitting room they had just left, were in pristine condition. There must be charms on the room to keep them that way. "Oh, Merlin," Hermione gasped as she twirled around to take it all in, "this place is bigger than Hogwarts." Her eyes lit up like the bibliophile she was. She itched to get a hold of all this knowledge, but Harry held her back. "Oh, you," she said, thumping him on the chest and staring longingly at the tomes. "The library is charmed to update on current books." Merlin wanted to make sure that everyone who passed the test would have the information they sought. "However, I think you could benefit from the older tomes, as they have lost knowledge that might be helpful to you," the ghost stated as he smiled at their antics. "It was good to see such a strong friendship. Come sit and tell me of your quest, so that I may direct you to the correct area," Ashley said as he moved to one of the plush couches. The two followed, Harry tugging Hermione as she still looked around in wonder, and sat. "Well, I'm not sure how much we're supposed to tell," Harry hedged, nudging his friend to get her attention. Dumbledore told them not to tell anyone, but the longer they were on the run the more inclined Harry was to belay that order. If the barmy old man didn't want them to tell, he should have given them better clues. A book of fairy tales, a deluminator and a snitch with a vague note had gotten them nowhere. Sometimes, Harry worried about that man and his games. He was mad at the headmaster for keeping vital information from them. He understood that some knowledge wasn't meant to be shared, but they were the good guys and it hurt to think the man didn't trust them. "Dumbledore did say not to," she started tentatively, worrying her lip, "but if Ashley is going to help, well, I think we can tell him a bit." Her eyes conveyed her concern. She was never one to go against authority, however, they were at a standstill. "What do you know of Herpo the Fowl?" Harry asked, thinking if the ghost got the hint they wouldn't actually be telling. It was a bit of information that Hermione had dug up on one of the many nights they sat in the tent. The books she found it in didn't say much, but maybe Ashley knew more. "Let me see if I can remember," the spirit said, rubbing his beard in thought. Herpo the Fowl was an ancient Greek dark wizard. He is one of the earliest known wizards to go dark. He is best known as the first one to hatch a basilisk. They all shuddered for their own reasons. He is reputed to have invented many vile curses and was also the first wizard to successfully create a Horcrux. He is also one of the earliest known Parselmouths. "That is all I remember," Ashley sighed, then got a contemplative look on his face, when Harry gave him an encouraging stare. His ghostly eyes widened the idea that someone would replicate the deeds of that vile wizard. Horcrux. He shivered at the thought. Does this library have any books or scrolls on him? Hermione asked eagerly. If it did, maybe there were some that would tell how to rid them. And that was information they desperately needed. First, tell me more of your quest. So the duo told Ashley about Tom Riddle and everything that led them to being hunted. They did hint that old Tom was taking after her Poe, but didn't outright state they were hunting his Horcruxes. They did tell him of the few things that Dumbledore left them. And Ashley had a theory of what the storybook was for, but he'd need to ask more questions later. Right now, he was trying to decide where to direct the bookworm. It was hours later that they finished. Tippy had been called to bring them lunch. Since we, Merlin and I, never ran across any of her Poe's monstrosities, then I do not know if there is much information on them. However, dark magic books are in the western part of the library. Feel free to look for what you need. Ashley waved his hand to the part he indicated and Hermione was off like a shot. She had waited long enough. Hermione, never mind, Harry said as the girl disappeared into the stacks. She does seem a bit excited, chuckled Ashley, knowing that he would have been the same way. Do you mind if I call 2 free house elves? They might need a place to stay, the dark-haired teen asked their ghostly host. He'd leave gathering the information to Hermione. She is the brightest witch of the age. Right now, he felt that he could start helping people by bringing in these 2. Dobby might be useful later. He wasn't sure about Winky, but at least it would get her out of Hogwarts. I am sure that Tippy would enjoy the company and the help. Ashley answered with a nod and a smile that his little companion might get company. He worried about her mental state with him being the only person she saw, and she couldn't wait on him. It was a good thing that the keep required much care. Dobby, Winky, Harry called as he stood to stretch his legs. He had been sitting most of the morning. In popped 2 elves, both were wearing children's clothes. The males were well taken care of and had the addition of many socks and hats. The females, on the other hand, were stained with butterbeer and dull from lack of washing. The great Harry Potter calls Dobby, the little male elf said as he launched himself to the teen in question and hugged him around the knees. Hello, Dobby, Harry said as he gently removed the hyper elf. How are you guys doing? We is not doing well, Harry Potter. No, now that he who must not be named is back, the house elves are suffering again. But Dobby has great faith that Sir will make it right. Dobby went from being sad to being hopeful in under seconds. Winky just plopped herself on the floor and drank from the bottle she had brought with her. Can you tell me what's happening out there? The dark-haired teen asked, berating himself for all the times he could have called his little friend for information and didn't. First, Dobby must be giving the great Harry Potter a warning. Dobby is knowing that Harry Potter is a brave man who does not fear saying the Dark Lord's name, but, sir, there is being a taboo on the name. Now, they is using it to capture and kill Muggle-borns. If someone be's calling the name, then they is sending peoples to snatch them, and those peoples are never heard from again. Please, Harry Potter, say not the name, Dobby begged, his ears drooped in fear. Right, I'll just call him Tom, Harry said decisively, glad the wards around this place prevented it from being found. At least that was his reasoning. They had said the name many times in their retelling. He also made a note to tell Hermione, who he only recently got to say Voldemort. Now tell me and Ashley, he pointed to the ghost, what's happening. He settled on the couch again and waved Dobby to join him. Winky continued to sit on the floor and drink her butterbeer, hiccuping quietly. Oh, Dobby is very sorry, sir. Dobby is not seeing yous there, Dobby said as he scrabbled up the couch. He then looked at the old ghost. It is quite all right, little one, Ashley stated with a regal nod of his head. Dobby turned back to Harry and his eyes got huge with fear. His whole body was shaking at what was happening in the wizarding world, and he was afraid to speak of it, but for the great Harry Potter, he would. It is being very dark times, sir. They is making camps for the Muggle-born and half-bloods. Harry nodded his head and cursed Umbridge. He already knew this, so he waved his little friend on. Ashley was paying attention. He was desperate for news of the world, even if it was bad. They is killing and torturing many, many good wizards and witches. There is being some who fights them, but they is few. Harry Potter's friends are trying to fight in Hogwarts, but they is mostly hiding in the come and go room. There is being Death Eaters at Hogwarts, sir, and they is evil. The children's needs to be getting out of there soon or Dobby fears they will die. Dobby tugged at his ears for bringing such bad news to his favorite human friend. Harry patted him on the back, trying to soothe his friend's fears, but his mind was whirling about how he was going to help. He planned and discarded many ideas at a fast rate. Ashley, is the fireplace in the sitting room aflow? He asked, turning to his ghostly host. You could hear the desperation in his voice. What is a flow? The ghost questioned. It's a form of magical transportation. You throw spelled powder in the fire and it will take you to another fireplace. But if you don't know what that is, then that answers my question. Damn, now how am I supposed to get my friends here? Harry asked out loud, running a frustrated hand through his hair. There is a way to make this fortress a sanctuary, Ashley said quickly, bringing Harry from his thoughts. The teen perked up and listened intently. As I mentioned before, this is a stronghold that has been used many times in the past as a fort for refugees. In the ballroom, where the test is laid out, there is a portal that will bring people here from all over Great Britain. It will not go to the continent, however anywhere on the island is within its reach. That's great, Harry all but shouted, happy he could get his friends and loved ones out of the line of fire. But first we must bring in adults, for while you are a powerful wizard, wards will need more than one person to charge them. Not even Merlin could do it alone. He designed them as battle wards to be charged in times of war. They require 4 wizards to erect, more if they are not strong. Think on who will help you in that endeavor and I will take you to the portal, the ghost said seriously. Just then Hermione came back, carrying around 10 large books precariously in her arms. Dobby, seeing her struggle, snapped his fingers and put them on a table nearby. Hermione looked up startled when they disappeared and broke out in a huge smile. Dobby, when did you get here? She asked, and then she looked at the drunken house elf rocking on the floor. And Winky is here too, she added in great delight, until she noted Winky didn't raise her head to acknowledge her name. The curly-haired witch looked to Dobby and asked, what's wrong with her? Ah, miss, Dobby is knowing Missy Grangie is being a very smart witch, who wants house elves to bees free, but Miss doesn't understand that Winky does not likes being free. She has been drinking butterbeer ever since she is being given clothes, Dobby explained the best he could. He looked sadly at his elf friend. She is being very sad, he said softly. His ears drooped. What? No, she should be happy. Hermione started only to be interrupted by Harry. Now isn't the time, the male teen snapped, not wanting to get into that debate. If you want to get Winky sober then perhaps we can offer her to bond to the fortress. It wouldn't be slavery then, not really, and she'd have something to do, he said firmly. He knew that house elves needed to be needed, which was one of the reasons Winky didn't take to Hogwarts. There were so many house elves there she really wasn't needed. Dobby was just a strange creature. Hermione glared at him for stopping her spiel. She was only trying to help. She never understood why the male part of the trio didn't get that these beings were being brainwashed. I agree, Ashley stated, getting up and floating to the drunken elf. Winky, what is ghosty man wanting with Winky? The elf hiccuped, spilling her butterbeer on her yellow sundress. She wiped it away and then head when it spread and took another drink. She swayed from side to side as she tried to focus on the spirit in front of her. I would like to offer you a place here at Halstead. There is only one off. Our elf and she would be happy for the help. You can work and stay forever and you will be tasked with helping Tippy, he offered, squatting down in a much undignified manner. Hermione sputtered in the background and a glare from Harry was the only thing that stayed her tongue. Winky will no longer be free. That perked her up, making her spill even more of the liquid. Winky will be needed. No, you will be bonded to the keep and no longer free, and, yes, Tippy needs your help, he said gently, making a smoothing motion as if to calm a frightened animal. Winky will do it, she stated, throwing the bottle of butterbeer away and standing. She snapped her fingers and her dress was now a flowery yellow pillowcase. She stood taller and only swayed a little. She snapped her fingers again and gold light encompassed her body. She was now completely sober. Winky, Hermione said, having stayed quiet long enough. She got the excited elf's attention. Are you sure this is what you want? She asked in a pleading voice, getting up and going to the female elf. Don't you want to be free? You will be bound here for life. Don't you understand that it will be lonely and you can never leave? She tried to reason as she kneeled down to be at the same height. Winky will be's needed again. Winky does not likes beings free, the female elf stated firmly, glaring at the witch for trying to talk her out of it. Fine. Hermione harumphed as she leaned back and folded her arms, not the least bit happy with what was happening. Though, she was glad that at least one elf had sense. She looked fondly at the hyper elf, who was bouncing in pleasure that his friend was sober for the first time in ages. She stood up and went back to the couches, not sitting yet. Tippy, Ashley called. Master Ashley is calling Tippy. The local elf said. Oh, we is having more company. What can Tippy be doing furs use? She asked as she looked at the two newcomers. Winky here wants to bond with Halstead, Ashley explained, waving to the yellow-clad elf. Take her to the ritual room and bond her to the keep. She can clean the castle, while you tend the grounds. Both of you can share the cooking for everyone we will be bringing here. I am sure that Dobby, he pointed to the bouncing elf, will be more than willing to help. He, however, is a free elf, so will do what he pleases. Tippy wasn't sure what to think about that bit of information. Oh, there had been a few free elves that popped in from time to time, but they were all looking for families and left when they found there weren't any at Halstead. Tippy will be taking Winky and getting hers bonded, the oldest elf stated and grabbed the now sober elf's arm and popped away. What do you mean the people we're going to bring here? Ione asked as she went to the table where Dobby had popped her books. She was still unhappy, but willing to let it go for now. Seems there's a portal that we can use, Harry explained as he joined her at the long table. Ashley says we need adults, so I was thinking of calling the order and getting them here first. If we get them here, we can erect battle wards and then bring in the students. The Muggle-born and others that are being persecuted. He picked up a book and glanced at the title. Dark Wizards from Roman and Greek times it said. Well, that should give them information on her Poe. He did wonder how he could read it, since it looked old, and then he shrugged off the good fortune. Perhaps Merlin spelled the library to always let the books be readable, after all it was spelled to update. He'd ask later, maybe. How do we get them to know about the portal? The curly-haired witch asked, pulling a large tome to her, though she didn't open it. I mean, they have to know where it is and how to use it. She looked to Harry, but turned her head when Ashley answered. If you can get a message to them, tell them to place their wand on the wall near them and state, I call on me. Arlen's portal, and it will open on their side. Someone has to be here. When it opens you can speak through the portal and relay more information, Ashley explained as he stood near them, lamenting and the fact that he could no longer use the books. He could read the titles, but the information inside was lost to him. Perhaps he could get someone to read to him, it might make his existence less lonely. Right, so, should we send a Patronus? Do you know that spell, Hermione? Harry asked, putting the book down for the moment. Dobby can take messages, the hyper-elf volunteered, bouncing next to Harry. It might be dangerous, Hermione warned as Harry nodded next to her. Dobby is a brave elf, the little guy said affronted, folding his arms in a defiant manner, just willing them to argue with him. He'd show them he was the bravest elf. I know you are, Dobby, I just don't want you to get hurt, she said quickly, holding her hands in a placating manner, not wanting the only sane elf, in her opinion, mad at her. Dobby will do anything to help the great Harry Potter, he stated firmly, all but stamping his sock-covered foot in determination. All right, Dobby, go to Mr. Weasley, he should be at the ministry, and tell him to go to an empty office and put his wand on the wall and state, I call on Merlin's portal, and then tell him to wait, Harry ordered gently, looking fondly at the overexcited elf. He knew it could be dangerous to contact Mr. Weasley at work, but he also knew that most of the adults that they needed worked there, or were being held prisoner in the ministry cells awaiting Umbridge's trials. So they'd have to take the risk. It was close enough to quitting time that maybe there'd be less danger. He didn't want to have to hold it off a few more days, but if Mr. Weasley decided to make plans first they might just have to tell him to make sure he can't be disturbed, Hermione added, worrying her lip. She really didn't want Mr. Weasley to get caught. Just when Dobby was about to pop away, Harry said, "Wait. We have to get to the ballroom first." So the two living humans, one ghost and one house elf, went down the stairs to the empty room. Dobby's eyes widened with wonder at how clean one house elf kept the huge place. They finally made it to the ballroom, and Ashley went to one of the shining windows and told Harry to place his wand on the side. "Now simply state, portal," he added. Harry did as bid, and the sunlight spell dissipated, and there in front of them was something that was reminiscent of the Veil of Death. Harry snatched back his wand and backed away in worry. "What the bloody hell?" he shouted, ignoring Hermione's language. Ashley, not understanding the teen's reaction, asked, "Why did you stop?" "It is simply a portal." His head tilted in a curious way. "That's a bloody veil," Harry accused, pointing his finger at the now window. "Are you trying to get everyone killed?" he asked as he glared at the ghost. "I do not understand." "No one will die from coming through." The apparition looked between the two teens. "It looks just like the Veil of Death," Hermione explained, going to Harry and putting a hand on his arm. Quote, "There is another veil just like this in the Department of Mysteries. Harry lost his godfather to it." She patted the teen's arm, hoping he wouldn't get emotional. They didn't need that right now. With Ron's betrayal, they were already too sensitive. The ghost said, rubbing his beard. "It is possible that someone tried to recreate this veil and did not quite succeed, or the one you speak of is simply a portal to somewhere else." He shrugged and waved it away. "You mean Sirius could be alive somewhere?" Harry asked as he looked at the apparition with hope-filled eyes. It was the first GLIMMER of good news he'd had since his godfather was thrown in the veil. If the man was alive, well, that would be a relief off the teen's mind. When all of this was over, he might try and figure out the Veil of Death and bring Sirius back. It is a possibility. At any rate, this portal is harmless, unless you mean ill intent, Ashley said, getting back to the subject. Death was meaningless to the dead. "Right, Dobby," he said, turning to his diminutive friend. He'd let it go for now. There were more important things to worry about. "Go and see if Mr. Weasley is alone. If he is, then tell him what I told you earlier," Harry said. Squaring his shoulders and marching to the window, he put his wand on the side and stated, "Portal." The window once again morphed into a veil, with its stone archway and billowing cloth. But unlike the Veil of Death, there were no whispers coming from the other side. "Dobby can do," and the little elf popped away, and he returned a minute later stating he had delivered the message. "Dobby, go and see how you can help Tippy," Harry suggested, knowing that house elves needed to be doing something at all times. He had no idea how long they'd be standing here. If Mr. Weasley was at work, then he'd have to find a safe place to do as they asked. He only hoped the man listened to Dobby, or they would have to figure something else out. Dobby popped away and the rest waited. The Rescues. Chapter 4, The Rescues. Thank you, Daryl Deem and Alex 33, for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. I changed the title of the story and the summary, in hopes to draw more readers. Alas, that seems to have failed as well. Oh, well, I guess this will be for my pleasure and my faithful readers. So, thanks for your continued support. Your reviews help a lot in keeping my determination in completing this. I do try and respond to all of them, but like stated before, FFN sometime tells me they are not there. Harry and Hermione waited for 10 nail-biting minutes, until a gust of wind made the fabric move. Taking this to mean that the portal opened on the other side, Harry softly called out, "Mr. Weasley, can you hear me?" A faint "yes" answered his question. "Listen, we need you to get as many people as you can and then open this portal. Call what's left of the Order and bring them to you. Try and free as many of the prisoners as you can. We'll get the camps later. Bring anything you can on their layout." He hoped that the red-headed dad could do as asked. "I'll hold it open until you come through." "Harry," came the confused voice, in a whisper, "where are you?" "Molly has been worried sick and Ron said you were starving." The man sounded frantic. "Now isn't the time, Mr. Weasley," Harry argued, miffed about hearing Ron's name. Yeah, he was still pissed. Quote, "Go and get everyone you can and open the portal. We have a safe place for them." Yes, but we will be talking, young man, Mr. Weasley said, and then he must have removed his wand, because the wind and noise stopped. I'm going to go and start researching. We need to see what's available, Hermione said with a hitch in her voice. Send anyone who wants to help to the library. She turned and left the room. You could see tears welling in her eyes at the mention of their wayward friend, and the two males let her go. Winky, Harry called, his wand still on the archway, holding the portal open. The clean elf popped into the room. In the time she had been gone, her appearance had changed. Her face lit like the sun, and there wasn't any despondence in sight. Her eyes radiated joy. Her skin was still a bit sallow, but she looked healthier. Master Harry is calling Winky. Yeah, can you float a chair here? I'm going to be here a while, the dark-haired teen asked. He knew he was going to be tired, and he wanted to make himself as comfortable as possible. Winky can, the elf said and snapped her fingers. One of the soft red chairs from the library appeared next to Harry, and she floated it to where he could sit. Can Winky be doing anything else for Master Harry? Maybe one of the books Hermione gathered, he suggested, thinking he might as well help while he waits. She snapped our fingers, and the book he had been looking at earlier fell onto his lap. Thanks, Winky. I should be fine now. He smiled at the elf, glad she was content. Winky popped away, and Harry fumbled to get the book open with one hand. When he got situated, he read on some of the dark wizards and witches of days gone by and cringed at some of their feats, but diligently continued on. His arm got tired and he had to shift every now and then to trade hands, but he kept that portal open. About an hour and a half later, he was startled when the wind picked up and spellfire rained through the opening. He stood, pressed himself to the wall, knocking the chair over, the book falling to the floor. He was hard-pressed to keep his wand on the archway. Kingsley ran through and took up a defensive position near the arch. More people came, and they all turned, raised their wands, if they had them, and stood firm. Minutes went by, and soon Arthur tumbled through, clutching his arm. Close it, he gasped. What happened? Harry asked as he dropped his tired arm. The portal closed and went back to being a sunlit window. Umbridge, was the succinct answer from a man Harry didn't know. Did you kill her? The teen asked, earning sharp gasps from some of the group. He ignored them. He despised that woman almost as much as he hated Bellatrix and Voldemort. Oh, yeah, I took that toad down, the man said with a malicious grin. She saw us walking through the ministry and called the Aurors to stop us. When we got to a free wall, Arthur called the veil and we started running through. But they caught up with us. I turned and fired and got her in the face with a bludgeoning hex. It was a pretty sight to see her head explode. His eyes took on a vengeful look, and there was great delight in the deed he'd done. Good, Harry said, getting shocked looks from the people he knew. What? She was a sadistic bitch, he stated, glaring back and holding up his scarred hand. She the reason so many Muggle-borns are dying. You can't say she's worth saving. He looked to their faces, seeing that many did indeed think that. Harry, we don't take lives, not if we can help it, mister. Weasley said reproachfully, a sad look of disappointment on his face. Others nodded with him. Harry was heartened to see that Kingsley, Tonks and Remus didn't agree. Dumbledore said that as was never the right things to do, he added with a shake of his head. And that would be why we're losing, the man snapped, coming to his and Harry's defense. We just lost 3 people because of your way of fighting. Besides, that vile woman killed my wife and child. Not to mention hundreds of others. You won't see a bit of remorse from me for putting her down like the mad dog she was. He folded his arms and glared at the pacifists. How many of you feel the same way as Mr. Weasley? Harry asked as he took charge and looked over the crowd. A good half of them raised their hands. Right, you're on research, he stated with a nod of his head. He wasn't going to ask them to go against their morals, so it was just as easy to take them out of the fight. Follow Ashley, he pointed to the ghost, that had stood by and answered all his questions while they waited. And he'll take you to Hermione. You can call Tippy, Dobby or Winky when you need to rest or food, they'll help you. What are we researching? A woman asked as she looked around the room, wondering just where they were. Talk to Hermione, she can tell you what she needs. Right. I need 4 strong wizards, or witches, to erect the wards. Then we can rescue children at Hogwarts and the people from the camps. Maybe, we can get your families out as well. But before we do all that, the wards must be put up, Harry said, once more taking in the crowd of about 20 adults. He could see relief on many of the faces. The man who had killed Umbridge stepped forward, along with Kingsley, Remus and a pregnant Tonks. I am Kyle, he said, holding out his hand, and I'm glad to meet ya. Harry Potter. Good to meet you too, Harry said as he shook the hand. Tonks, are you sure you won't hurt the baby? His eyes flashed with concern. He was happy to see them, but pregnancy might get in the way. Watch her, Harry. Yeah, it'll be okay. I can't fight, so I want to do this. I promise not to overexert myself, she said as she made her hair bright red and patted her bulging tummy. This one's a fighter. She smiled down on her unborn baby. Okay, if you're sure, he said and turned to the redhead. Mr. Weasley, are you okay? I noticed your arm is hurt, the teen asked, going to his kind of father and examining the gash on his upper arm. It didn't seem bad, but you can never tell. He was remembering the story that Ashley told him about Slytherin dying of a similar cut. I'll be fine. It's only a scrape, the red-headed dad said, patting Harry's arm. Tippy, the teen called. Master Harry is calling Tippy. Her eyes got big as she took in all the people. She started bouncing at the thought that there would be more. Are there any potions or anything we can use for Mr. Weasley's arm? He asked, showing her the tear. If not, check with Hermione, she has some stuff in her bag. Oh, that is being bad. Mr. Weasley should be following Tippy and she will be getting some balm on that, the little elf said, grabbing Arthur's hand and dragging him from the room. If you will follow me, Ashley stated to the non-combatants, I will take you to the library. Harry, I will be back soon to guide you to the ward room. He started out the doorway, and the people who wouldn't fight followed. Wait, Harry called, making them stop. Did you get the plans for the camps? He asked, thinking they might be among the people leaving. I have them, Kingsley said, digging in his pocket and pulling out a bunch of crumpled papers. Okay, sorry, you can go. They watched the group of 8 disappear and Harry turned to the ones left and said, now we plan. The people that remained stood for a few minutes and collected themselves. Harry, Remus said, looking at the teen that had been missing for months. What is this place? He asked, looking around the ballroom. It's called Halstead. It's a fortress built by Merlin, Harry answered, almost giggling at their shocked faces. If you want to know more, you should ask Ashley, he added when many pay. Opal opened their mouths to ask him questions. Okay, Harry, but how did you get here? Last we heard you and Hermione were running for your lives in the Forest of Dean, the werewolf stated, a confused look on his face. Since he had only gotten that message today. Ron, Harry spat. He knew that boy couldn't keep a secret and was now very thankful that they left the campsite, not that he didn't trust these people. But rumor has a way of getting out. He did wonder if the redhead told them about the Horcruxes. If he did, it might make it simpler to do the research and the hunt. The more he thought about it, the more he wondered why Dumbledore didn't want them to tell. These were supposed to be his most trusted allies. He could understand keeping information like this from those like Malfoy and Snape. But people in this room were all light wizard and witches. No, they were going to have to tell if they were going to win this war. But that would have to wait until later. Yes, Ron, he told us that you were not getting anywhere in your search for whatever it is you're searching for, Tonks said, rubbing her large belly. That answered that question. That's not important right now. We need to figure out who we're going to rescue first. Harry waved their questions away. He was miffed that his ex-mate had ratted them out, even if he had expected it. So who do you guys think need us more, Hogwarts or the camps? Now that he asked the question, he felt stupid. People were dying in the camps. At least the kids had the room of requirements to hide in. The camps, came the chorused answer. Right. Can someone conjure a table and some chairs and we'll get to planning? The dark-haired teen asked, waving to the middle of the room. He didn't want to disturb the researchers, so it would be better if they set up here. 3 people set to work and soon enough the requested furniture filled the center of the room, right under the chandelier. They gathered around the table and Kingsley spread out the plans for the camps. As you can see, there is a large encampment, which is surrounded by a fence and probably wards. As far as I know there are only 10 guards that patrol 5 at a time. There may be Dementors, so we'll have to watch for that. The prisons are in the back and the buildings they are using for questioning are in the front. The guardhouse is over to the right. The prisoners are questioned during the day and left alone at night. Well, that's how it is supposed to be, but who knows what goes through the minds of Death Eaters. They all shuddered at those thoughts. Okay, so we have to get a message to someone we know. Does anyone have someone in the camps? Harry asked as gently as he could. Then he had a thought. The prisoners probably didn't have wands, so Dobby would have to bring them one or they would have to find a way to get in the camp to open the portal. Damn, this was going to be harder than he thought. The groups shook their heads. No one had anyone living in the camps. You could see sadness in their eyes. Many had lost loved ones to that heartless woman, and Harry was glad someone had taken her down. A raid then, Harry stated, looking at the map. We're going to have to go in and get them out. Volunteers. You're not going. Tonks, Kingsley and Remus said at the same time. The most of the group nodded in agreement. Kyle and a few others protested on Harry's behalf. What? Why? The teen asked, cutting through the arguments, even though he knew what their answer would be. It never changed. You're too young, or it's too dangerous, or you're too important. He was getting tired of it. Harry, according to Dumbledore, you are the only one to stop you-know-who, Remus said, running a hand through his graying hair. We cannot risk your life for a rescue mission. No, you are staying here. This proved Harry's thoughts, making him snarl. Yeah, Tonks added as she looked the teen up and down, finding him lacking, and you don't really know how to fight. She was hoping the blunt statement would get through to the kid that this was war and not some schoolyard scuffle. Oh, she knew his adventures, but that didn't mean the boy could fight. I can take care of myself, Harry snapped, hurt that she would say that. He thought they thought better of him than that. But they were treating him like he'd never raised his wand in battle. You've gotten this far by luck and golly, she argued back, leaning over the table as far as her belly would let her, bracing her hands in front of her to get in the teen's face. You've never had any training, so, no. You're staying here and keeping the portal open. If it makes you feel better, I'm staying here too. Her face softened as she stood back and rubbed her belly, knowing that the boy would not be happy. What about all the times I fought Volume, Tom? I've risked my life for others. How can you tell me I can't fight? The teen defensively, folding his arms and glaring at them. You mean to tell me it was training that let you win, or did some outside source come and help you? I know your stories, and if it hadn't been for fate intervening then you'd be dead, she snapped back, glaring just as hard. Fine, Harry spat, knowing they would never give in, but he bloody well didn't like it. He vowed to make sure that his time here was spent training. Maybe there was a Sally he could work out in. Look, Harry, I know you think you're ready, but if you really think about it, Tonks is correct, the battles you've had you won by luck. Alone, Kingsley joined in with a kinder voice. He had heard of all of the boy's exploits, and he knew that the teen had little to no training. He didn't want to trust his back to someone so green. Harry did think about it, his mother's protection, Fox, Hermione and the Time Turner, the ghosts of his parents and Cedric and Dumbledore. They all came when he was sure he was going to die. I already said I'd stay, Harry said mulishly, slumping down in his chair. Okay, so we need to plan, Kingsley said, being the top orer in the room. Just then Ashley glided into the room. Shall we set the wards? He asked, raising an eyebrow at the tension. The 5 volunteers got up to follow the ghost. Can the rest of you make plans while we're gone? We can go over them when we get back, Kingsley asked the remaining people. They nodded and bent over the papers. The group trudged down the stairs and when they got to the ground floor, Ashley directed them to the basement. The newcomers oohed and awed at the condition of the keep. They all compared it to Hogwarts. It made for a comfortable atmosphere as they walked on. Ashley would tell them tales of days gone by and Remus pay special attention to the ghost, being the scholar he was. They moved quickly through the basement and went down a dank hall into the bowels of the keep. The declining passage twisted and turned and further down they went. Why so far down? Harry asked, not knowing anything about ward stones. The closer to the earth the better, Remus lectured. Most ward stones are either outside or under the foundation of a building. Oh, the teen replied. This is as far as I can take you, the ghost said, when they got to the end of the hull and then floated through the ceiling. Harry wondered why the spirit couldn't go further, but then shrugged it off as unimportant. He seemed to be doing that a lot lately. They came to a rickety stairwell and cautiously made their way down. The door at the bottom was made of gray marble and it took Remus and Kyle to open it. Inside the room was also the same gray marble with a dirt floor and the ward stone was the only thing in there. So what do I have to do? Harry asked as he looked at the large rune-covered crystal. It sat as if suspended with cable, about 5 inches off the floor. It was light red and had gold runes etched in it. It stood about 4 feet high and 2 feet in diameter. It glowed brightly, lighting up the entire room. He liked the coloring. Charging a ward stone is easy. It's the power drain you have to watch out for, Kingsley said as he circled the stone as if he was looking for something. Which is why most require more than one person. He bent over to get a closer look, his nose almost touching the crystal. The one at Hogwarts needs the headmaster and all 4 of the heads of house. Right, the teen said, pushing up his glasses and waiting to be told what to do. A few minutes later, Kingsley stood up. All right, everyone, there's a rune that looks like a X. He drew it in the air. If you put your wand on it and then just open your magic to the stone, the rune should do the rest, the dark-skinned Auror said, dissipating his drawing. Remus and Tonks, you two can tap the same one. He added, looking at the couple. How does one open their magic? Harry asked. Those instructions were almost as bad as Snape's. Clear your mind. That's right, you wouldn't know. For you, Harry, cast a simple spell, like a Lumos, and keep it going as long as you can. There will be a tug on your magic, don't resist, Kingsley explained as he took his position on the opposite side from the teen. Right, Harry said, going to the stone and putting his wand on the marking. He waited for the others to do the same and when Kingsley nodded, he cast the Lumos. The man was right, he felt a tug on his magic and almost pulled back. If it weren't for the fact they needed these wards, he would have. The stone started to glow a brighter red. The runes all shone illuminating gold. It was almost blinding and it took everything Harry had not to pull his wand away. Soon enough the tugging stopped. Kingsley, Kyle, Remus and Tonks all sagged, but Harry stood straight, not feeling tired at all. He looked at the adults and smirked. How are you not tired? Tonks complained, rubbing her belly and sagging against Remus. Even though she hadn't put much power into it, just like she promised. She was still worn out. Don't know, the teen shrugged, still smirking at their plight. It served them right for the argument earlier. He reasoned with himself that it was just because he was younger. We are more than likely depleted from the fight earlier, Remus tried to rationalize, not wanting to admit that Harry might just be more powerful. It would be harder to keep him out of the fight if the teen got it in his head that he was. You may be right, Kyle said, though he was eyeing Harry. Let's see what the others have come up with, Kingsley stated, and with that the group started for the door. They made their way to the ballroom and went to the table. Okay, here's what we have so far, a woman Harry didn't know said as she pointed to the map. If we go at night and sneak through the back, just here, she pointed to where there was a section behind where the prisoners were kept, and Kingsley makes a hole in the wards, we should be able to unlock the cells or cut through the walls. If we are quick enough we can gather each person to the back of the camp. Remus, you open the portal and we'll get them out. She continued to point out the weaknesses of the makeshift prison. It was a simple plan, and Harry hoped it went off without a hitch. We'll go tonight, Kyle all but demanded. He was determined that no one else would die in these camps. He glanced at his watch. It was just going on 4 p.m. How many camps are there? Harry asked. That was something he didn't know. 3, Remus answered, putting his arm around Tonks, checking to mock. Sure the charging didn't hurt her or the baby. He was upset that she would do something like this, but he also knew that it wouldn't hurt the child. Her magic would have tossed her off if she drained too much. Are you going to do all of them tonight? The teen asked, looking at the determined faces. We're going to try, Kyle answered as he gazed over the plans. You'd better ask Hermione for some pepper up, Harry suggested. Seeing that everyone was haggard. Why would she have that? Tonks questioned. though she perked up at the thought. It's Hermione. Besides, we've been doing a lot of late-night research, Harry shrugged. Oh, the Metamorphosis said. The group planned for another hour to get the timing right and then broke up to explore the keep. Harry went to the library to see how Hermione was faring. He got to the room and noted that everyone was deep into their research, so he left them alone and grabbed a book. He looked for anything on Horcruxes for hours, until it was time to eat. It was 7 at night and they had all just finished a beef stew with thick, buttered bread, which Winky and Tippy made. The rescuers, and Dobby, were gathered in the ballroom. The researchers were in the library and Harry had no idea where Ashley was. Come to think of it, he hadn't seen the ghost since they charged the stone. I had an idea, Arthur said. He had been brought up to date on the plan. Dobby is going to give a message to Molly and she'll open the portal. They'll go through and then carry out the plan. You two, he pointed to Harry and Tonks, will keep the portal open on this side. When we've rescued the prisoners, I'm going to open the one at Aunt Muriel's and me and my family will come through. This should give me enough time to get the twins, Percy, if he'll come, and Charlie. There, you could see the worry in his eyes for his family. They weren't safe where they were. What about the rest? Harry asked, thinking of Bill and Fleur. He did wonder why Mr. Weasley didn't mention Ron. Ron is staying with Bill, Arthur said, answering that question. We'll get them tomorrow when we start gathering more families. And Hogwarts? The teen asked, worried about the warning Dobby gave. Tomorrow night, Professor McGonagall has to have time to get the kids together, Remus answered. We'll make sure to send one of the elves. Yeah, Tonks piped up, that's not going to be easy with Snape in charge. Everyone's faces morphed to disgust when she said that. Winky, Harry called. Master Harry is wanting Winky. Yes, can you still get to Hogwarts? He asked, worried that now that she was bonded she'd be stuck here. Winky thinks so, the female elf said and popped away. She came back seconds later and with a nod said, Winky can. Great, I need you to go to Professor McGonagall and tell her that Harry Potter needs her to get everyone who needs saving to the come and go room. Take her there if she doesn't know where it is. Tell her we'll get in touch with her tomorrow, he quickly, but gently, ordered. Winky will. And she popped away. There, that's handled, and it should give her enough time, Harry stated with a smug grin. Dobby, Arthur said, turning to the elf. I need you to go to Molly and tell her the same thing you told me. Can you do that for me? The red-headed dad asked. Dobby can do, and the little guy popped away, returning minutes later, job completed. He then popped off to do whatever it was that house elves do when not following orders. Harry quickly went to the window and opened the portal. Arthur, Molly's veer. Why? Confused and a bit terrified voice asked. Molly, keep your wand on the portal. We're coming through. And the rescue team hurriedly made their way into the archway, leaving only Harry and Tonks behind. So, what have you been up to? The now pink-haired woman asked as she grabbed one of the chairs. Mostly running for my life and starving, the teen answered as if it were obvious. He was still stung over her earlier comments. They might have been right, but she didn't have to be so cruel about it. Oh, yeah, I knew that, she said sheepishly, changing her hair to a dull green. And the two lapsed into silence. They did take turns holding the portal open. About a half an hour later, the cloth billowed and some very raggedy, very skinny and some very injured people started staggering through the archway. There was no spell fire this time. Tippy, Winky, Dobby, Harry called. The elves popped into the room. Can you take these guys and get them settled for the night? Make sure they get something to eat, he requested. Try and tend to the wounds as best as you can. Ask Hermione for potions or to help you if you need it. She's slightly knowledgeable on healing. The three elves start, Ed guiding the newly freed prisoners to rooms. They took it slow since most were injured and weak. The people leaned on one another as they limped or staggered out of the room. Two had to be floated by the house elves. Harry, a voice called. We're going to the next camp. Leave the portal open, the male said. Like I was going to close it, the teen groused, and if he could fold his arms, he would. He really hated it when people treated him like a child. The billowing stopped and the two left behind fell into another silence. Tonks finally go up and went to see what she could do for the injured. The next rescue went much like the first, but the third started with a dead Death Eater falling through the opening. The portal crackled with light that something dark had fallen through it, but since he was dead, there was not ill intent. Harry almost jumped out of his skin when he saw the man, making the portal waver. "Hold it open," a voice shouted. The teen squared his shoulders, flattened Ed against the wall and continued to hold his wand steadfastly ignoring the dead guy on the floor. Spell fire came through the archway and Kingsley barreled through and dragged the dead man away. Harry wondered what they were going to do with the body, and then he turned his attention to the portal. More hurt people ran into the room and they only stopped when they were to the other wall, huddled with each other in fear. "Keep it steady," Kingsley shouted, then went back through the portal, wand raised and a curse on his lips. Harry could hear shouting and curses being thrown and he wanted very badly to go and help. But he was their only means of escape. So he stood, gritting his teeth and waited. Finally all of the ones they could rescue were, so the team came in as well. They were not looking good. "Close it," Remus shouted as he cast a hex blindly. Harry did as he was told and then looked around and counted the team. They all seemed to have made it, maybe not in one piece, but they'd live. Then he remembered the Weasleys. I know Harry is coming off like a pouty child, but he was that way in canon as well. Don't worry, it doesn't last. Families, students and teachers. Chapter 5 Families, Students and Teachers. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. Thanks for all of your supportive reviews. Here's a long chapter for you. Dobby, Harry called his little friend. What can Dobby be doing for Harry Potter? Dobby said when he popped in. Go and tell Mr. Weasley we're ready for him, please, the dark-haired teen ordered gently as he once again opened the portal. Dobby can do, and he popped away, returning minutes later. Arthur, Molly, Muriel, Charlie and the twins came through, carrying bags. Molly immediately saw all the sad faces and asked, what happened? She fretted, dropping her bag at her feet. The first 2 raids went off well, Remus explained from the chair he sat in, running a hand through his hair and holding his shoulder as if hurt. But that last one was bad. Molly, can you go and help the house elves? There are many wounded people here. Oh dear, I'll go and see what I can do, Mrs. Weasley sighed as she grabbed up her bag and scurried out of the room, dragging the twins and Muriel with her. So what now? Harry asked as he rubbed his achy arm. Now we tend the wounded and try and get some sleep, Kingsley said, running a hand down his face. They lost 10 of the people they were supposed to be rescuing in that last camp and he wasn't feeling up to arguing with a teenage boy. Plus, we have to do something about that, he added, waving to the body on the floor. Right, I'll just go and see if I can help Mrs. Weasley, Harry said when he saw all the grim faces. So he took himself out of the room and wandered the halls on the upper floors. They were bustling with activity as the Weasleys ran from room to room to do what needed to be done. Harry didn't see Hermione, so she must either be asleep, which he doubted, or still in the library. The dark-haired teen would poke his head into a room and ask whoever was there if they needed assistance. Molly asked for more linen, which sent him on a hunt for a closet. When he found it, he gathered as many as he could carry and started distributing them to the ones healing the wounded. There was one healer among the refugees and she went from room to room, barking orders and handing out potions and bombs that the elves and Hermione had provided her. This went on for most of the night and everyone they could heal was. The ones they couldn't help were made comfortable. It was 3 in the morning when Harry stumbled into the nearest vacant room and fell to the bed still clothed, though he did put his glasses on the bedside table. He was out before his head hit the pillow. Early the next morning, after a hearty breakfast cooked by the house elves and some of the refugees, the rescue team, Harry and Dobby once more convened in the ballroom. They were sitting around the table going over plans. So how are we going to do this? Harry asked as he tried to get comfortable in his seat. He didn't get much sleep last night, it had been a tiring day. But he was still worried about everyone they hadn't rescued so far. In addition, he felt terrible for the deaths that had happened, but at least this time he wasn't blaming himself. Plus, his arm was aching from keeping the veil open yesterday. He wasn't looking forward to doing it again. We're going to send a Patronus to the ones we know. Then they'll open the portal on their end. We'll go through in case there is a fight, and guide the family here. Hopefully they'll know others that need refuge, Arthur explained, rubbing a hand down his weary face. It was going to be another long day, but needs must. He, Molly and the twins, along with anyone who wasn't injured, had been up most of the night doctoring the wounded. Muriel was complaining about leaving her home and Arlie was at a loss as to what he was supposed to be doing, until Arthur told him the plans for today. The red-headed dad looked to his second oldest son and smiled at his courage. All of his children made him proud. What can Dobby be doing? Dobby asked, bouncing in his elevated seat, ready to take on more action. He knew the great Harry Potter would save people. Do you know any Muggle-born families? Kingsley asked. Dobby is knowing some from Hogwarts, the little guy nodded. Being a free elf gave him much more room to socialize, and only Muggle-born, and some of the half-bloods, would talk to him. When it is time, you can go to them and tell them the same message you took to the Weasleys yesterday, the dark-skinned Auror replied, glad for the help. He too looked like he hadn't slept. It had been a bad night. He mourned the people lost yesterday and could only hope today went better. Can you pop to where they are? Kyle asked, rubbing the sleep from his eyes and sipping the tea that was set out on the table. Just about everyone had a cup in their hands, trying to wake up enough to get this done. Dobby can, and Dobby will be happy to help, Dobby said with a quick nod. The group planned for about an hour, trying to decide how they were going to coordinate the rescues, who they were going to bring first, who was more important, and that caused some arguments. Who would be able to help them get others? It took that hour to hash it out, but they finally settled on a schedule. The first family brought in was Bill's, mostly because he was a curse breaker. He, Fleur and Ron came stumbling in, carrying what they could. Bill quickly went to his dad and established his need to be in the party. Fleur was taken to Molly by Tippy, so she could offer her wand. Ron came up to Harry and clapped him on the back. Harry, there you are, mate, were the first words out of his mouth, like Harry had been the one to run off. All right, like you care, Harry snarled, moving away from the redhead. You left us, in the middle of a war, you just left, and all because you were hungry. Didn't you think that maybe we were hungry too? He was more upset about the accusations and that this git had hurt Hermione. Don't be like that, Harry. I'm sorry, okay, but you know how I am, the other teen stated. Besides, I was just as angry at you, but I calmed down. He rubbed the side of his nose in confusion. Harry was supposed to forgive him. He always had in the past. Yeah, I know how you are, Harry sneered, not giving an inch. Look, I said I'm sorry, Ron tried again. Just go find something to eat. I have work to do, the dark-haired teen waved him away. Oh, and you might want to go and see Hermione, at least she seemed upset that you were gone. He hoped the girl didn't forgive him. But he knew Hermione loved the boy, so it was probably a futile wish. Fine, be a prat, Ron said, having given his apology twice. His face turned red and he stomped out the room in search for Hermione or food. Harry couldn't tell. You really should forgive him, Mr. Weasley said sadly as he came up to the teen. He hated it when his family fought, and he considered Harry part of that family. I'll think about it, but right now I'm just too angry, Harry stated. Then he turned back to the task of keeping the portal open. The rescuing of the rest of the families went off without incident. They came through the portal alone, in groups or pairs, carrying what they could. Adults, children and some pets, ventured through the portal. Many were scared, but most seemed to be in good health. Now, there were more people to tend the wounded and help the elves. Over 70 Magicals and 15 Muggles came through. It had been a bit of work guiding the Muggles through the repelling ward, but with gentle nudging. They came along. Everyone was full of questions and wonder. Harry directed them to either the elves or the library. Harry was right. Hours later his arm felt like it was going to fall off. He did trade with Tonks a couple of times, but she was busy helping Molly. The rest of the order was going through the gateway as guards, so they were busy also. The poor house elves were run ragged. But they didn't seem to mind. Ashley never showed up in the ballroom and Harry figured he was in the library helping the researchers. Hermione was going through the books like it was exam time. It was late afternoon and they had gotten everyone they could. Now it was time to rescue the students and teachers. They all gathered once more and Harry had Dobby pop to the ROR to tell McGonagall they were ready and how to open the archway. When the portal opened, children and teens flooded through, dragging their trunks behind them or carrying their things in backpacks. One teen even had all of his stuff in a sheet. Harry recognized Ginny, Neville, Lavender, Seamus, Dean, Luna and a few others. He was pretty shocked to see Slytherins among the students. The students all gathered in the back of the ballroom and talked excitedly among themselves. Some tried to approach Harry to find out where they were, but he told them to hold off until everyone was here. The group he recognized stood by his side, telling him what had been happening at Hogwarts. Then a large group of house elves started piling in, much to Harry's astonishment. He had no idea how they were here. He thought they were bound to Hogwarts. They were also burdened with boxes or sacks. They looked around the room, eyes wide with wonder, and then they started popping away. Harry didn't know if they were exploring or if they just knew where they were needed. Finally the adults ran into the room. McGonagall, Flitwick, Pomfrey, Hagrid and a few others that Harry vaguely recognized. "You may close it now, Mr. Potter," McGonagall said, peering at the young man she had been so worried about. He looked a bit skinny, but other than that appeared to be healthy. Harry dropped his arm and started rubbing it to ease the pain. "Is that everyone?" he asked, looking at all his friends and teachers. "Yes, everyone considered an enemy of he who must not be named is here. I had the house elves get them out of their rooms last night. Since the castle is technically under siege, I, as deputy headmistress, ordered them to come to safety. Mr. Longbottom figured out how to use the room to get into the dorms, so we didn't need to sneak through the halls," the Transfiguration teacher said. She looked and sounded exhausted. "There were some students who could not pass the portal and we stunned them and left them behind," she finished sadly. She hated the fact that people could be turned to the dark so young. "I'm glad the wards worked, Professor. The last thing we need is enemies here. And good on you, Neville," Harry praised, clapping his friend on the back and making the boy in question blush lightly. "It was nothing," the sandy-haired boy waved it away. There was a new air about him that stood out, like he was a leader of some sort. Harry was glad his friend had come into his own. "It was nothing, Mr. Longbottom," snapped McGonagall, glaring at the seventh-year Gryffindor. "If it had not been for you, we would still be fighting Death Eaters in the halls of Hogwarts." Her lips thinned at that comment, and she cursed Snape with every fiber of her being. Those Carrows were heinous creatures. And if Snape had not killed Dumbledore, the students would not have been tortured. Blast that man to the deepest bowels of damnation. "So you guys got out okay? No battles or fighting?" Harry asked, hoping to ward off any arguments. "We had to stay up the whole night," Neville said, and the smaller children looked fearful at the memory. "They did like Umbridge did and tried to blast the wall. But I knew how to make the room impenetrable. It wasn't hard. Like I said, it was nothing," he stated firmly. "Mr. Longbottom," McGonagall started to reprimand him again. "Right," Harry interrupted, not wanting to hear it. McGonagall glared at him, but he shrugged it off. "This is Halstead. It was built by Merlin for times like these." He raised his hands when the questions started bombarding him. "Ask Ashley," he said loudly. And the group quieted. "I'll introduce you later, but he's a ghost that is bound here. You can probably find him in the library. Anyway, here is where we're going to hole up for now. There's plenty to do here. There's wounded to be tended and gardens and livestock to be taken care of, though you better ask the house elves if they need your help first. There is a new castle and village to be explored. Those who want to help Hermione research, she's in the library. I'm also going to ask the teachers in the order to prepare us for battle. Not dueling, but down and dirty fighting. So take the rest of the day to rest, explore, study and do whatever you want, but tomorrow we train," he finished, and those that had been in the DA cheered. The students started to disperse. The teachers all gathered to one side. Daphne Greengrass approached him, though she seemed reluctant. Harry wondered how McGonagall knew to take some of the Slytherins. He knew she had no ill intent or she wouldn't have been able to come through the veil. "Potter," she greeted with a nod of her head. "Greengrass," he answered, "I'm surprised to see you here. I begged McGonagall to Take me and my sister away from the castle weeks ago. Her hands were tied until last night. Things in the dorms were getting dangerous and everyone whose family remained neutral in the last war was being bullied to join the Dark Lord. Those that didn't were cursed. I feared for our lives. I guess the other Slytherins did the same, Daphne explained with her proud chin held high, then her face morphed into dismay. We need to rescue my family, she said in a pleading voice. Do you have a house elf you can call? He asked, glancing at the empty window. His friends looking on with concern, even though she and the other Slytherins passed the ward, that didn't mean years of distrust would just fade away. The last few months hardened that suspicion. Yes, she nodded, hope filling her eyes. Call them here. Lipsy. A small elf popped into the room and immediately attached itself to the Slytherin girl. Oh, Missy Daffy, Lipsy has been so worried for yous, she wailed. Most of the teens, jaws dropped with shock. They didn't know that some house elves were actually adored by their families, well, not Slytherin families. The Longbottoms treated their elves in an aloof manner, that's how Neville was taught to treat them by his gran. Lipsy, Daphne said gently as she disentangled the elf, I need you to pay attention. This boy here is going to give you some instructions and I want you to follow them, she softly ordered. Pointing to Harry, the elf turned to the teen indicated and perked her ears up. Harry gave her the same instructions he had given Dobby. She nodded and popped away. Neville, can you open the portal please? My arm is killing me, Harry said sheepishly, still rubbing his arm. Sure, Harry, tell me how, the other teen said, and they walked to the window and soon enough the veil was open. About 5 minutes later a couple walked regally through, Lipsy trailing behind, and went to their daughters, who were standing near Harry. Mr. and Mrs. Greengrass, Harry greeted. Welcome to Halstead. If you go and talk to Professor McGonagall she can point you to where you need to go. He waved his hand to where the teachers were now talking to the order. Thank you, Mr. Potter. Come, children, let us see what we can do to help. And with that the Greengrass family moved off. Harry turned to his friends once more and said, I'm so glad we got you out. We heard so many horror stories about what was happening in Hogwarts. Coupled with what you just told me, I was afraid for you. He eyed them as if looking for wounds. It was pretty bad, Ginny said, shuddering at the memory of the Carrows punishments. Snape was a very harsh headmaster, but she also saw times when he'd stop the penalties, which confused her greatly. She kept it quiet for now. She'd talk to her dad, later. Well, you're safe now, the dark-haired teen said, rubbing her arm in comfort. Harry, came Luna's wistful voice, will we be rescuing all our families? Go and talk to Mr. Weasley or Kingsley, looks like they're the ones running the rescues, he answered as he noted the two men take up different sides of the window like they were going to use it, giving the frightened girl a hug. Neville, your gran is already here. He looked at the taller boy and got a nod in return. Luna nodded into his shoulder and then moved away. I'm glad the Nargles have left you, now if you could only rid yourself of the Raxperts, she whispered and then went to see what she could do about bringing her father here. Now that there were more adults here, Harry didn't need to stay. Let's go and see if we can find a place to train, he said to the group around him. Just then a happy Hermione and mulish Ron came into the room. Oh, Harry, isn't it wonderful? We've gotten so many people away from Tom, she said as she threw herself into his arms, practically bouncing with joy. I've acquired so much information from the library and everyone you sent had been ever so helpful. We're going to win this war, I just know it. There was pride shining in her eyes, though it was shadowed with sadness that her parents weren't here. However, she knew they were safe in Australia, she'd worry about them when the war was over. Yeah, it's great, Harry agreed as he pulled away, giving her a big smile, and then he glared at Ron, who was staring the two friends like they were doing something wrong. What? He snapped. Oh, honestly, don't tell me you two are still fighting, she said, looking between her two best friends. She was hoping this would not be a repeat of the other day. She didn't want Ron to disappear again. We wouldn't be if he weren't such a prat, Ron snarled, cutting a mean look to Harry. No, we wouldn't be if you didn't think of your damn stomach all the time, Harry retorted back. Leaving off the jealous look for now. He didn't want to upset Hermione, though that seemed a wasted effort, judging by the look on her face. Whoa, what's going on here? Neville jumped in, placing himself between the two boys. Ginny, Dean and Seamus looked on confused. Why don't you ask Ron? Ask him how he left us because he was hungry. Ask him how much he actually helped with our quest. Ask him why he left us in the middle of a bloody war. Ask him about his jealous accusations, because I'm done talking to him, Harry said as he turned away from the redhead. While you're at it, ask Harry how he only cares about himself. How he's always seeking adventure and always goes without a plan, dragging me and Hermione with him. He doesn't care if we get hurt or die, Ron accused. Ask him how he's trying to steal my girl. Quote, Ron, Hermione admonished, that was uncalled for. Everyone knows Harry cares. He saved your dad's and your sister's life. He wouldn't have done that if he didn't care. He doesn't drag us anywhere. We always volunteer to join him. And what do you mean trying to steal your girl? Harry and I are just friends. She looked at Ron's sour face and couldn't understand where these accusations came from. You're taking his side again. Ron questioned, pointing an accusing finger at Hermione, who flinched as if slapped. You always take his side. I thought maybe we had something. But you're only thinking about Harry Bloody Potter. And with that he stormed away, leaving a crying Hermione in his wake. Harry whirled around when the accusations started and saw the tears on Hermione's face. He went to comfort her, but she moved out of the way. No, don't give him ammunition, she said, wrapping her arms around her chest. Ginny hugged her instead and the two girls walked out of the room. Harry just hoped that Ginny could comfort his friend. Wow, you two really are fighting, aren't ya? Seamus asked, speaking for the first time. Dean had wandered off in search of his parents. Seamus knew his were out of the country. It's not the first time and I'm sure it won't be the last. Come on, let's go and see what Halstead has to offer. I haven't had much of a chance to explore. If Merlin built the place, who knows what it holds, Harry said, shaking away his anger. The three boys were met by the twins, who were coming down the hall. Harrykins, George said, coming up to his side. Sorry we didn't get to talk last night, but we were helping Mum with the injured. Yeah, we couldn't do much more than fetch and carry, but I'd like to think we made a difference, Fred added, putting his arm around Harry's shoulder. Now that there are more people here, Mum sent us to go and explore, but I think it was more that she wanted us out of her hair, Geo. RGE said as he got a mischievous look in his eyes, and he shared that look with his twin. We're going to see if we can find a place to train, Harry told the two, and he started down the hall, after shrugging Fred's arm off. Smashing idea, George said, falling into step next to him. So the five males explored the castle. They decided to leave the upper floors alone for now and went to the first one. Just like Ashley said, there were many sitting rooms, small libraries and parlors. They decided that these weren't what they were looking for, so the teens took themselves to the ground floor and searched there. Larger sitting rooms and parlors were found, not to mention the ballroom, which was teeming with adults. They did find two large dining rooms and the kitchen, which was bustling with house elves making dinner. They asked for a snack and received some chocolate chip biscuits and milk. After they ate, they took themselves outside. They found a courtyard in the back, surrounded by a low stone wall. It had some old wooden and cloth dummies set up in a space that looked like a place to train. The dummies were old and rotted, but they figured that with McGonagall here it wouldn't be difficult to conjure up new ones. There was a weapons shed to the right, and the swords, bows and arrows and shields it held were all rotted, rusted or corroded. That was okay, there really wasn't much time for that kind of training. Harry reckoned that the house elves that were here before weren't in charge of the equipment, and Tippy just didn't have the time. It was getting dark, so they went back into the castle and went to the basement. Down in the dank halls they found 3 potions labs, and a few storage areas to the right of that floor. To the left, were some dungeons. The cells were small, stone and had no windows. There were iron bars on the front of them, the locks looked new and there were keys in an office down the hall. I wonder what they needed dungeons for, Seamus saw it as he looked around at the row of cells. Yeah, Neville said, taking in the cold, dimly lit area. I'd imagine that with the wards there wasn't any violence. We only put up those wards yesterday, Harry explained. Before that there was only something like muggle-repelling wards, though it worked on magicals too. Ashley said only those who needed the fortress could find it. The only place charmed against ill intent was the ballroom. Oh, was the collective response. Still, these cells don't seem too sturdy. Well, I mean for a magical, George observed as he rattled one of the doors. Yeah, what's keeping them from just apparating? Fred agreed, looking at the bars that were shaking by his brother's hand. They are magic nulled, Ashley stated as he floated down from the roof. Really? Harry asked, excited as plans started forming in his head. Yes, they were for criminals. The village was quite populated at one time, and people are prone to get into mischief. In addition, every now and then someone on a quest who wasn't exactly evil, but was not kind would stumble into the village. They were kept here until they could take the test, the ghost explained for the new teens. We can use this, Harry whispered to himself, though the others heard him. How? Neville asked, getting his friend's attention. What? Oh, I mean we can trap the Death Eaters and see if we can't get them in these cells. Since there are a lot of people here who won't kill them, the dark-haired teen explained. How would you get them though, the wards? Seamus asked, rubbing the back of his head. I haven't thought that far, Harry confessed, but I'm sure there's a way. He glanced at Ashley to see if the ghost would tell him, but the apparition simply gave him a blank look back. If you say so, Harry, Neville said, and the group set off to explore more of the basement, until Ashley spoke. I have come to take you to dinner, he stated, as he glided down the hall leading to the stairs. Wow, is it really that late? Seamus asked, looking at his watch. It was just going on 8. It's later than I thought. Yes, the house elves prepared a rather large meal. It will be taken in the dining rooms. For those that can walk, the spirit said, leading them to the dining room set aside for the younger people. Only the teachers would be joining them. They got there and looked around in awe. It had changed from what they had seen just a short time ago. Now the room was expanded and had 2 long rectangular tables on each side, with a smaller one in the middle. Benches were there to sit upon, though the smaller table had chairs. McGonagall stood in the middle and addressed the children. All of those younger than 14 will sit on the table to the right. Those older will sit to the far left. We professors will sit at the one in the middle. Enjoy your meal, she stated, and then watched the chaos as the teens followed the instructions. Those younger than 11 were eating with their parents. It was a simple meal of meat, vegetables and potatoes. There was milk, tea or water to drink. Everyone finally found a seat and started to serve themselves. Harry, Neville, Seamus, Dean, who had finally broke away from his family, the twins, Luna, Hermione and Ginny were sitting at the far end, near the door. Ron was at the other end and it appeared that no one was talking to him. Gossip had spread about how he had deserted Harry, and he was being shunned, but he didn't seem to mind as he shoveled food into his mouth. Are you okay, Hermione? Harry asked from the opposite side of the table. No, but I will be. Thank you for asking, she answered quietly as she looked up. Her eyes were puffy from crying and her hair was disarrayed like she had pulled on it. What happened? George whispered to Harry. Fred leaned in to hear. Ron is being a prat, was all he said. Right, well, we'll be talking to Ronikins, Fred said, looking down at his younger brother with a glint in his eyes. Right you are, brother of mine, George nodded as he dished up some meat. The subject was dropped from there and everyone started telling about what they found in the fortress. Many had explored the village and were amazed at how well the houses were preserved. A few braver souls walked the wall surrounding the keep. Hermione cheered up as she talked about some of the history she'd read. The talks went on until dinner was done. There was no dessert that night, and McGonagall once again rose. Students will be housed on the upper floors, until your families decide where they will be staying. You will be divided by age and you will be sharing rooms. The house elves have taken your things to your assigned room and will guide you to where you will be sleeping. They are out in the hall as we speak. You will treat them kindly, or you will feel my wrath, she added with a very stern look. The children and teens all got up and went to the hall. The contingent of house elves was standing there holding signs with names on them. Harry, Seamus and Neville were rooming together, according to the sign Dobby held. It looked like Ron and Dean were sharing with a Ravenclaw their age. They went to their room. which only sported 3 twin-sized beds and their trunks, bid each other good night and fell asleep. Harry's last thought was, "Tomorrow we train," or so he thought. St. Mungo's. Chapter 6 Street Mungos. Thanks to my 2 wonderful betas, Daryl Deem and Alex 33, who stick with me and boost my confidence. All mistakes are my own. I was going to kill off the Longbottoms, but my muse decided otherwise. Here is another long chapter for you, I hope you enjoy. Harry is going to start being more proactive very soon. Thanks for all your nice reviews and comments. Harry dreamed that night. Well, it was more of a nightmare. Voldemort had just learned about the students' disappearances and he was furious, causing the team to view what was happening. Harry flailed on his bed and tangled the sheets around his legs. Sweat was pouring down his face and body, his scar was inflamed and burning with pain. His breathing labored as he felt how Tom was feeling and desperately trying not to. It had been ages since this happened and Harry was not happy about it. He tried to yank his mind away from that vile creatures, but he was stuck. The Dark Lord was sitting in a room which it looked to be an office redecorated to be a throne room. The walls were wooden and unadorned, but you could see where there used to hang diplomas and such. The carpet was beige, with a gold runner down the middle. The only piece of furniture was the hideous golden, high-back chair the man sat in, which was on golden dais. There was a large empty space in front of that throne, where Harry figured Death Eaters would stand. The torches on the wall cast shadows, making the Dark Lord's snake-like features appear ominous. Nagini slithered around the chair, hissing at her master, who would hiss in return, causing the man before him to shiver in fear. Right now, there was only one other man in the room. He was kneeling before the Dark Lord, his head on the floor, trembling in terror. The male Caro twin, Harry didn't know his name, raised his head when his master spoke. He was already upset over the gutting of the camps and just knew it was Potter and his merry bunch of followers that was doing this. He just didn't know how. He never thought the boy smart enough to pull off events like these, maybe that mudblood, Granger, but not Potter. No, Severus had told him the boy was a mediocre wizard at best, who occasionally pulled off bouts of great magic. But everything else, including what Voldemort had seen in Potter's mind, showed a lazy boy, who relied on his friends to see him through. The guards from the camps mentioned the order had come through a portal, but no one saw a sight of Potter. Voldemort had spent the last day looking up any information he could find on portals, but was coming up empty-handed, which did not help his current mindset. The closest thing to a portal he discovered was the Veil of Death, but it led to nowhere and could not be controlled or directed. Now this fool had lost him more prisoners, for that is what Hogwarts was now, a prison. He had been close to closing the school to the mudbloods and traitors, but decided to keep them there so they could be tortured instead. Some had tried to stay home, but he made his minions drag them to the school. He reveled in the reports of how the Death Eaters were breaking their spirits. When they graduate, his plan was to put them in the camps, so they could watch their parents and siblings die. Now they were gone and he was furious. Voldemort was gazing upon the Death Eater that had brought him the bad news of Hogwarts. You mean to tell me, Amicus, that all of the mudbloods and traitors have escaped Hogwarts? Right under your nose, he demanded with a snarl on his snake-like face. His voice barely contained fury. He gripped the chair hard enough to cause the arms to creak. Nagini, sensing her master's fury, hissed and slithered around the cowering Death Eater. Harry could feel his rage pulsate through the link and was frantically trying to get away from the scene. His head felt like it was splitting open and he didn't want to witness torture, even if it was a Death Eater's. Master, we don't know how. None were seen in the halls, they simply vanished from their beds. We know they were hiding in a magical room that we couldn't penetrate. One of your loyal left a note telling us so. We blasted the walls the entire night and day, but nothing we did could get us in the room. Snape even tried to demand that the castle open it to him, but he was denied. Then yesterday we finally were able to open the door and only to find a few of your loyal followers stunned on the floor. The rest were gone. We revived the fallen and they told us that the traitors escaped through a portal, the kneeling, quivering man stated. His head was bowed to the floor and he knew he was going to be tortured. Master, I have other news. The house elves are also gone. Crucio. The Dark Lord bellowed, casting one of his favorite curses. Harry felt his satisfaction from watching the man scream and writhe. "Forgive me, Master," the man pleaded, when the curse ended. Now, Harry waited silently in the back of Tom's mind. If he could get information, he could save more people. His body calmed and his scar hurt less. 10 very long minutes went by and then the Death Eaters started apparating to the room. They all bowed to their master and stood in front of the throne waiting for orders. They had on their black robes and masks, so Harry couldn't see who was there, except Bellatrix. She see me. To be the only one exempt from wearing a mask. You could tell how crazy she was by the way she bounced in place, her face lit with delight that she was in front of Voldemort. In some ways, she reminded Harry of Dobby. And that thought made him shudder. "It seems there is some resistance to my rule," Voldemort hissed as he paced in front of his throne, and the Death Eaters either hissed with him or cringed back. "We must show them that resistance is futile. We will raise Street Mungos tomorrow. I want you to gather as many as you can and meet me here in the morning and we will plan our attack." He turned and faced his Death Eaters. And watched their reaction. He saw the horror in some eyes, but it vanished as quickly as it came. He would have to watch those people. His anger once more flew through his connection with Harry. And the boy pulled and pulled his mind trying to wake, all the while trying not to let Tom know he had heard. Many cheered and praised their lord, while a few were upset that their master would be attacking neutral ground. Street Mungos has always been a sanctuary to be left alone in time of war. They didn't discriminate on who they healed, so they were left in peace. Some of the upper-class politicians were disheartened that the creature before them would break a long-time tradition. After Voldemort returned, they had lost faith in his sanity. They were however bonded to him through the mark. Oh, they still wanted to rule the world, but this being was not sane. This didn't show on their faces. No, they weren't stupid enough to let him see their thoughts in their eyes. So they cheered with the rest, but inside they were fuming. Finally Harry was able to come around. He fell out of his bed, his scar screaming with pain. He disentangled himself from his linens, grabbed his glasses and quickly made his way to the door and started to run down the hall. Neville and Seamus, having woke with his thrashing, hurriedly followed. "Harry," Neville called. "What happened?" he asked as he raced behind the frantic teen. "Tom is going to raise Street Mungos," Harry yelled back as he sped down the stairs to where the adults were roomed. "What?" the sandy-haired boy yelled, running faster, "but that's neutral ground. His parents were there. If this was going to happen, then he would do what he could to get them out." "I don't think he bloody well cares," Harry called back. They got to the 4th floor and Harry started banging on doors shouting for people to get up, since he had no idea where anyone slept. People in all manner of dress started pouring out of the rooms. Wands raised as if there was an attack. "What's going on?" Most of them called to the running teens. "Get as many people up as you can and meet in the largest dining room," Harry yelled as he continued to bang on doors. "The Dark Lord is going to attack. We need to get to St. Mungos." He made it to the end of the hall and ran down the stairs. He continued to wake people, though most of them were up due to the noise. Those that wanted to help started to the other halls to do as Harry had ordered, while the others, for whatever reason, be they injured, too scared or just too weary to fight, either went back to their room or gathered in groups to discuss what was happening. Finally, after getting everyone up, they all met in the dining room. Harry gave a big sweep of his wand and banished the tables. Not noting the looks of astonishment on many faces, he made his way to the other side and waited for everyone to gather. He conjured up a small stage so he could be seen. "Right, I just had a vision. That caused mumbling. You know who is going to attack Street Mungos," he said succinctly, when people stopped joining them. There was a huge uproar and many screamed denial and tried to outshout one another. McGonagall made her way to where Harry was and fired off some bangs with her wand. "If you will be quiet, perhaps we can hear the rest," she snapped when the room went still. "Thanks, Professor." Harry nodded to the older woman. "As I was saying, Tom, or for those of you that don't know, the Dark Lord is going to attack the hospital. We need to get to them and get them out, and we need to do it tonight. He plans on attacking tomorrow, so we don't have a lot of time." He gazed around the room and saw fear, resolution, denial and disbelief. The teens snorted and glared at them all. How do you know this? Came a question from the back. Let's just say that when he is very angry, sometimes I get a peek at what he's doing, Harry answered vaguely. You're connected to he who must not be named. Was a shocked question from many people, and like the sheep they are, some started to move to the back of the room as if Harry was going to attack any minute. Those that knew Harry moved to the front and turned to them, glaring and protesting that the boy who lived was a good man. Don't be stupid, Neville shouted as he stood beside McGonagall, facing the crowd. Ha! RRY has saved our lives by bringing us here. My parents are there, and if Harry says they need to be rescued, then by Merlin, I'm going with him, with or without your help. He sneered at the cowering adults with great contempt. Yeah, Seamus said. He too elbowed his way to the front. You were dumb enough not to believe him when he said you know who was back. Are you going to make the same mistake now? He demanded, leaving out the part where he too made that error. A lot of people started grumbling to themselves, or with others, for being reminded of their follies by a kid. They did however move forward. Kyle shouted, "You have my wand." Others followed his example, raising their wands up to show they were ready to fight. Harry, Remus said as he made his way to the boy's side, "Are you sure it is a true vision?" He asked quietly, not wanting to bring up Sirius, but also not wanting to be led into a trap. "Do you really want to take that chance?" Harry snapped, not caring one whit about whether they believed him or not. He only cared that they got the healers and patients to a safe place. "No, you are right, we cannot chance it," the werewolf conceded. Harry turned back to the crowd and stated, "If you want to rescue the people at St. Mungo's, then meet in the ballroom. The rest of you gather everyone else and prepare for the outcome. We're going to need all of you to vacate the 3rd floor. Except for the wounded, so it can be set up for the patients. Move to another floor, or there are many houses outside the castle, take your pick, but that area needs to be cleared." And having given his orders, he jumped off the platform and started to the doorway. "Who the bloody hell are you to give us orders?" demanded a surly man, who was glaring at the boy with disdain. He stood in Harry's way, blocking the teen's attempt to leave the room. "You know, you don't have to be here. You can leave at any time. Believe me or don't, I don't care. I'm going to see if I can help. Hide, run, do what you must, but get the fuck out of my way," Harry snarled in the man's face and then pushed him aside and made his way to the ballroom. Those that believed in Harry moved to trail behind him, talking amongst themselves. Making plans. The rest were wandering back to the 3rd floor to do as the teen had bid. It would be difficult, seeing as to how it was the middle of the night, but with the help of others, they would get it done. Molly took the lead and started barking commands and pulling her complaining children with her. She'd make sure those orders were followed, she stead Arthur to not let the teens go on the mission. Soon enough there were over 50 wizards and witches gathered in the ballroom, taking chairs around the table that still sat in the middle, or standing behind those that were seated. Now Kingsley took charge. He stood and said, "Okay, we need to get the house elves in on this." Dobby popped in dressed in a blue children's nightshirt that had little snitches whizzing around it. What can Dobby be doing for Mr. Kingsley? The poor elf rubbed his eyes to get the sleep out of them. "Sorry I woke you, but I need you to wake the other elves. It seems we have a large rescue to do. Tom is attacking the hospital," he said to the elf. Dobby's eyes got wide and he nodded his head and popped away. After 2 minutes passed, many house elves appeared. "Okay," the dark-skinned Auror said to everyone gathered, "if Harry is correct, or even if he isn't, we need to evacuate St. Mungo's. Does anyone have relatives there?" Neville raised his hand, along with 10 others. "I need an adult. Sorry, Mr. Longbottom. They won't listen to a kid or an elf." He looked to the tiny creatures. He pointed to a middle-aged man. "You need to make your way outside the wards and get to the hospital. Warn them that there may be an attack. Tell them whatever you want, but get them to listen. Call Dobby when you've convinced them and the house elves will pop there and clear out supplies." The man nodded and rushed out the door. And the rest waited, making plans and going over contingencies. Harry and Neville demanded that they go, but were shot down each time. Even with some adult support, they were told no. When Kingsley finally mentioned they didn't have time to argue, the boys stopped. It took 35 minutes for the man to call Dobby. When the little elf disappeared, the other elves waited for Dobby's call, and 10 seconds later they all popped away. Harry hurried to the window and called the veil. When it opened on the other side, the rescuers went through the portal to play guard or help the staff. Neville and Seamus waited with Harry, along with a few other teens. It seems the ruckus wasn't loud enough to wake everyone, and Harry just let them sleep. It wasn't like the damn adults would let them help anyway. He was going to have to change that. Sick and wounded, ambulatory people started slowly making their way into the room, with nurses guiding them. They moved to the back of the room, not knowing where to go. Even Lockhart came through, babbling about how pretty the room was. He was taken to the back of the room. He noted Harry and started asking the weary teen if he want his autograph. Then stretchers started to float through and the nurses moved forward to grab them and moved them out of the way. Neville ran to his parents and stayed by their sides, happy to see they were okay. Augusta was with the people clearing the rooms. It took hours to get them all there. It was now going on 3 in the morning. Now healers came through and they were carrying trunks or what looked to be old-fashioned doctor's bags. The elves started popping in with equipment and supplies. The room was quite crowded, so Rai swept his wand around and expanded it. Tonks was holding the portal, getting thanks from many of the medical personnel. When the order returned, and the veil closed, Harry turned to Remus and asked, "Did we get everyone?" He looked over the patients that numbered over 100. It seemed like there should be more. "No, there are some that cannot be moved, and some could not come through the veil," Remus said sadly. With a shaking of his head, "We must have left 20 or so behind, along with a few healers and nurses. The good news is they were on the same floor, where all critical patients reside. Those that couldn't make it past the ward were set up there, so they will be easier to defend." He was dismayed that they couldn't bring them all here, and from the look on Harry's face he felt the same way. "We're going to go back tomorrow to see if we can protect them, or at least drive the Death Eaters away. Bill is going to try and put a ward up. He's sure it will hold them back," Kingsley added, putting a hand on Bill's shoulders in encouragement. "I'm going to get with some people tomorrow morning, well later today, and see what we can come up with. We might be able to put stronger wards on individual rooms." The oldest Weasley boy was deep in thought, going over ideas in his head. "Right," Harry said and left them to it. He turned to the milling people and loudly said, "The 3rd floor has been cleared for you. The house elves will take you there. If you need more room, feel free to tell the people on 4th floor to vacate," he added, not caring at all that he would be uprooting adults so early in the morning. Many nurses and healers approached the elves and soon enough the room began to clear. "We're going to need another dining room. We can only expand them so far," Kyle said, looking at the departing people. "Most of the families will be moving to the village. They can fend for themselves," Harry said in almost a snap, remembering the way some had reacted to his connection with Tom. "They can bloody well fuck off for all he cared. Stupid sheep. Besides, most of the patients will eat in their rooms. It is late, we should get to bed and see what we can do to help in the morning," Remus stated, running a hand down his haggard face. He hated it when Harry got into a snit, not that he blamed the teen, but Harry had a bad habit of biting everyone's head off. And they just didn't need that right now. "Right, come on guys, let's hit the hay," Harry said, turning to the other teens. The 3 boys left the room and made their way past the clusters of people. Ignoring the calls for information, they finally got to their beds and all 3 of them fell into slumber. The next morning Harry was confronted by Hermione and the girls. "Why didn't you wake us?" the curly-haired witch asked, waving her hand to the 2 teens that were behind her. Ginny and Luna nodded, just as upset. A crowd of teens stood behind them, all sporting angry looks at not being woken. Some of them had family at St. Mungo's and were very dismayed that they had slept through the rescue. Ron was standing back, leaning tiredly against a wall. He had been woken with the noise, but his mum dragged him and the twins away to help clear the 3rd floor. He had been up most of the night and was exhausted and didn't bloody well want to deal with Potter, but he wanted to hear Hermione tear into him. "There wasn't time," Harry said, defending his actions and glaring at his best friend. "Besides, what could you have done? You know the adults wouldn't let us go there. Yeah, he was bitter about that. It had been a huge debate last night, but they all stood firm that the teens would stay in the castle. Neville stood by Harry's side, just as upset. At least Kyle and a few others voted to let them join. But they were outnumbered. Oh, I don't know, help clear the floor, help people find a house, or help the patients when they came here. There were loads we could have done, she said in a condescending voice, folding her arms as if waiting for him to tell her she was wrong. Ginny and Luna agreed. As they nodded their heads and stood by their friend's side, their arms folded in a similar manner. Harry's shoulders slumped. She was right, they could have helped. I'm sorry, guys, I was only thinking of the people we were trying to rescue. I just figured the adults wouldn't let us fight. So I let you girls sleep, Harry said, stepping forward and rubbing Hermione's arm, earning a glare from Ron. He gave a soft smile to the other girls, who thinly smiled back. Forgive me, he asked with puppy dog eyes. Hermione's face softened and she hugged the boy. Next time wake us, she demanded, standing back and smacking him on the chest. I will, if there is time, or I'll send someone else to do it. The dark-haired teen promised. And with that the group made their way to the dining room and enjoyed a hearty breakfast, which consisted of meat, eggs, toast, fruit and beans. There was milk, a variety of juice and tea to drink. Everyone chatted about what had happened while they slept or what they were going to do today. Many of those that had families were going to be moving to the village. Neville, his gran and his parents, with a nurse, were also moving to one of the houses. Dean, his siblings and parents were also set to relocate to the village. The entire Weasley family found a large house. Except Bill and Fleur, who found a smaller one. Seamus was staying in the castle with Harry. The rest of the day was spent moving people about, helping set up the equipment and turning one of the larger sitting rooms on the first floor into a storage room for potions. The house elves were run ragged, showing the healers where the potions labs were and where they could store any extra supplies and equipment. Members of the Order and a few others were at St. Mungo's waiting for the attack. Once again the teens were barred from helping. With everyone putting in an effort. The clearing of families and setting up patients was complete, but they were all too tired to do any training, so Harry, Neville, Seamus, Dean and the twins started exploring the very top floor. While they waited for word on the hospital. Since the third floor was now the infirmary, the fourth housed adults, fifth boy students, sixth girls, the seventh was empty and closed off. He boys went to see what was on the eighth. They decided to examine the towers another day, for unlike Hogwarts, the towers were separate structures, you could only gain entrance via doors on the ground floor or the roof. There were 7 towers, one on each corner, one on each side and one on the back. A walkway connected them all, used for the guard to patrol the keep. Hermione, Ginny and Luna were once again in the library. Ginny was there to keep Hermione's spirits up. Harry had no idea where Ron was and really didn't care. He hadn't seen Ashley either, and he hoped the ghost was helping Hermione and them with research. The top floor was like a huge attic with trunks, boxes and piles of stuff just laying around. The boys looked at the enormous room and their eyes lit up with joy. The Y tore into the treasure looking for anything that could help the residents of the fortress. There were 2 trunks full of wands, which the former house elves must have put there, or there had been a shop that had been abandoned. They didn't know, but praised their luck, and set them aside. There was a ton of clothing that was outdated, but could be used. There were some jewels and treasures, but they disregarded them for now. They only went through about 1/6 of the room, and decided to let the house elves do the rest. There wasn't much more that was useful, so they took what they found down to one of the sitting rooms. It took many trips, but they got it. They were just on their last load and Harry floated his burden to the wall. Do you think we should have the house elves pop a song? Of the homes and get clothes and stuff? Neville asked as he levitated one of the trunks to the far side of the room. Most of the ex-prisoners don't have anything, though. I suppose the clothes we found could work. But maybe they might settle in better if they had their own stuff. I think the elves have their hands full with all the people moving about. That can wait, Harry bit out, still over what happened in the dining room last night. Okay, Neville said slowly, inwardly cringing over Harry's tone. We should go and see if there's any news, Dean said, changing the subject. So, the teens made their way to what was now being dubbed the portal room. Tonks was sitting in a chair, rubbing her belly and holding the veil open. "Watch her, boys. What mischief have you been up to?" she asked, looking over the group. "We came to see if there was any news," Harry stated, ignoring the question. "They haven't given me any. Would have helped if we had a time," she groused with a shake of her head. Her arm was tired and achy and no one had come to relieve her, so she was a tad surly. "So sorry. Next time I'll just sit in the Dark Lord's head, writhing with pain and see what other vile things he can come up with." Harry snapped. "Back off. I wasn't blaming you," she snarled back as her hair turned red. Just then thick black smoke billowed through the opening and Kyle came running through, dragging what looked to be a healer with him. Their clothes were charred and they were coughing horribly. Burn marks adorned their clothes, hands and faces. Soot covered their entire bodies, as if they had run through the fire. "They're lost. Nothing you can do," Kyle said, as he held the healer back from the entrance. He dragged him across the room and threw him in a chair. He must have put a sticking spell on him because the man couldn't rise. "I have to save them," the healer wailed, squirming in the chair as he started to undo his robes, but not having much luck with his injured hands. His hands were burnt and red, like he had grabbed a hold of an open flame. His face didn't look much better. He desperately fumbled with his robes, but his hands were too injured to get the fastenings undone. "The whole building is on fire. You can't go back," Kyle tried to reason with the hysterical and injured man. It was the reason he had brought him through first. The healer got caught in the flames and couldn't help the others with the damage to his hands. The poor man was trying to rescue one of the coma patients that had the misfortune of being near where the fire started. They tried to get the woman, but the fire spread fast and she was lost. It was a magical fire, not fiend fire, but something close to it. All he knew is they couldn't put it out. Remus came through floating a patient behind him, a healer doing his best to keep the man from dying. When he got the stretcher to the wall, Remus ran back through the portal. The thick black smoke started to fill the room, and Harry wished the windows were real. He cast a wind charm to try and dissipate it, but that wasn't helping much. All it did was make the smoke rise to the ceiling, but more was pouring in. More of the team came through also carrying or floating patients. Healers were waving their wands in futile attempts to save lives. The Order waved their wands to clear the smoke. There were screams of dire pain coming through, and the boys cringed. When the last of the team, Bill, tumbled through, coughing up a storm, flames licking his robes, he shouted, "Close it." He tore off his robes, threw them on the floor and stomped on them. When the flames didn't die, he banished them to the nearest fire pit to let them burn out. Tonks immediately removed her wand and went to her husband's side, to see if she could help. The teens sat and watched as healers and nurses waved their wands and administered potions. They felt helpless. One healer sighed, stood, slowly shook his head and said, "Call it." The nurse called up a tempest and said the time. One by one the patients died, or were taken from the room to the third floor, where the healers continued to try and stabilize them. "What happened?" Harry asked as he made his way to Kingsley, whose dark face was blackened further with soot. "They came and moved through the hospital. We could hear their shouts of anger at not finding anyone. We moved who we could to the back of the floor. When they got to where we were, they tried to enter, but Bill's ward held. They blasted it with every spell they knew. We were too far away for them to curse us, and we thought they had given up when Bellatrix moved away, taking the rest with her. We should have known better, just by the vindictive look on her face. We waited to see if they would try again and then the smoke appeared. We tried everything to put that fire out, but it was a spell unknown to us. We started getting the patients ready to move. The flames came closer, and well, you saw the rest," the very tired Auror answered, running his hand over his bald head and down his face, smearing the soot. "We did our best." Remus tried to console him by putting his hand on the taller man's shoulder. "Yeah, but we left 5 people behind." Kingsley sighed. "They couldn't get through the portal," Remus reasoned, squeezing his shoulder. "I'll never forget the screams." "Neither will I," and the room fell silent. A call to arms. Chapter 7, A call to arms. Thanks to Alex33 and Daryl Deem for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. This is the last of my pre-written chapters, so updates will not be as fast. I'm glad you are enjoying my little story. Remember that they are all in the middle of a war, so emotions are going to run wild. They are scared, angry, and some feel hopeless. I don't really like this chapter. I feel there is something missing, but I've rewritten it 3 times and this was the best I could do. I hope you like it. That's it, Harry shouted, turning on the 2 emotion. Amen when the silence stretched for about 5 minutes. The teens surrounding him started at the noise. He felt useless and that was not a good feeling for him. He had always rushed to help, but these stupid adults were holding him back. He should have been there, he could have helped. I'm tired of hiding. I'm tired of you holding me back. People are dying. I need to do more. I can't just sit here and hope that Tom will just stop killing. I'm going to start training the students and whoever else wants to join. You can help me or don't. I'm done caring what you think. If you adults are going to do nothing, we kids are going to fight. Come on, guys, he snarled and stormed away, leaving 2 gobsmacked and angry men behind. The rest of the rescue team looked on in confusion, wondering what set the volatile teen off now. That was unfair of you, Harry. They've been working their asses off for days rescuing people. You shouldn't have said they were doing nothing, Fred chastised as he fell into step with Harry. George nodded in agreement. You need to get a hold of that temper of yours, Harrykins. You're taking it out on the wrong people. Harry slumped his shoulders as he continued down the hall. You're right, I'll apologize later. I'm just so frustrated. Every time we offer to help we're shunted aside. I'm 17 years old, I should be going with them, he stated, running a hand through his hair. Feeling a little guilty about snapping at Remus and Kingsley. What Fred said was true. They had been putting their lives on the line for days. Longer if you count all they've done for the Order in both wars with Tom. Okay, Harry, just don't alienate them, they'll be dead useful in a fight, Fred said, and then he fell back to talk to his twin. What are we going to do, Harry? Evil asked as he moved up to where the twins had just vacated. He had left his parents in the care of the nurses. Seamus and Dean joined them, wanting to hear Harry's plans. Get the students or Eve. Ryan, who is not injured for that matter, and gather them in the courtyard. We're going to start training, Harry said as he made his way to the room they had stashed the treasures. Send Patronuses or use the DA coin, if you still have it. Call some house elves, but get them there soon. Tell them about the stuff we have here, so they can get warm clothes. He tore through the trunks, looking for the wands. He knew they would be needed. All right, Harry, we'll get as many as we can, Neville said, and he jerked his head to the door and the rest of the group followed. Harry found the wands and evitated the trunks behind him as he made his way to the Sally. It was cold, and it was getting dark, but this was the largest place he could think of to give his speech and he wanted as many people as his friends could gather to hear him. If the others gathered everyone, they wouldn't fit in the dining room. He waved his wand and torches lit the area. He conjured a small platform near the low wall, stood and waited. People started trickling in, bundled in whatever cold wear they could find, looking around the Sally. With all the rescuing and moving about they had had little time to explore the keep. Many curious looks were thrown Harry's way, but he just stood silently, with his arms folded and waited. His face was set in a stony look, and he was ignoring the calls for information. This caused many to glare at him. But they didn't leave. Remus, Tonks, Kingsley, Kyle and Arthur stood in the back to see what the teen would say. Harry flashed them a guilty look. They kept their faces stoic. Well, Kyle gave him a forgiving smile. Arthur just looked confused at the tension. Tonks glared at him, so Remus must have told her what was said. Harry just nodded, understanding they were upset and mouthed to them, "Sorry." The professors stood by the Order's side, disapproval clear on their faces. Many of the ex-prisoners were also present. They all looked haggard and restless. Muggle-borns and half-bloods that hadn't been caught in the camps also were among the crowd. None of them looked happy. They didn't want to be standing in the cold and dark, listening to some kid, but they were prodded to join. The neutral, pure blood stood to the side, but looked on with interest. Harry actually felt disappointed at the dividing of the people, but then again it had only been 2 days, damn, but it felt longer. Students moved to the front and waited. Hermione, Ginny, Luna and surprisingly the Greengrass sisters, were also there. Susan Bones and the Creevy brothers stood with the rest of the DA. Ron was standing behind Hermione sneering at Harry. "Thank you for coming. I know most of you had a long night last night, and today wasn't much better," Harry started as he gazed on the people before him. A lot of them looked to be in sad shape. It had been a long couple of days, and Harry had hoped to let them rest, but he just couldn't stand by any more. "I said some things earlier which were out of line, and I'm sorry about that." He nodded once again to the order and then turned to the crowd. "I want to thank you for all the help you've given the healers and injured, but now that we have so many people, it is time to get serious about this war." He stood taller and put on a commanding air. "We cannot just hide here and hope the war goes away. We have to fight back. No more cow ring in our homes or school or even Halstead. No more letting a small group of wizards run all over us. Each of you know how to use a deadly weapon." He held up his wand. "There is no excuse for not protecting yourself. No more, I say. Now is the time to fight back." He shouted the last words and raised his wand in the air. Some of the students and some adults cheered, but many of the adults and some of the teens looked leery. They had spent the last few months being tortured or in hiding. A lot of them were too worn out for them to join a battle. "What the hell do you know about war?" a scarred man demanded. "You have no idea what it's like being tortured, or losing a loved one," he stated, voicing the thoughts of many. They nodded their heads, while many people gasped in shock that anyone would say that to Harry Potter. After all, everyone knew his story. "Are you bloody blind? I've lost my whole family to that vile snake." Harry yelled back, his face red with anger, his body radiated power, making a wind kick up around him. "How many fucking times have you faced Volume, Tom? How many of you fell to his crucio? Don't you bloody well tell me I don't know, arsehole," he shouted, and those that knew Harry came to his defense, yelling at the man and making the teen feel a bit better. Many of the doubters hung their heads in shame. Sometimes it was easy to forget that the boy in front of them had faced the Dark Lord many times and come away mostly uninjured. It was so easy to believe what the Daily Prophet wrote about him. "Look, I get it's been hard on a lot of you," Harry said, a hand through his hair and trying to calm down, "but that should make you want to get revenge on those that hurt you or took your loved ones. You've called me your chosen one, yet here I am ready to fight and you're not listening. You can't have it both ways. Either I'm just some kid looking for attention or I'm the one who will win this war. You need to decide, but I can't win a war on my own. You must stand with me or we will lose. I've been the target of Toms since I was 15 months old. You know my story, or at least I thought you did. I have to do this. I plan on taking the war to them, or bringing them to us. I plan on getting back at those animals for taking my family and hurting my friends. Who will join me?" he called out. "I'm with you, Harry," yelled Neville and many took up the cheer. Susan, the Creevy brothers and most of the DA, raised their wands. Kyle and a few in the back also called their support. "Some of us don't have wands," a woman yelled from the middle. Harry waved his hand to the trunks. "We found these on the 8th floor, there may be more up there, but you can go through these and see if they are a match, or close enough. Later. Right now we need to get organized. I have a plan to bring the Death Eaters to us. If we do it correctly and work together we can decimate Tom's forces. It won't work for long, but it will help in the end." "How are you proposing to do that?" Remus called, not sure what the boy had planned. He didn't want the kids to fight, but looking at the assembled people it might just come to that and it would be better if they had support. "We're going to show Tom why it's a stupid idea to put a taboo on your name. But first we have to figure out how to get the prisoners to the dungeons. I'm going to talk with Ashel, IEGH, and I would like as many of you who can raise a wand to start planning skirmishes. This area here is a good place to train. Yeah, it's a bit cold, but so will the battle be." He waved his arm around indicating the torch-lit Sally. Many people grumbled and started whispering to their neighbors. "Harry," Hermione called, getting everyone's attention, "we haven't been idle, those of us researching. We've come across some pretty nasty spells you can use. There are some old ones, which hopefully Tom doesn't know. There are rituals that will help increase one's magic core a bit and heal the exhausted. They won't make you super strong, or heal the injured, but they will give you an energy boost. According to the book I read, they were used in times of war for warriors, right before a battle. The core spell only lasts a day or two, but it should help. We've taken note of all of them. Anyone who wants to learn them needs to get with us. I'm hoping some of the professors will teach them to the students and the healers, she said, looking at the adults in the back, who all had disapproving looks on their faces. I am not sure we should let a bunch. That's as far as McGonagall got before Harry interrupted her. I don't think you understand, Professor, there is no letting. Those who stand with me are going to fight, with or without your help. You either join us or stay out of our way, Harry stated firmly. His arms folded and a very decisive look was on his face. Mr. Potter, I will have you know that just because you found this fortress does not mean you are in charge. Let the adults handle this, she said sternly, looking down her nose. Look around you, Professor. Take a good look at the students. We have trained together before, without you knowing, and we can and will do it again. There is nothing you can say that will stop us. The DA all turned and looked at her defiantly. McGonagall regarded the teens, their firm and determined faces and body stances confirmed that they would indeed just sneak about doing what they will. She shared a look of defeat with her fellow workers. All right, Mr. Potter, we will do what we can to help. Thanks, he nodded his head to her, and then looked over the crowd. The rest of you do the same. Look around, there are about 200 people here, 400 if you count the injured, and most of you know how to use a wand. There are only about 50 to 100 Death Eaters, and yeah, they have some creature support, but we still outnumber them. Maybe Hagrid and a few others can see what resides in the woods. We might be able to get our own creature support. He looked at the half-giant, who nodded his head, then turned to talk to Charlie. I'll never understand why most of you never fought back before. Harry continued with a shake of his head, but it doesn't matter right now, because now is the time to raise arms. We mean to fight dirty and hard, to kill as many as we can. This is not a duel, this will be a battle. If you can't kill, then figure out a way to disable them enough that they can't fight back. Like I said, there are dungeons and we will find a way to get them there. This is war, damn it. Your friends and family are dying. You and your children were tortured. That vile snake can be killed, and we will find a way to do it. It is time we take back our world and show them that we are not cowards. The teen yelled to the air, and he once more started pouring off power, making him look like a leader. More people cheered, anger rushing over the crowd, making them want revenge for their lost loved ones and months of torture. You have my wand, Kyle repeated last night's statement. He would always fight by the lad's side. Mine too, Neville shouted, raising his wand in the air. The call went out and most of those gathered took up the cheer. Okay, here are the wands. If you can't find one that fits, check out the 8th floor and see if there are more. Hermione, you're going to have to tell the researchers about the Horcruxes, Harry called, making a few in the crowd gasp in horror. Others just looked confused. The time for silence was over. Bugger what Dumbledore said. That's right, we believe Tom made about 6 of them. 2 have been destroyed, 1 we have with us, and we need to find the rest. If you know anything about these monstrosities, then get with Hermione, she has all the details. We need to either get a group together to hunt them or find another way to rid ourselves of them. But it must be done before we take out Tom. Hermione glared at him for not telling her he was going to do that, but turned away when Bill, Professor Flitwick and a few other people gathered to her side. That group split off and left for the library. We need to check out the towers. As far as I know, no one has done that. A schedule needs to be set for patrol. Think of it as a training exercise. There has to be a training schedule set up, so we can get back into shape. Learn and use the rituals the researchers have found. Everyone who will not fight should be trying to find things we can use, like a safe room for the children and injured, tunnels we can use to hide them. Or see if there are any weapons for the muggles among us. Just do something helpful is all I ask. I'm going to talk with Ashley. And with that he stepped off the platform and made his way through the crowd. Neville, Dean, Seamus, The twins, Ginny and Luna, fell into step with him as they pushed their way through the people, who were either clapping him on the back or sneering at him. He didn't care anymore. That was some speech, Harry, Luna said as she skipped beside him. You have to be careful when you try and raise mob mentality, it can turn on you, was her serious warning. I will, Luna, I don't expect to make many more speeches like that. Okay, Harry, just heed my warning. She nodded her head and then moved off to join the researchers. Harry looked around to see what actions were being taken. McGonagall and some of the professors were talking with the Order, and they were waving hands around as if they were talking about what was needed in the training area. He turned on his heel and made his way to them. Remus, Kingsley, can I talk to you a minute? Harry asked the two men he insulted. Sure, Harry, Remus answered as they broke off from the group. Kyle winked and Tonks glared. When they got far enough away, Harry turned to them sheepishly. I am very sorry for what I said. It was completely out of line. I know you're brave and that you've risked your lives to save others. I am deeply ashamed of the way I acted. He hung his head and glanced at them through his fringe. You were right, you were completely out of line, Remus said, folding his arms across his chest with a look of grave disappointment. Look, Harry, I do understand that you are frustrated, but tantrums like the one in the portal room is one of the reasons we held you back from joining the rescue parties. We will help you kids train and we will try your plan to get the Death Eaters, but until you control your temper, we will do everything we can to keep you out of the fight, he stated firmly. This was not the gentle teacher from Harry's third year, this was a man who had seen battle and death and come away stronger for it. I get you're angry, but you can't keep me out of this. Tom is after me and he will come for me. There will be a battle between us, no matter what you do. The damn prophecy confirms that. I'm sorry for what I said, but I am serious about facing Tom, Harry stated as he lifted his head. Determination etched his features. You know the prophecy? Kingsley asked, putting his hand on the angry werewolf's shoulder. Yeah, Dumbledore told me right after Sirius died, Harry answered. Cutting a look to Remus, whose face took on a look of sorrow. It says something along the lines that I have some power the Dark Lord knows not and that we're the only ones that can kill each other. Well, that's what Dumbledore thought it meant. He shrugged his shoulders, he wasn't sure that that is what it meant, but he wasn't going to ignore it. If he could find his elusive power, then he might stand a better chance. Do you know what this power is? The dark-skinned Auror asked. Dumbledore said it is love, but I'm not sure about that, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head. Okay, well, like Remus said, we'll help you train, but you do need to get a hold of your temper, Kingsley warned and then led the other man away. Well, that didn't go as well as I hoped. The teen mumbled to himself as he rejoined the group. He looked around again and noted that all the adults seemed busy. The rescued people were milling around the trunks to see if there were any wands they could use. Then they would wander and gather in groups to talk about what spells they knew. The DA was talking with them, letting them know what they learned from Harry. Hagrid was making his way to Harry, so the group stopped to hear what he had to say. Ari, it's good to see ya, the gentle half-giant said, clapping Harry on the back, causing the teen to stagger. Listen, I'm goin' need to go and get Grop. He's got to be lonely right about now. How are you going to get back? The dark-haired teen asked, worried about his first friend. You can't bring Grop through the portal. That would be a disaster waiting to happen. Ah, don't you worry about us. We'll find a way. We should be back in time to help, Hagrid said with a big smile, which was mostly hidden by his bushy beard. All right, Hagrid, just be careful, okay? Harry said, knowing that there would be no talking him out of this. He had no idea where they were in relation to Hogwarts, so he was confused as to how Hagrid would make it back in time, but he wished his friend the best. A good lad, Ari. And with that Hagrid made his way to the gate to go and rescue his brother. Wait, what about the woods? Harry called, making the large man turn. I talked to Charlie and he's go and see what beasties be lurking in them woods, Hagrid said, and then he turned back around and started his journey once again. I hope his makes it okay, Ginny fretted as the teens started once more to the fortress. I'm sure he will, Fred reassured her, putting his arm around her shoulders. George took the other side. and the teens went in search of the elusive ghost. They got to the library and noted he wasn't there. Hermione, seeing them come in, stood and stalked to Harry, and she jammed a finger into his chest. "Why did you tell them about the Horcruxes?" she demanded in a hiss. "We were supposed to keep it a secret." "Hermione, you are the bravest, brightest witch I know," Harry said sincerely, running a hand down her arm. "But even you can't do the work of dozens in just a few days. You have all these people to help, but they can't if they don't know what they're looking for. I'm sorry I sprung it on you, but I didn't want to get into an argument. It's better to ask for forgiveness than to beg for permission, or something like that." He gave her a gentle smile and tucked one of her curls behind her ear. "Merlin, you are horrible at quotes," she said, smacking his chest. "Fine, you're right, I do need the help. We're scouring the books in the dark magic sections. Bill knows ever so much about Horcruxes. He said they ran across many in Egypt. I think it'll help," she conceded, finding it hard to stay mad at him. "Good to know. Hey, have you seen Ashley? He was here a minute ago. But then he just drifted away." "Damn, Tippy," Harry called. "Master Harry is calling for Tippy," the elf squeaked as she popped into the room. "Do you know where Ashley is?" the teen asked kindly. She got a thoughtful look on her face and then smiled. "Master Ashley is being in the basement. Thanks. Are you glad for all the help now?" he asked, a bit worried that she might not be, since she had been in control of the keep for so many years. "Tippy is more happy than she has been in all her years," Tippy beamed, bouncing on her toes. "Good, I'm glad. Thanks, Tippy," and the elf popped away. Harry turned to the group that had been following him. "I'm going to the basement. Why don't you guys either get the spells Hermione found or talk to the teachers?" "We're going to go to the potions lab and see what we can conjure up," Fred said, pointing between him and his brother. "Yeah, we did bring some stuff that'll help, but we're thinking on other things as well," George added. "That's great," Harry exclaimed, knowing these two could come up with some pretty wicked stuff. And with a nod of their heads the twins left. "I think I'm going to go and talk to the researchers and see what they've come up with," Neville stated as he linked arms with Hermione, and they turned to do just that. Dean and Seamus followed, waving to Harry as they left. Ginny looked at Harry and said, "Do you mind if I join you? I'm a bit tired of researching." "Not at all," the dark-haired teen answered and held out his arm in a gentlemanly fashion. "This way, my lady." She giggled and took that arm, and the two of them set off to find Ashley. After wandering around the basement for a while, they found him near the dungeons. He was in the office that held the keys. "Hey, Ashley, I haven't seen much of you lately," Harry greeted as he took one of the chairs that sat in front of a small wooden desk. There wasn't much to the office: a desk, 3 chairs, some cubby holes, and a wall of pegs that hung the keys. "This is Ginny," he added, waving to the red-headed girl beside him. "We've met," Ginny stated, smiling at the ghost, who smiled back. "Oh, well, anyway, I was wondering if you knew a way to get those with evil intent through the wards," Harry said, turning his attention to the spirit. "I have been pondering on that since you first brought it to my attention. With battle wards raised it will be difficult. However, I have come up with a solution that I believe will work. Do you recall how your bag had difficulty getting through the Judgment Archway?" Ashley asked as he drifted in place on the other side of the desk. "Yeah, we had to tug it to get it through," the male teen answered, remembering that incident. "I believe that if you can somehow turn these Death Eaters into objects, then you should be able to get them through the wards." "That is bloody brilliant," Harry said, excitedly as plans formed in his head. He'd have to talk to McGonagall, but it should work. "Come on, Ginny, we should get to dinner. I hope the house elves made some ham tonight." Not as swiftly as he'd like. Chapter 8. Not as swiftly as he'd like. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. I've received a few reviews about Merlin, only one bad one, but the other ones made me want to explain. First off, this isn't J.K. Rowling's Merlin, whose birth date was changed to fit her story. This is the one that died 500 years before Hogwarts, not the one that attended. Also, this isn't a crossover, so the Merlin from the TV show isn't the one it portrays either. Remember, this is a challenge FIC, so Feel free to write your own. I, for one, would love to read that, but I don't know enough to write it. Sorry to disappoint. Thanks for the thought though. I loved the links. I did rework chapter 2 and I hope I cleared it up. Thanks for all the reviews and support. Voldemort plagued Harry's dreams badly for a week after Street. Mungos. Had visions of that creature torturing his Death Eaters almost every night and it wasn't a pleasant sight. The nightmares left him tired and cranky, so when he wasn't training, the poor teen was poring through books like Hermione, trying to find something that would keep the dreams at bay. He attempted occlumency again, but still had no idea how to clear his mind and the books he found weren't much help. It was an off-the-cuff comment from one of the refugees that made him start looking at meditation. So now he spent each night before bed learning the art. It was a work in progress. The rest of the time he spent getting closer to his friends. The researchers worked night and day. When they weren't training, they were scouring through the library trying to dig up anything that could be used. They were all desperate to find the Horcruxes and a way to destroy them. Bill was a lot of help. He let them know the various ways to abolish the vessels. Fiendfire and basilisk venom were two of them. More focus was put on finding them though. They used the necklace to help them identify how one felt and what they were searching for. It helped a lot. While they researched, they had found tons of lost spells and rituals. And they taught them to the Order and the professors, who were also working to the point of exhaustion. The teens had found all the ritual rooms in the towers. It seems that the people of old relied more on rituals than spells. It wasn't until the invention of the wand that ritual ceremonies fell out of use. Each tower was riddled with these rooms. If you entered the tower on the ground floor and took the stairs that lined the walls, on each floor was a large circular room that was covered in runes. Some had the 5-pointed star, while many more just had a ceremonial circle. It was only with the help of the runes teacher, Bathsheba Babbling, and her star students, that they knew what each room was for. Now, more and more people were using them to get over their time with the Death Eaters. Soon the ex-prisoners weren't as exhausted anymore. That didn't seem to help their spell work though. Harry didn't know what he expected when he rallied the people of Halstead. Maybe he had hoped for an army. But it wasn't what he got. Too many of them were weak, injured, or just plain defiant. The first morning the adults who wanted to fight all gathered in the Sally and the professors took charge. They started with simple shields, which many couldn't erect. Those that could were moved on to other things. McGonagall chastised the weaker ones that they were failing at a 4th-year spell and continued to drill them on that one spell for days. It was no wonder they almost lost the first war with Tom. The DA looked on and shook their heads. They did their training at night, right before dinner. The rest of the day was spent learning spells in the library. They mostly stuck with each other, recuperating from Hogwarts, going over battle strategy or just talking like teens. Harry was pretty sure there was some heavy snogging going on, but who could blame them? They wanted to help the adults, but were told to let the professors and the Order handle it, because it was felt that the adults wouldn't listen to a bunch of teens. That didn't stop them from talking to their parents about the things they learned, in hopes that they would catch up. I wonder why they can't cast it, Harry stated as he watched a 40-year-old woman erect a weak shield. He was a bit disappointed that it was so dim, a tripping jinx could break it. Dennis Creevy could cast that spell a lot stronger and he was only 14. You have to remember, Harry, you are talking about housewives and shopkeepers. They haven't lifted their wands in defense in years, probably since they left Hogwarts. Luna said airily as she put a hand on his arm and then slipped her arm around his waist in a friendly hug. That's just stupid. There have been 2 wars in the last 20 years. They should have kept up with their spell work. He sighed and ran his hand through his hair. Well, what are we supposed to do then? We need them in top shape, he asked the blonde at his side as he put his arm around her shoulders. Luna was one of his more touchy-feely friends, and he adored her. Try and have them use what they know, was the calm answer. Harry had to think about that. Use what the why know was a lot like playing your strength. If he could outfly a dragon, what could they use in a fight? Right, he said, leaning over and kissing Luna on the cheek, you're bloody brilliant. You are not bad yourself. You are just letting your emotions cloud your judgment. I suggest you meditate and get rid of your Raxperts, the little blonde said with a beaming smile. You're probably right. I'll use one of the ritual rooms and do that today. I wonder if Hermione has found a spell to clear the mind, Harry said, tapping his chin thoughtfully. It never hurts to ask, Luna answered. Then she reached up, kissed his cheek, turned and skipped away. Harry smiled fondly at her, glad that these last few days had made him more comfortable with his friends. He shook his head and turned back to the people training, frowning as he watched them struggle. Use what you know, was his thought. He turned and went to the fortress. He'd have to think about how that could be used. He wandered to the kitchen and watched the busy elves. They were slicing, dicing and chopping meat and vegetables for lunch. Harry watched as they floated the knives with just a snap of their fingers, yet still cut with efficiency. His mind drifted back to all the times he saw Molly Weasley do the same. How she would lift things around her kitchen with ease, sometimes not even looking at what she was doing. It seemed so effortless. His mind raced with ideas, but first he had to clear it, so he took himself to the library and found Hermione. Hey, Hermione, he said, giving her a quick shoulder hug and dropping down beside her, leaving his arm across her shoulders. He was glad Ron wasn't around. He didn't want to deal with his jealousy. Have you found any rituals that will help clear the mind? Luna says I have Raxperts. To give the girl credit, she only lifted an eyebrow at that. Well, there isn't any specific ceremony, but any meditation should help. There's a ritual room in the East Tower, on the 3rd floor. Used just for the purpose of clearing one's mind, she said as she returned his hug and then went back to her notes. Okay, any more on the Horcruxes? He asked, thinking he'd go after lunch. Hermione bounced in place. She was so excited. We found out how to locate them, she exclaimed, searching the notes on the table. When she found the ones she was looking for, she waved them in front of him, until he reached out and grabbed them. He looked them over, only understanding a bit. It wouldn't have worked if we didn't have the necklace, she continued, still squirming in her seat, but there is a ritual that will search out all the rest. It creates a map, and points to where they are. It's a bit like the Marauders map, however the only thing it shows is what you're looking for. That's great. Why haven't you done it already? He asked, a bit confused, placing the notes on the table. We're missing an ingredient, but Bill has one of the house elves searching for it, she explained as she calmed down a bit and stopped bouncing, much to Harry's disappointment. We hope to do it sometime in the next few days. Brilliant, the male teen said, beaming a smile at his best friend. Harry, the curly-haired witch started off tentatively, not wanting him to explode. Are you ever going to forgive Ron? I mean, you've been mates for years, do you really want to throw that away? She added hurriedly at his scowl. I don't know, he said honestly. I'm all for second chances, but he was already on his. I don't want to be like Dumbledore and give chance after chance to people who won't change. Look, I really don't have time to worry about him, right now. What with all the training and stuff. I might talk to him later, after the war, but as long as he stays out of my way, well, I'd just rather not deal with it. He shrugged his shoulders. He and Ron had avoided each other like the plague. If one entered a room the other left. The only time they saw each other was during training and at meals. And even then they kept far apart. Okay, Harry, but you really shouldn't talk about the headmaster like that, she chastised. It's how I feel. I mean, look at Snape and Malfoy. He gave them chance after chance and they are both still dark, Harry defended himself. Fine, I'll drop it for now, she said, patting his arm, not wanting to push him. While Harry had been better at not snapping at her, he was still a ticking time bomb. Come on, lunch should be ready soon. Let's go to the dining room. She gathered up her notes and put them in her ever-present purse. So the two friends went and joined the others and had a nice lunch of roast beef sandwiches, vegetables and crisps. Harry had no idea where the elves got crisps from. Someone might have given them the recipe, but he was glad for it. After lunch he said goodbye to his friends and made his way to the Eastern Tower. There were torches on the walls of the stairwell, but most of the rooms were lit with candles and dim sconces that lined the walls. There were no windows in the towers, making them a perfect place to use as safe rooms in case something got through the wards. As he climbed the Stairs. He noted that a lot of the rooms were being used, mostly by healers. He watched them perform the rituals needed to boost the cores of some of the weaker patients in hopes that their magic would help them heal faster. Then he moved on. He made it to the 3rd floor, lit his wand and looked around. The room was basically bare, with walls and a floor of stone. There was a large circle etched in the middle. Runes marked the floor and walls, and candles were surrounding the circle. He waved his wand and lit the candles. Making his way to the middle of the room, he folded himself into the lotus position and tried to clear his mind. Soft music filled the air as he sat, and Harry focused on the candle in front of him. Trying the technique he'd read about the last few days, he took his thoughts and fed them to the flame. One by one his thoughts cleared and soon the meditation took hold. He felt a thrumming of energy fill his body, but he was in the zone, so he ignored it. Unknowing to himself, he lifted off the floor and simply floated. When he was completely relaxed and ready to re-enter the world, he drifted down and gently landed on the floor. He had no idea how long he sat, but when he came back to himself, he felt much more level-headed. Now, with better focus, he knew he'd been acting like the spoiled teen Snape always accused him of being, throwing tantrums when he didn't get his way. He knew he was going to have to make amends to a lot of people he'd been snapping at. However, he did feel that he was going in the right direction, just going about it the wrong way. Shaking off those thoughts for now, he made his way to the training area. The teens were all there with the Order and a few others. "Sorry, I'm late, I was meditating and lost track of time," he said when they all turned his way. Luna gave him a big smile and Hermione's was just as bright. Ron was glaring at him from the other side of the training area. "And you look much more collected. I'm glad the Raxperts have left," the little blonde said, causing the curly-haired witch by her side to frown. "All right, you lot," Kyle called, getting everyone's attention. "Here's one of the spells that the researchers found. It's a right nasty one, so pay attention and only direct it at the dummies." He lifted his wand to one of the targets and said the spell. A pale pink light shot towards it. When it hit, the cloth skin on the left arm peeled right off, leaving the stuffing to fall to the floor. The stick that made the frame stuck out like a bone. Many of the DA cringed at the sight. "Like I said, nasty. I'd only use it when you need to get away. The person hit with this will bleed out. There is no counter curse that we could find. So if you don't intend to kill your opponent, don't use it. We're going to do this wordlessly. We don't want to give the enemy a new weapon. So do your best." There were a lot of sullen nods and they got in lines to try the spell. Each line was manned with one of the Order, who would make sure they had the spell correct. One by one they decimated the targets, while McGonagall and a few others would restore them or make more. Soon enough it was time for dinner, so with praises from their instructors, they went to the dining hall to eat, chatting excitedly amongst themselves. This set the pace for the next few days. Harry always made time for his friends and meditation. His nightmares stopped and he was glad. He still felt when Voldemort was very angry, but he didn't get visions anymore, which was enough for him to get a full night's sleep. He never truly understood why he felt so energized when he finished meditating, but he wasn't going to look a gift horse in the mouth. All he knew was his mind was clearer and his hormones weren't running all over the place. He had apologized to many of his friends for being so surly. They accepted it and moved on. Well, except Ron, he was still mad at the redhead and they still avoided one another. He did give a fleeting thought to girls, but the reason he had broken it off with Ginny was still there. That didn't stop him from dreaming, which he thoroughly enjoyed. It was a little over a week since he gave his speech and a meeting was called in the large dining room. The Order, some refugees, the professors and the lead teens all gathered. Kingsley stood and called the group to order. "First off, are the healers settled?" "Yes, they've set up the 3rd and 4th floors as the hospital wing. Most of the families have relocated to the village. They seem to be doing well there," Molly answered. She had been spending most of her time with the healers and was quite tired, but was filled with a sense of purpose. "A few of the patients were able to be moved to the village, like my parents," Neville added, extremely happy that this was so. Gran was taking care of them with the help of a daily nurse, but they really didn't need medical attention, just a quiet place to rest. His mum was doing much better. And he was still hopeful they would one day make a full recovery. That's good. We've started getting everyone back into shape. It's slow going, but thanks to the rituals, it's going a bit faster than we thought it would. Give us a week and we should have them at least strong enough to erect shields. The DA is doing very well, and I think they could hold their own in battle. He took a sip of water and turned to Charlie. Have you found any critters that can help in the woods? He asked the dragon tamer. We searched the whole area, and only came across some fairies and gnomes. The redhead shook his head. There's non-magical wildlife, but nothing that can help us in battle. He had been a bit put out about that. Well, that's disappointing, but it can't be helped. Arthur, have we started the patrols? The Auror asked. Yes, it is mostly the Order and some of the stronger people. We've set up a schedule and they are walking the walls at all times. We even found some bows and arrows that a few of the muggles know how to use. They were in bad shape, but we sorted them out, Mr. Weasley answered, proud of what little they had accomplished. Good. Now, Hermione, did you get the Horcrux search started? Kingsley asked the lead researcher. Yes, she sighed her answer, but I'm not sure how much help it will be. There's one in Gringotts, one in Hogwarts, and one at the Ministry. And to our surprise there are two here at Halstead. Harry could tell there was more from the way she seemed to be holding back tears. He had a horrifying thought and pushed it back. He'd wait to see what she said. What? Many people shouted. It had been explained to everyone what a Horcrux was. To think that there was one hidden here was scary. She nodded, bit her lip and continued, the one at the Ministry moves. So does the other one here at the fortress. Tears filled her eyes as she looked at her best friend. She had figured out almost immediately who the last Horcrux was. No, no, Harry shouted, standing up from his chair, causing it to slam into the wall. Your spell must be wrong. There is no fucking way, he denied, even though he knew that it was probably true. His link to Tom all but confirmed it. We'll find a way, Harry, she said, rushing to his arms and hugging him with all her might. I won't let you die. It can't be true, he kept denying. Why does this shite always happen to me? What god did I piss off in my former life? He buried his head in her shoulder and held on for dear life. Do you mind telling the rest of us what you two are talking about? Remus asked softly as he watched the two friends melt down. He thought he might know, but he had never heard of such a thing. The rest of the people were looking on with either dawning horror or great confusion. Whispers started and some were raising their voices, until a soft voice interrupted them. Hermione believes that one of the living Horcruxes is Harry, Luna answered for them as she watched them cling to one another. They believe that there is only one way to get rid of one, and that is to destroy the container. She got up and joined the hug, lending her support to her only friends. Neville also got up to offer comfort, with his hand on Harry's shoulder. The rest of the people gathered started shouting. Some were saying that Harry was possessed and needed to leave, others argued right back. The chaos went on for 10 minutes until there was a loud bang. It's not the only way, Bill said loudly as he lowered his wand, making everyone's head snap his way. It had never been brought up in the research sessions, as there was no need for him to tell. They mostly focused on finding them. There are other methods. We can simply remove the soul piece to another container. Our problem is getting the ones out of reach, he added, trying to redirect the conversation. I don't have to die. Harry asked, relief on every part of his face as he sagged in the girl's embrace. No, Harry, Bill gently said with a soft smile. You don't have to die. He could still be possessed, the scarred man who kept getting in Harry's face said. You know who could be listening to us right now. He has to go, he snarled, making the teens glare at him. Shut it, Dick, Kyle snapped, slamming his fist to the table. He wasn't going to let this petty man run off Harry. You have no idea what you're talking about. If Tom was listening to us, he would have found us ages ago. Kyle is right, Bill said, glaring at the man. We would know if Harry was possessed. There would be signs, and he isn't showing any of them. His eyes are clear and he doesn't have moments he can't remember. No one has seen him wandering around like a zombie. You have no clue what you're talking about, so keep your opinion to yourself. He snapped. Harry isn't going anywhere, so drop it, Dick, Kingsley stated. We need to worry about the ones we can't get. Now that we know where they are, we need to figure out a way to either destroy them from afar or get in to steal them. Well, we can't sneak into any of those places. All but Gringotts are under Tom's control, Bill said, and we all know trying to steal from Gringotts is suicide. He knew all the fail-safes the bank employed. There would be no way to get in and out of there safely. I guess we'll just have to try harder to find a way to destroy them from here, Hermione said. Still sniffling as she, Harry, Neville and Luna retook their seats. Her hand was clinging to Harry's in a death grip. She was relieved that he didn't have to die. But she wasn't going to let go just yet. Talks went on for 10 minutes, but they were getting nowhere. They needed more information. I've been thinking, Harry said, changing the subject, his mind still not accepting that he was a sole container of Tom. Not about the Horcruxes, but about training the adults to use spells they already know in combat. Ron and I took on and defeated a mountain troll with a simple levitation spell. If they could use banishing and cutting spells in a fight, they could be more resourceful. That is not a bad idea, Kingsley said thoughtfully. We'll still work on their shielding, but we'll start incorporating the household spells in their training. Luna thought of it, Harry said, giving his blonde friend a huge smile. There are many spells and charms that can be used, Flitwick said. Being the dueling expert, he and the other teachers had been so frustrated at how much people had forgotten. Then again, there hadn't been a good Dada teacher in over 30 years. When are we going to trap the Death Eaters? Harry asked, itching to get started on fighting back. When we get the adults trained enough to at least defend themselves enough to get away. We've brought most of his targets here, and unless he starts taking out his allies, I think you bought us time, Kingsley answered, though he too was getting antsy. Yeah, he's still right angry at that, Harry chuckled. See, he is possessed, Dick stated smugly. You can fucking leave, Harry snapped, pointing at the irritating man. You've been nothing but a thorn in my side since you got here. Like I told you before, either fight with me or get the fuck out of my way, he snarled, leaning over the table. Dick, Harry's right, we don't need your negativity right now. If you don't want to help, then stick with the non-combatants. Now let's get back to what we're going to teach the newbies, Kingsley said, hoping to calm the volatile teen. Harry just sat back and continued to sneer at Dick. The meeting continued along that vein, for the next hour. Dick kept shooting Harry leery looks. Harry knew he'd have to watch out for him. He didn't know how the intent wards worked once one was inside the keep. They had dungeons for a reason after all. Soon enough they called it a night and everyone separated. Neville, Harry, Hermione, and Luna were walking to the stairs, when Hermione tugged Harry into an empty sitting room. Neville and Luna followed with bewildered looks on their faces. I didn't want to say anything at the meeting, but while I was researching the Horcruxes, I came across this book. You'll never guess what it says, she said excitedly, taking a green leather-bound book from her bag, after she threw up some privacy wards. Now you know I don't like divination, but this isn't quite like that. The person who wrote this was more of a philosopher. They theorized that magic will take care of itself. According to this, there is a reason why Dumbledore, Tom and Harry are so much more powerful than anyone else. It is a quirk of magic. There must be balance. So for every powerful evil there is a powerful good. Most of the population is neutral. War is magic's way of maintaining this balance. If a nation goes too long without conflict, it becomes stagnant. She bounced in place, making Harry's and Neville's eyes drift from her face for a minute. But, there's no way I'm as powerful as Tom or Dumbledore. Harry denied, as if just realizing what she said, only to see his three friends look at him in exasperation. Look at Neville, these last few months showed that he's quite a powerhouse as well. He said, waving his hand at his new best mate. Yeah, but, Harry, I'm nowhere near your level, the sandy-haired teen replied. I mean, my Patronus isn't nearly as strong as yours. Even with my new wand. Yours caused hundreds of Dementors to flee, mine only drives off around 10. You can't deny what you are, mate, he added, clapping his hand on Harry's back. Oh, Harry, you are letting the Raxperts back. Don't be silly. Of course you are just as strong as Tom, Luna said as she sidled up to the dark-haired teen and gave him a one-armed hug. No, I don't believe this theory. It's like you're saying magic is a deity or something, Harry said as he turned to Hermione. Harry, think of it as one if you must, but history shows this to be true. I mean, think about those we know. Merlin and Morgana, Grindelwald and Dumbledore. Every time there is a great evil there is a great good. Look, there is a ritual that will tell who is most powerful of this time. It will prove to you that I'm correct. She answered forcefully. She always knew that Harry was a powerful wizard. His years at Hogwarts showed it. It frustrated her so that he still thought so little of himself even when his power was all but shoved in his face. Damn those Dursleys and Dumbledore, if it weren't for them always keeping him away from his true potential, she wouldn't have to work so hard to make him see just how good he was. It was the one thing she cursed the headmaster for. Yeah, what about Herpo the Fowl? No one rose up and took care of him. For all we know he's still lurking around somewhere, he stated smugly. Honestly, Harry, really, Herpo. No one knows what happened to him, the records burned with Alexandria. For all we know there was a great hero, she huffed, folding her arms at his argument. For the sake of argument, let's say I do this ritual and it proves that I am equal to Tom, then what? He asked, gently setting Luna aside. She just gave him a dreamy SM. Eowyn took the book from Hermione and started flipping through. I mean, it's not like it will give me the power the Dark Lord knows not. What good will it do to know? And if it gets out that it is true, then what? We just got everyone to fight for themselves. If they find out that I am Tom's equal, then they might fall back on that hero worship I just stopped. Well, we can do it without anyone knowing. It really is a simple ritual and it would only take the 4 of us to do it, Hermione answered, biting her lip. 2 females and 2 males is perfect. Fred and George found a hidden room in the west corner tower. It's basement level and used for the more powerful rituals. I think it's where Merlin performed all of his, judging from the rune schemes they brought me and a few journals I found of Ashley's. We should do it there, just in case I'm right. Fine, but if the people start talking about me again, I'm blaming you, Harry sighed, defeated once more by the great Hermione logic. Wonderful, she squealed and then grabbed his hand and started to the western tower. It's getting right on midnight, so we're just in time, but we should hurry so we can set up. I knew you'd say yes. So I have everything in my purse. A very amused Neville and Luna tagged along. They looked at each other and held back their mirth. The 4 teens made it to the tower and Hermione took them to a blank wall. She tapped her wand on a spot about shoulder high and a door appeared. Now what? Chapter 9. Now what? Thank you, Daryl Deem and Alex 33, for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. Believe it or not, I used to be a practicing Wiccan, but depression and other things took my spirituality away. So I do know a bit about rituals, and I used the net to get the definition of the candle and herbs. I know that meditation takes a lot more than one day, but I didn't want to draw it out, laziness on my part, and it plays into the powerful Harry aspect of the story. I hope you enjoy. This is mostly filler. Thanks for all your reviews and support. Before they entered the door, Harry looked at Hermione and said, "Are you sure we should do this? I mean, even if you're correct, then what? How will I tap into this so-called power?" He was hesitant to go through that door. It might change his entire life again. And considering that his life had never truly been stable since he got his Hogwarts letter. Well, he broke off that train of thought. Still the thought to doing something that will change it made him pause. "Harry," she said softly, laying a hand on his arm, "we really need to know. If it isn't you, it could be someone who isn't with us right now. If that's true then we need to find them and bring them here. If it is you then, well, we'll just have to find the right meditation to tap into your core. Right, okay, I can do this. I really hope it's someone else." And with that the 4 teens turned to the door and Harry reached out a hand, turned the silver-handled knob and opened it. Inside the room was much like the Wardstone room, only larger and without the crystal. The floor was hard-packed dirt and the walls were white marble. There was no source for light blue light that filled the room. It was like it was just coming from everywhere and nowhere at the same time. There were runes everywhere, even the ceiling, and only Hermione and Luna had any idea what they meant. They wandered around the room in awe, touching the walls and examining the large circle on the floor. This circle had a 5-pointed star in the middle and there were symbols that were not runes. "Oh, will we be calling them?" he asked, moving on to a marking that looked like a head surrounded by a mane of leaves. He wasn't sure how he felt about that, never being one of religion, but having a healthy fear of making demands on unknown gods. "No, silly, those deities died ages ago," Luna answered, still looking at the walls. "Or they could be sleeping, one really never knows." "I didn't know gods could die or sleep," Neville said as he joined Harry. "If they have no worshippers, they fade," was the blonde's answer. "What do you think happened to the Roman and Greek gods, silly?" She flashed him a wistful smile and Neville gave a sheepish grin in return. "All right, let's get set up. It's only a few minutes until midnight," Hermione said as she glanced at her watch, and then she pulled a large royal blue candle etched with yellow runes from her purse. "We need to stand at the direction points. Harry, you're at the north, Luna the east, Neville the south and I'll take the west." She walked the candle to the middle of the circle and placed it there. Then she took out a small bag of herbs. A pungent aroma filled the air as she sprinkled them around the candle. "What are those for?" Neville asked as he did a point me spell to find the southern point. "Well, the people from Merlin's time believed in the power of herbs. Each one had a power to draw an essence from who they believed to be gods and goddesses. What I have here is bracken for magical runes, orange bergamot to draw magical power and wisteria for balance. The candle had to be soaked in an infusion of these three. And the runes were drawn on the new moon," the curly-haired teen explained as she took her spot on the west. "We really should be doing this on a full moon, but since it is during the waning moon we should be okay. We should also be sky-clad, but that's to channel power, and I am sure our wands will do it for us." She was more of the belief that it would be Harry's power that would help the ritual. The two boys blushed, and they glanced at the very healthy bodies of the girls, glad they wouldn't be distracted, but a tad disappointed as well. "Honestly, boys," Hermione huffed, though her cheeks were pink as well. Luna looked like she was more than ready to shed her clothes, but Hermione gave her a hard look, so she didn't. "What do we do now?" Harry asked as he took his spot on the north, which happened to be the top point of the star. He had never been part of a ritual, unless you count Tom's return, and he really hoped this wasn't like that one. "First, I have to close the circle, so no magic escapes," Hermione said, worrying her lip. She left her spot and drew her wand, traced the circle clockwise, mumbled something under her breath, and then, when she returned, to her spot, the etched circle flared white. "Now we call upon magic to assist us." "What?" came two confused male voices. Luna just gave a dreamy smile. "It's really simple. Take out your wands, turn to the wall. Raise them and say, 'I call upon the element of your direction, to aid me in my quest,' Harry first, then Luna and so on." Harry, feeling really silly, did as she bid and drew his wand, turned, and said, "I call upon the element of the north to aid me in my quest." He felt a cold breeze in the windowless room and shivered. He was going to ask, but decided to wait until the R3 did their incantation, and then he turned when Hermione said to. Harry forgot all about asking. When he noted the blue candle was burning brightly, he didn't know if Hermione had lit it or it started burning on its own. The yellow runes were now bright gold and seemed to be waiting for something. The herbs that were scattered around the candle were shimmering. "Okay, point your wands at the candle and say, 'We ask magic to tell us the pair, who leads to light or gives despair,'" Hermione said, lifting her wand. "We have to say it together, so, on my nod." Feeling even sillier, the other three teens did as requested, and a white light flew from 4 directions and hit the candle. They watched as its flame flared. The light almost blinded them, and they had to shield their eyes. When it vanished, so had the candle and the herbs. In their place was a single piece of parchment. Harry was just about to go and get it when Hermione stopped him. "Wait," she cried, holding up her left hand, "we have to dismiss the elements. This time I'll start, then Neville, and you all repeat after me." She turned to the wall and said, "Thank you, element of the west, for aiding on my quest. I release you." The bemused teens followed suit and the chilly wind died when Harry said the words. "Okay, now you can read it," the curly-haired witch said. She sagged a bit. It had taken more out of her than she thought it would. Perhaps she shouldn't have changed the ritual quite so much. She was just so sure that they wouldn't need to follow it exactly. Unknown to Hermione had it not been for the fact that Harry was there. The ritual would not have worked, and they would be more exhausted. However, magic itself decreed that they know the outcome. Neville and Luna weren't much better, but Harry was still standing strong. Making Hermione sure what names were on that paper, Harry slowly made his way to the center. He picked up the parchment and read, Harry James Potter and Tom Marvolo Riddle. The dark-haired teen sighed. His shoulders sagged. He had really hoped it would be someone else. The other three came up and read the paper. Neville clapped him on the back and said, better you than me, mate. Harry gave him a defeated smile. He would have said the same. Oh, Harry, I am sorry. I know how much you did not want this. Don't worry, we will find a way to keep the Raxperts from invading you, Luna said, giving the depressed teen a hug. Harry, just because you now know doesn't mean you're different. You are the same boy you were when you entered this room, Hermione stated firmly, putting her hand on his arm and gently squeezing it in a comforting manner. Now what? Harry asked as he squared his shoulders, looking at his best friends, hoping they had the answer, because he was clueless. He would take this like he had every other change in his life head on. Now, I am going to join you in your meditations. We are going to find your core and I will teach you how to touch it. It is really simple, Harry. Do not fret so, Luna said from her spot on his shoulder as she patted his chest. They all stood in thought for a few minutes, and then Harry sighed again and said, okay. Now we know, and like everything else we'll just deal with it. Don't tell anyone about this. I really don't want the hassle. Mum's the word, Neville said, turning to leave the room. When he got to edge of the protective circle he bounced back. Hermione giggled. We have to break the circle, she said, and went to the western point, pointed her wand at the floor and started walking counterclockwise to release the shield. When she was done, she rejoined her friends, still giggling. Right, Harry said with a chuckle and led the group out of the room. Did anyone feel anything when they called their element? It was weird. I felt a chilly wind. He gave a slight shiver at that. I felt a warm summer's breeze, Luna answered with a dazzling smile. It was quite a wonderful feeling. Her eyes glowed at the memory. It was like being hugged from her mum. I felt a hot wind, like sitting in front of a raging fire, Neville added thoughtfully. I felt the earth. I'm not sure how to explain it, it just felt earthy, Hermione said, a confused look on her face. Well, I guess there's something to these rituals after all, Harry stated as they walked the halls, glad they weren't at Hogwarts, where they would get in trouble for being out of bed so late. Honestly, Harry, of course there is. They were used for centuries, Hermione huffed and smacked his arm. The boys walked Hermione to her room and then Neville escorted Luna home, and then went to his house, while Harry snuck in the room he shared with Seamus. He crept to his bed, put his glasses on the nightstand and sat and cleared his mind. He would never get to sleep if he worried about the results of the ritual, so he put those thoughts away, laid down and fell into slumber. His dreams were peaceful, full of sky-clad women, and he got a good night's rest. The next morning he was met by Hermione, Ginny and Luna at the bottom of the stairs. Luna grabbed his hand in a friendly manner and skipped by his side. He gave her a fond smile and said good morning to the other two. What has you so perky today? Ginny asked the smiling Luna, a small frown on her lips as she glanced at the entwined hands. Harry has consented to let me help him with his meditation. I am going to help him with his Raxperts, the blonde answered, still skipping by Harry's side. I didn't know you had Raxperts, Harry, the redhead said, looking at her long-time crush. She was unsure of her feelings for this young man. He had, after all, broken up with her, but he never treated her unfairly. She was actually doing well with Dean and Ho. Happily they would get to be more after the war. They had gotten back together these last few frightful months at Hogwarts. I didn't either, until Luna pointed them out, Harry shrugged as they continued to the dining room. I thought your family moved to the village, he said, changing the subject. Luna he could understand being here this early, she seemed in charge of herself, but Ginny was still under the watchful eyes of Mrs. Weasley. We did, I was just spending the night with one of my year mates. She still gets nightmares about Hogwarts, so we take turns at sharing a room. Some nights she comes to my house. Others I spend with her. Mum offered to let her stay with us, but she doesn't want to live with so many males, Ginny answered sadly. Her friend, Carol, had been accosted by a group of male Slytherins who worshipped Voldemort. They were caught before it went too far. They only jeered at her and pushed her around, but Carol still had nightmares. It was one of the things that perplexed her about Snape. He was the one to prevent the assault, though he did blame Carol for wandering where she wasn't supposed to be, which was ridiculous since she was headed to class, but he still stopped the attack. Ginny still hadn't talked to her dad about it. It had just been too busy around here. She'd do that tonight. "Oi, Potter," came an unwelcome yell as they entered the dining room. "Why wasn't I called to the meeting last night? I've done just as much as you. And what are you doing holding hands with Loony? My sister not good enough for you. First you dump my sister, then you steal my girl. And now you're cozying up with Lovegood. What the bloody hell are you playing at?" Harry's former friend shouted from down the table, food spraying the people in front of him, making them stand up and shout. "Oops, sorry," Ron said as he swallowed his food. The two people just glared and moved, leaving the redhead alone. The group of friends stopped and turned to the redheaded idiot. "First of all, you would have to ask your parents why you weren't at the meeting. I didn't organize it. Second of all, who I date or don't date is none of your business," Harry stated as calmly as he could. Many people were already watching them and he didn't want to air his dirty laundry here. Luna looked dreamily at Ron and airily said, "Oh, Ronald, you have nargles. I wonder where they came from. There is no mistletoe here." She glanced at the ceiling, just in case she was wrong, but it was free of the offending plant. "Shut up, Lovegood, no one asked you," Ron snapped, causing 3 of the 4 teens to turn red with anger. Harry opened his mouth to shout back, but Ginny beat him to it. She stalked up to her brother and pulled him off the bench by his ear. "You'd better watch out, brother of mine," she snarled in his face, "or I'm going to hex you so bad you'll be out of training for a week. Aren't you upset that your boyfriend is holding hands with Loony?" The confused teen asked. "Harry is not my boyfriend. We broke up. Luna is a dear friend that just happens to like to touch. Besides, like Harry said, it is not your business," she snapped. She still hadn't told her brothers about Dean. Not after the way they hassled him the last time they dated. Well, what's going on here then?" Fred asked as he grabbed his sister's shoulder and gently pulled her back. "Ron is being a prat," Ginny said as she shrugged his hand off, her eyes never leaving Ron's face. "Ronnikins, do we have to have another talk?" George inquired in a neutral tone, though his eyes sparkled with mischief. "I would think after the last discussion, you'd have learned to leave Harry alone," Fred said just as blandly. "I did, but look at him. He's holding hands with Loony right in front of Ginny," Ron defended himself, shuddering at the thought of last talk he had with the twins. They didn't hurt him, but the spiders they conjured up and made crawl his way were food for the nightmares he had for days after. The twins turned and glanced at the intertwined hands and smiled. "Harry, you dog you," Fred said jovially. "Why didn't you tell us that you were getting serious?" George added with a big grin. "What are you on about? Luna is my friend," Harry said, giving the blonde a fond smile, which was returned. Maybe after the war they could be more, but for now, he'd stick with friendship. She was, after all, very pretty and kind. She seemed to understand him as much as Hermione. "Wait, why aren't you mad at him? He broke Ginny's heart. Now he's flaunting his new relationship in front of her," Ron said, glaring at Harry, which turned to a hurt expression when Ginny hit him on the head. "You have rocks for brains, you know that, right?" she asked as she went back to her friend's side. "Honestly, Ronald, even I can see there's nothing romantic going on here," Hermione scolded, trying to keep this from escalating. "Why don't we just sit and eat breakfast? You stay there and we'll sit over here." She pointed to the other end of the table, which she started for. She had hoped that there would be reconciliation, but Ron's attitude was preventing that. Sometimes she wondered why she put up with him. When you can talk without insults and accusations, perhaps you can join us. Until then, I think it's best to maintain a Distance, she called over her shoulder as she moved to the far end of the table. Yeah, why change a good thing? You've been avoiding me, and I, for one, have enjoyed the peace, Harry said as he dragged Luna away. The rest of the group followed, leaving a very confused Ron behind. That didn't stop him from shooting glares at them. They ate a nice breakfast, which had the normal fare, but also had hot cereals to ward off the chill. Harry opted for oatmeal with cream and strawberries. Stasis charms were wonderful. They talked about what they were going to do today and soon broke off in groups. The twins, Seamus, Dean and Neville were still looking for secret passages. Hermione, of course, was going to the library, while Ginny was helping her mum. Harry and Luna were making their way to the Eastern Tower, to go to the meditation room. All right, Harry, sit where you normally do and start to clear your mind, only this time I am going to be speaking and guiding you to your core. Listen to the sound of my voice and try and let it direct you. Luna said after they lit the candles. Harry sat in the middle of the circle and fed his thoughts to the candle. Luna's dreamy voice was like a whisper in the back of his mind. She was telling him to find his center, which should be in the middle of his chest. He drifted in a dream-like motion, following her instructions. He felt the energy he always felt filling up his body. When he found his center, he looked at the large rainbow column of light. It seemed to thrum in time with his heartbeat. Have you found your center, Harry? Came the soft, airy question. Yeah, he answered in a whisper. Just staring at that column of light, watching it pulsate. All right, now I want you to try and touch it, was the instruction. Harry looked down and noticed that he was standing there. Like a ghost, he really didn't have a body. Just a form. He lifted his arm and moved forward. As he got closer to the light, he felt a warmth penetrate his soul. It was like feeling a mother's hug, all safe and warm. He reached out his non-corporeal hand and touched the light. Unknown to him, his body was radiating a bright, colorful glow as it lifted off the floor. He vaguely heard Luna gasp, but he was too enthralled with the light in front of him. All he wanted to do was walk into the center of the column and feel the power and the warmth. He felt that if he did, he would be the happiest he had ever been. All right, Harry, now take a small beam of that light and connect it to your chest, the dreamy voice said, stopping him from doing what he wanted. He did as he was told and now felt like he was in control of his magic for the first time in his life. What he had accomplished before was nothing to this overwhelming feeling of control. It was like he could take on anything and come out the victor. He wanted to stay here forever and just bask in the feeling. It's time to come back now, Harry. Let my voice lead your way. Slowly and softly Luna guided him back to reality. This time he felt himself land on the floor. He opened the eyes he didn't even know he had closed and smiled. That was bloody. Brilliant, he said, getting off the floor and stretching his entire body, feeling the power surge through him. You did very well, Luna said, getting up and giving him a hug, which he returned. I thought it would take a couple of sessions, but you did it the first time. You cannot deny it anymore. Harry's happy expression turned to a small frown. Even now, with all this power, I still don't know all the spells Tom does. He has years of experience. How am I going to beat him? Oh, Harry, Luna sighed. Did you not learn anything? Use what you know, silly, she said, pulling away from the hug and smacking him on the chest. Right, I forgot that, he said absent-mindedly. He was going over what the power the Dark Lord knew not was. What time is it? He asked. We have been at this for about an hour, so it is only around 9, she answered, once more grabbing his hand. The two teens left the tower and made their way to the library, which was brimming with students and refugees. They found Hermione, who was talking to Bill, and made their way over. Luna sat on Bill's right, while Harry sat next to Hermione. So, what is up? Are we going to remove the Horcrux from my scar? Harry asked as he glanced at the books surrounding the two researchers. They were all on soul magic. That's what we're discussing now. Yes, but there might be complications, Hermione answered, looking up from the book she was reading. Oh, what kind of complications? The dark-haired wizard asked with a frown. I've never done the spell on a human before. It shouldn't be too difficult, but I want to make sure nothing happens to you, Bill answered, still reading his tome and jotting down anything that caught his attention. Oh, Harry said, disappointed. He was hoping to get this done today. Don't worry, Harry, we'll figure this out. How was your meditation? Hermione asked, changing the subject. She didn't want Harry to worry about this right now, not when he looked so happy. She glanced at Bill, making sure he wasn't paying attention. He wasn't. Great. I feel revitalized, Harry said, throwing his arm over her shoulder and giving her a hug. Wonderful, she said as she returned the hug. I need to get back to this, but I'm glad you're feeling better, and she started reading her book. Harry soon got bored and wandered to the Sally. He was watching the adults and they were getting better. Now they were using knives to banish to the targets. A lot of them were hitting the dummies pretty accurately. One woman banished her knife and it buried right into the head. She got a sadistic grin on her face and Harry knew she wouldn't back down, which made him feel a whole lot better. Preparations. Chapter 10 Preparations. A big thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. I'm missing something. I don't know what, and I've reread the story a few times to try and figure it out. I remember it right before I go to sleep, but forget it upon waking. If you could point out anything I brought up in the past chapters that I seem to have dropped, give me a review or PM me and let me know. I just want to say that I do know the difference between Bill and I, and me and Bill. I do it for character. Someone pointed out that I picked the wrong person for this laziness. However, I feel that the Weasleys are laid-back people and even if they know better, they would fall into a more comfortable way of talking, especially since they surround themselves with common people. Well, except Percy. I, myself, feel I'm well versed in the English language, it being my mother tongue, and I still find myself saying, me and so and so. Well, I speak well, but writing, not so much. I blame it on my dyslexia. You will note in most of my stories I have someone speaking proper English. It is one of the few characters I can pull off well. Thanks for all your support and reviews. 3 weeks is what it took to get the refugees in shape. They could now erect shields and banish their knives at targets. Cutting curses were also used to take down the dummies. The DA wasn't idle either. They learned a multitude of old spells. They all practiced daily, even the healers and non-combatants. Everyone in the fortress could now defend themselves enough to get away and hide. Harry would watch the practices with a huge grin. Everything was coming together. Halstead was now running like a small town. There were even a few shops set up for bartering. Mostly for altered clothing and things that were found on the 8th floor and fixed. People were tending the greenhouses and livestock with the house elves. There were plenty of others to help the healers. Mostly everyone was working together to keep the fortress up and running. There were a few that complained about the hard work, like Ron and Dick, but they were told to suck it up and get busy. Harry had made one more speech to get the crowd motivated. He remembered Luna's warning and didn't make any promises. He simply told them that they were doing well and soon they would all end this war. He encouraged them to help others with spell work and practice. Every day, away from prying eyes, Harry would practice his power deep within the woods. He had to dodge his stalkers, Ron and Dick, but he used his cloak to avoid the two. He knew why Dick was following him, but he had no clue what was up with Ron. When he got to a clearing he took what he knew and used it well. He had to learn control. Because the first time he did a blasting curse he took out 3 trees. And while he would be more than happy to use that kind of strength on Voldemort, the destruction could harm any ally in the area. So he learned to narrow the spell so it wasn't so widespread. It took a week, but now he was able to blast a branch at a time. Remus used the woods to transform on the full moon and the wards kept the werewolf from the keep. Which made a lot of people relax. His transformation reminded the leaders that Tom recruited werewolves so they scrounged up silver knives and practiced spells that would create silver darts. Though there was a comment that removing the head worked just as well and an overpowered cutting curse would do just that. Those 3 weeks passed in a flurry of activity. And there was a meeting tonight and the same people as before were there. It was just after dinner and they were gathered in the portal room. Kingsley once again took control. We've got the refugees doing well. They can watch our backs. Or protect the non-combatants. If we use the wards as a shield they should be able to help with the trap. Harry, what is your plan? The bald man asked as he looked at the teen in question. Well, I've been talking to Ashley, who has been loads of help, and we decided that most of the trap will have to take place outside the wards, which end at the walls. We'll need a group of people who aren't afraid to get their hands dirty, to hide out there. Then we call Tom's made-up name, and when they pop in, we attack. McGonagall and I have been teaching a few people how to transfigure them into rocks. Then we should be able to put them in the magic null cells. Harry explained the bare bones of his plan. Or we could simply kill them. Either way doesn't bother me, he added with a shrug. That's a good start, Kingsley nodded. We'll refine it with the team doing the ambush. Who wants to volunteer? He asked, looking at the people seated. Harry, McGonagall, Flitwick, Remus, Kyle, Dick, Neville, Hermione and Luna raised their hands. Tonks pouted and held her bulging belly. We should also have people on the walls. There are quite a few muggles that are dead accurate with arrows. They can stay behind the wards and fire from there. You 9 will be outside the walls under a disillusionment charm or blinds. Don't wait, as soon as they apparate in fire. If you're going for the kill, do so at that moment. We will have the element of surprise, don't lose it. Like Harry said, we can't do this more than a few times before they catch on, so take advantage of it. Are you sure you want to kill them? There is a chance they can be reformed, Arthur said, remembering Dumbledore's words. Molly and a few others nodded with him. We have talked about this, Arthur. We are left with little choice at this point. There is no justice to be had at the Ministry while Tom is in control. The Aurors and Hit Wizards are all under his command. Any of the good ones are here, dead or fled early. Right now this is war. It is kill or be killed, Remus answered with a sad shake of his head. He thought all the talks they had in the last few weeks had stayed that naive notion. Remus is right, Mr. Weasley, Harry added, looking at the red-headed dad and hating to see the defeat in his eyes. I don't like it any more than you do, but it is time to put pacifism away and fight back. I know, but I think I will sit this one out. I can't bring myself to take a life, not unless I have to, Mr. Weasley slumped in his chair. Don't worry, Dad, me and Charlie will be staying out of it too, Bill said, reaching over the table and patting his father's arm. That does make me feel a bit better. Thank you, Bill. That meant all of the Weasleys were staying out of the fight. They would stay behind and protect the castle. Right, now you 9 and myself will get together in the morning and go and see where a good spot is, Kingsley said, moving the meeting along. Is there anything else we should know? Quote, we need more potioneers. The healers are running out of potions and they aren't talented in that area. While they can brew, they mostly relied on buying their potions. And they can't get in touch with their suppliers from here, Tonks said from her place at Remus's side. She was rubbing her belly and had a small grimace on her face. She had been having CK pains all day and it was uncomfortable sitting in this chair. Well, hell, Harry said, trying to think of anyone they could bring. Fred and George are pretty talented, we can ask them. That's a good idea, but they might not be able to keep up with demands, Kingsley nodded, also thinking of a solution. Can't the house elves go and purchase what's needed? Neville asked. They used their house elf for such things. And he was mighty glad that Kipper was with his gran, helping her with his parents. They tried, but there's 2 things holding them back. 1, no one brought any money and there's no way we can get to Gringotts. 2, Tom has closed all the stores in England to the public, she answered, her hair turning blue as she fidgeted in her seat. Is there any way to get gold outside of Britain? Harry asked as he turned to Bill. I have plenty in my vault and I can share a bit, he offered, thinking of his money just sitting there doing nothing. Perhaps he could get Dobby to make a withdrawal. But then he'd have to bind the elf. He looked at Hermione and cringed. Yeah, that wouldn't go over well. He'd talk to the little guy later to see what he could do. As far as he knew no one else in the keep had any money. Well, maybe some of the pure bloods, like the Greengrasses and the Longbottoms. He'd ask them later. I don't know the workings of Gringotts' banking system. I was a curse breaker. I can ask Fleur tonight, the oldest Weasley boy answered with a shrug. Bill, I'm going to leave you in charge of finding a way to get us money so the house elves can buy what we need. Talk to the richer among us and see if they can contribute, Kingsley stated, then turned back to the room. What else? Ginny approached me the other day with some concerns about Severus, Arthur said hesitantly, knowing what he was about to say would start arguments. She thinks he may actually be on our side. From what she and a few others told me, it might actually be true. There were shouts of denial that Snape would do anything but kill and maim. That slimy bastard killed Dumbledore, Harry spat as he rose from his chair to be heard, his mind flashing back to the dead body of the headmaster falling off the tower. He's proved what side he's on. He sat back down and took a deep breath, trying to get control over his anger. Luna put a hand on his shoulder to steady him and he gave her a thankful grin. Yes, but, according to Ginny and her friends, he also protected the kids as best as he could. If he were a true Death Eater, he wouldn't have done that, Mr. Weasley argued softly. He then told them what the kids had told him about all the times Snape rescued them from the Slytherins and the Carrows. His mind was confused, but if Severus could be saved, shouldn't they be doing what they could to help him? Even if all that is true, we can't trust him. And even if he is on our side, which I completely doubt, his dark mark won't make it through the wards, Harry said. In complete denial that Snape of all people might be on the light side. Well, he didn't know for a fact that the dark mark would prevent him from entering, but he really didn't want that slime ball anywhere near him. Okay, we'll shelve that for now. Anything else? Kingsley asked, running a hand over his head. He was tired. He had been training people for a month now, and it was getting exhausting. He looked around the room and could tell almost everyone was in the same state. They would have to use the rituals to revitalize before they carried out the trap. We'll be eating game along with our beef, pork and chicken. Charlie and a few muggles are going hunting in the woods. Halstead was not prepared for all these people. With only one house elf here, for however long the poor dear was alone, there just isn't enough food. While there is still livestock they don't want to run out, Molly answered as she tried to think of ways to get more food to the keep. We emptied out quite a few houses that are now standing there full of food. Why don't we do some raiding? We can either get the house elves to pop over and bring provisions, or we can go ourselves, though I don't really like that last part, Hermione said, tapping her chin in thought. Yes, and they can also raid the greenhouses at Hogwarts, McGonagall said with a small bit of pride in her voice, nodding her head. She always knew Miss Granger was a very smart witch. She was very proud of her little lion. Those are both excellent ideas. Molly, Pomona and Minerva, you get with the elves and set it up, Kingsley stated, and the three women nodded in agreement. Suddenly there was a loud cry of pain, making everyone's head snap to where Tonks was sitting. She was grabbing her belly and groaning loudly. Her hair was cycling through so many colors. So quickly they couldn't keep track. Oh dear, looks like it's time, Molly said, rushing to the girl's side. Oh, sweet Merlin, that hurt, Tonks said when the contraction passed. Come, dear, let's get you to the hospital floor. I'm not sure if they have a maternity ward, but they will get you as comfortable as possible, Mrs. Weasley said, pulling her gently out of her chair and guiding her to the door. Shouldn't we levitate her? A very concerned Remus asked as he went to his wife's side and took the other arm. No, the walking will do her good, Molly answered with a motherly smile, patting the protesting Tonks on the arm. I'm going to kill you, just thought you should know, Tonks said to the werewolf as she clutched her back in discomfort. Yes, dear, was the only answer she got. The trio made their way out the door and the rest could hear Tonks groan in pain and spit threats at Remus. Well, that was fun, Kyle said with a chuckle, making the R.'s laugh with him as they heard another dire threat float through the door. Will she be okay? Harry asked, looking worriedly at the door. She will be fine, Luna said, patting him on the arm. She is only having a baby. Right now that the excitement is over, Hermione, how is the Horcrux situation? Kingsley asked, bringing the attention back to the meeting. Well, we've found a way to get the one in Harry's scar gone. And we're close to getting the rest nullified. It seems that Herpo the Foul had a way to draw them all to one location. He was scared that people would find them and wanted a way to bring them to where he was. It was one of the reasons no one ever discovered where his was located. He would simply call it to another vessel, she said, bouncing in her chair. You mean to say that man might still be around? Dick asked as he glared at Harry. He was still under the impression that the boy was possessed. He had been keeping a very close eye on their savior. No, Bill answered firmly, shooting a glare at the annoying man. It is a little-known fact that the human soul can't survive without its host. The ones we found in Egypt were mostly defunct with only a residue of the original soul piece. He never liked this guy, and he had no idea why Kingsley kept bringing him to these meetings. That's right, according to our research they won't survive after 500 years, Hermione agreed. Pulling out her notes. Well, we can't wait that long to get rid of Tom, so do what you have to do to get rid of the one in Harry, Kingsley ordered. We'll do it tonight, Bill stated. We'll have to use Merlin's ritual room, Hermione said thoughtfully. Wait, does Tom know about this? Harry asked, worry showing on his face. We don't know. The book was really old and hard to understand. However, I don't believe so. The book read like a journal. It was really dark. We're not sure who wrote it, but from what we could get it might have been an apprentice of her pose. We can't take the chance that Tom knows, so when we get them here, we'll have to destroy the soul pieces right away, Hermione answered as she shoved her unread notes in her bag. Which reminds me, Harry. We did find the good man who took down her Poe. His name was Darius and he killed him with a sword, so there, she added smugly. Harry just stuck his tongue out at her, and the rest of the group, barring Luna and Neville, looked at the two confused. Right, well, then it's agreed. Moving on, is there anything else? The bald man asked. There were, no's, and shaking of heads, so he called an end to the meeting and everyone left, except Bill, Hermione and Harry. Neville and Luna both asked if they could help, but Bill said the fewer people the better, so they both left reluctantly. Are you ready for this, Harry? Hermione asked, putting her hand on his arm. Yeah, I want that bastard out of my head, he answered, patting her hand reassuringly. While his nightmares were gone, Till felt the creature's anger and it was irritating. Tom was mad all the time and it interfered with Harry's meditation. All right, let's get this done, Bill said, standing and making his way to the door. The trio made their way to the ritual room and Bill had Harry stripped down and lay in the middle of the star, which caused both teens to blush furiously. Hermione pulled out a large green crystal, about the size of her hand, and placed it by Harry's head. Bill closed the circle and stood at the dark-haired boy's side. All right, Harry, this will be really easy, the redhead stated in a calm voice. You just lay there and meditate. Me and Hermione will do the rest. We're going to be pulling anything foreign away from you. That might just be your clothes as well. Like I said, I haven't done this on a human before. So why take the chance? Bill answered as he smirked at both teens, embarrassment. Right now, I need you to start mediating. Then when you've found your center, I want you to enter your core. This will give us the power to blast the Horcrux out of your head. Then me and Hermione will trap it in the crystal. So Harry started his journey to his core. He soon stood outside the column and basked in the warmth. He heard Bill say to enter it, and cautiously made his way there. When he was completely encased in the light, his whole body lifted 5 feet off the floor, and She radiated a light so blinding that Bill and Hermione had to shield their eyes. Bill conjured some sunglasses, handed a pair to the witch and lifted his wand. He said the incantation to repel any foreign objects out of Harry. A dark wraith burst forth from the scar and shrieked its defiance about being aborted. Bill and Hermione corralled the wraith and shoved it in the crystal, which promptly turned black. Harry cried out in pain as his magic purified his body. This had an unexpected side effect. The basilisk venom and the phoenix tears started pouring out of his pores and dripping on the floor, creating a small puddle that ran down to where the crystal was. The combined power of the two liquids made for a powerful elixir, one part to kill, and the other to cleanse. When it hit, the crystal started to melt, making the spirit scream again. It turned from black to clear as it too was cleansed and was now a solid plate pure crystal. The two not screaming had to cover their ears and watch in helplessly as their friend started rotating around until he was facing the floor. Little things like splinters and bits of dirt also flew out of his body. A plethora of curses, dark and light, med to add to his already glowing body until they fade away. A tar-like substance dripped from his scar and trailed to the floor and sizzled when it hit the puddle. 2 long minutes later, the screaming stopped. But Harry was still floating. Hermione carefully reached over and guided him away from the puddle. When they got clear, Bill started to frantically talk to Harry, trying to get him out of his core. "Harry, if you can hear me, you need to come back now," he said as calmly as he could. The dark-haired teen didn't say a word. He was being comforted by his magic and didn't want to leave. Hermione started to stroke his back in an attempt to let him know she was there. "Harry, please come back," she whispered into his ear, desperation lacing her voice. "Please, we need you." Harry, hearing the anxiety in his friend's voice, slowly pulled out of the overwhelming feeling of power. He was very reluctant to leave. He had never felt so clean in his entire life. It was like his very soul was purified. But Hermione sounded like she needed him, so he made his way back to reality. He was still glowing, so he tried to draw the light back into his body. It worked and he no longer was a human torch. "Well, that was unexpected," Bill said with a huge smile. "What happened?" Harry asked as he made his way to where his clothes and glasses were, only to be thwarted by the circle, which a blushing Hermione quickly took down. The dark-haired teen quickly made his way to the pile and donned his underwear. Bill told him what occurred and Harry grunted when he was done, not sure what to say. "Why haven't you told anyone you hold that kind of power? It would have been nice to know before we did this, so I could have been prepared," the redhead chastised them. "I just don't want to deal with the hero worship if it gets out." "Sorry, we weren't trying to make things difficult," Harry said, sheepishly as he pulled on his pants. "I get that, I really do, but you need to let those who are fighting with you know what to expect," Bill said, folding his arms. "If plans are being made, then they need to know all the facts." "Fine, I'll tell people tomorrow," Harry sighed, pulling on his shirt and putting on his glasses. He shoved his bare feet into his trainers and put his socks in his pocket. "It will be all right, Harry," Hermione stated, coming up to the now clothed teen and putting her arm around his waist. She knew how he felt about getting attention. "I know it's just," he said, throwing his arm around her shoulder. "You'll always have me," she said, patting his chest and leaning her head against his shoulder. Bill watched the two friends comfort one another and then cleared his throat. "We should put this in a vial," he said, waving to the puddle. "It might be useful." "What is it, anyway? And how did it get in your body?" So Harry told his story about his second year, which made the redhead sad that his little sister had to suffer so, but very, very thankful that Harry had saved her. His parents never told him the full story, only that Ginny had been hurt and would require a mind healer for the summer. They had asked if he could contribute to her medical cost and he gladly sent them some money. If they had told him about the diary, he probably would have known about the Horcruxes much sooner, which proved his point about people holding things back. "Thank you," Bill said, giving the teen a one-armed hug. "I will always be in debt to you for saving my sister." "She's family," Harry answered, not wanting to brush his thanks aside, but still not liking being praised. "Still, you saved her," the tall redhead said as he pulled away from the teen and looked him in the eye. "Okay, let's bottle this and then get to bed," Hermione said, tired from the spell. She pulled out a vial and handed it to Bill. "Right," Bill nodded, waved his wand, guided the puddle into the vial, pocketed it and led the way out the door. They parted at the bottom of the stairs and Hermione and Harry made their way to their beds, both still blushing as they said good night. The next morning Harry took Kingsley aside and told him about his newfound power. Kingsley scolded him for not letting the group know sooner, and then started making plans to incorporate it into the trap. Soon enough the group of 10 stood outside the wards, looking for an area they could lay the ambush. Remus was grinning like a fool and told everyone who would listen that he was the proud father of a healthy baby boy. He, of course, immediately asked Harry to be godfather, and he was more than happy when Harry gave him a big hug and told him yes. The rest of the team all congratulated him and then set their minds to the task at hand. They ventured about 20 feet from the walls, and found a clearing in the trees. It was open to the fortress, so the people on the walls could fire if they needed to. While they were scouting the area for hiding places, they heard a loud noise come from the woods. They all turned and lifted their wands. Hagrid and his very tall brother came into their sight, along with a herd of centaurs. Grop was thundering through the trees looking like a lost child. He was tied to Hagrid with a large thick rope on the wrist of his right arm. The other end was tied around his big brother's waist. The half-giant was cooing and consoling his little brother to come along. The centaurs were way behind them, keeping their distances from the young giant. Hagrid, the call went out, and the group lowered their wands. No one approached, not knowing how the young giant would react. "All right, you lot," the bruised and battered half-giant said as he patted his brother's leg to keep him calm. "All right, Hagrid," Harry answered. "How did you make it back?" "'Twere easy, just had to follow the path," Hagrid said with a big smile. "Oh," was all Harry could think of saying. "I'm goin' ter get Grop settled nearby. I brung this lot with me, 'cause they were being 'unted," Hagrid stated, waving his large arm to the horse people. Then he took his brother's hand and led him back into the woods. The centaurs veered off and circled around the two brothers. They looked a bit beat up as well. It must have been a long journey. The leader of the centaurs came up to Harry and gave a short bow. "Hagrid has told us that you would offer a sanctuary. He informed us that there were odds here that we could dwell in until this conflict you were fighting is over. Yeah, and if you could lend us your expertise in using bows and arrows, that'd be good. Not that I'm saying you have to, but every little bit helps," Harry said, shooting a look to Kingsley, who was making his way to the two. He looked over the herd and didn't see any of the centaurs he knew, Bane, Firenze, Megorian or Ronan. He didn't want to ask what happened to them, since the ones here all looked pensive and nervous, if the hoof stomping was anything to go by. "Mars is very bright. I feel that we have no choice but to lend our arms," the leader, who still hadn't introduced himself, stated as his tail swished and his back legs stomped the ground. "Right, thanks for that. My name is Harry Potter. May I have yours?" the dark-haired boy asked. "I am Gulland," the centaur answered, with a bob of his head. "Good to meet you, Gulland. I'm Kingsley. I'd love to talk to you, but right now we're in the middle of something. Perhaps you should get with Professor McGonagall and figure out a way your herd can get to the walls. You can give us a hand on our plan and she'll tell you what we're up to," Kingsley said, shaking Gulland's hand and waving to the Transfiguration teacher, who was standing off to the side. The leader nodded his head and made his way to the professor. They moved towards the gate and the herd followed. "Well, that was unexpected," Kyle said with a grin. "Let's get back to planning," Kingsley said, and they once again scouted the area. It didn't take long. There were plenty of places to take cover. The head Auror would get with the centaurs and the muggles to make plans for the walls. The group had a quick discussion and decided the sooner the better, so they set the date for the trap in a few days' time. Then they broke off to do other things. It was still rather early in the day, so Harry and his friends made their way to the dungeon to talk to the twins. They found them in the labs, brewing Merlin knew what. "Fred, George," Harry said, when they got to a point they weren't stirring. The twins turned, dropped something and pasted big smiles on their faces with innocent looks that fooled no one. "Harry, what can we do for you?" Fred said, tucking something under the bench with his foot. "Has anyone talked to you about brewing for the healers?" the dark-haired teen asked, looking under the bench and seeing a brown leather book. He squinted his eyes and peered through his glasses trying to see the title. "No. Why, do they need potions?" George asked as he nodded greetings to the others, who were coming into the room. "Yeah, seems they're running out, and while they can brew, it isn't something they can do well," Harry answered distractedly, still trying to read the title of the book. "What are you two hiding?" Hermione butted in, summoning the book to her hand. "Potions for battle. Why would you be hiding this? Have you found anything we could use?" she asked with a tilt of her head as she started flipping through the pages, Luna peering over her shoulder. Neville came up to Harry and nodded to the twins. "Well," Fred said, "we have found a few things. The problem is we can't get them to work. A few of the ingredients are extinct, so we're experimenting with modern stuff, but it's not going well," he admitted with a pink tint to his cheeks, hating to admit they had failed. "Have you asked Ashley? He might be helpful," Harry inquired as he glanced at the cauldron that was bubbling something toxic green. He wrinkled his nose at the smell and moved back. "We didn't think of that," George confessed, a bit embarrassed. "Never asked a ghost for help before. I'm about to go and find him." I'll ask for you, Harry replied, and then he looked at his friends. Anyone want to come with? Ashley had made himself scarce the last week or so, and Harry wanted to know if the ghost was okay. That and there was a question that had been bothering him. I think I'll stay here and help the twins, Hermione said, still thumbing through the book. I'm going to go and spend time with my parents, Neville added with a serene grin. He was still overjoyed to see his parents every day, even though it was bittersweet. They still didn't recognize him, but they were looking healthier, which again made him hopeful that they might one day return. I will accompany you, Harry, Luna said as she grabbed his hand in a now very familiar gesture, causing the twins to wink and nudge each other. Harry just rolled his eyes at their antics. So the couple took off to find the wayward ghost. The Puzzle. Chapter 11 The Puzzle. Thank you, Daryl Deem and Alex 33, for looking this over. A special thanks to Daryl Deem for rereading the story and pointing out a few things. All mistakes are my own. I'm changing the backstory of Beetle the Bard. Instead of him being around in the 15th century, he will have been born in the 5th, which of course changes the tale of the three brothers. Making them born before that. Thanks to all of you who pointed out what I was missing, this chapter hopefully covers some of those plot holes. Thanks again for your support. It was near noon when Harry and Luna found Ashley in the Key's office, which seemed to be his favorite place to haunt. The ghost was pacing from one end of the office to the other. He appeared T.O.B. deep in thought and turned when the couple entered. Harry escorted Luna to a chair and then took the other one. Hey, Ashley, I haven't seen you in a few days. Is everything all right? Harry asked, looking at the spirit. Oh, and this is Luna, he added, indicating the blonde. Yes, I have taken to keeping to myself. While it pleases my heart to see Halstead full again, I am unused to so much company. That and your Ravenclaws are quite inquisitive, Ashley said with a small smile. Good morning, Miss Lovegood, the ghost added with a small bow. Hello, Ashley, it is good to see you again. Luna greeted with a radiant smile. Yes, my housemates are very pushy. It is good that you can escape them through the ceiling. She gave a small giggle. At the thought, it would have been wonderful to have that ability while she was in Hogwarts. The thought of the looks on her tormentors' faces if she had done that caused her to giggle harder, which made Ashley and Harry give her confused looks. But she just waved them off as she tried to regain control of her tittering. Harry just shrugged his shoulder at her mirth and turned his attention to the ghostly host. Ashley, something's been bothering me, and not even Hermione can figure it out. I was hoping you could help. See, the headmaster left us some stuff in his will and they don't make any sense. They're supposed to be clues on how to defeat Tom. At least I think that is what they're for. His messages were vague as usual. Anyway, we're stumped, Harry said, slumping in his chair. Ashley drifted closer and took the chair behind the desk. What is it that he bequeathed you? Well, I got a snitch with a small note that says, I open at the close. Hermione got a book of fairy tales, Tales of Beetle the Bard, and Ron got a Deluminator. That's it. None of them seem tied to one another in any way. Like I said, we're stuck. They had spent many sleepless nights on this puzzle and got nowhere. I do not know what a Deluminator is, so I will be of little help there. But I have been pondering on your book of fairy tales. Beetle the Bard was a wonderful entertainer of my time. He would take folklore and turn them into children's stories or songs, and earn his keep while wandering. Such was the way of bards in my time. When he was going on 80, he settled down, and he decided to write the book. Books themselves were very rare back then and only the rich could afford them. Merlin acquired one for the keep. But alas, it was not in my studies and my master kept it with his other treasures. However, I saw him as a child, before Merlin apprenticed me. And he told the tale of the three brothers. I always found this story to be fascinating, and thus applied myself to researching the tale with fervor. The ghost's eyes lit up as well as non-corporeal eyes can. His ghostly form practically glowed with happiness at the memory. Have you read that section yet? Yeah, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head, trying to remember. Something about three brothers crossing a river and tricking Death, who gifted them some magical tools. If I remember correctly, all but one died young. In my research I came across many passages that claim this story to be true. It is of the Peverell brothers. It is said that death gave the Elder Wand to the oldest, the Resurrection Stone to the middle and the Cloak of Invisibility to the youngest. These are rumored to be very powerful artifacts, and when brought together they create the Deathly Hallows. The wand is preordained to be unbeatable, however, given its bloody history that is rendered not true. The ring calls up the shades of the dead, causing the person who does the summoning to fall into a great despair. The cloak will hide you from anything, including death. It is unknown what sort of power combining them might have, as no one has done it before, Ashley lectured, rubbing his beard. Luna's dreamy expression turned serious. Her father was obsessed with this story. He too believed it to be real. It is true, according to my daddy, many have tried and failed to reunite the Hallows. Well, that's all fine and good, but what does it have to do with my puzzle? Harry asked, tilting his head to the side. I do believe you have 2 of these items in your bag, Ashley stated, pointing to Harry's moleskin bag that was hanging on his belt, which he had gotten back from Hermione when she and Bill started examining the necklace. Perhaps, your headmaster wanted you to reunite the Hallows. What? Both teens shouted. I cannot tell which ones. I can only say that there is a pull of death coming from your bag. I had thought it was the Horcrux, but when Miss Granger showed me she had it, and I still felt the pull, I decided I was mistaken. I spent many nights contemplating the things you told me when we first met. So it is now my belief that you carry 2 of the Deathly Hallows. His eyes were glued to Harry's bag, one of his lifelong, or deathlong as the case may be, pursuits might become a reality. Many long and lonely days and nights were spent on contemplating the story of the Deathly Hallows, and he was eager to see if what he felt were true. Well, I do have an invisibility cloak, but really, it can't be a Hallow. It's been in my family for years. That and it never hid me from Dumbledore or Mad Eye, Harry said as he pulled his bag off his belt and took out the cloak and draping it over his left arm. Oh, Harry, did you not study your family history? You were descended from the Peverells, from the youngest brother, I think. Luna said as she reached over and ran her hand over the glossy material. The middle brother's family died with the Gounts, she added thoughtfully as she tapped her chin with her other hand. The oldest brother died without issue. But no one knows where the Elder Wand is, though Daddy says he knows, but he won't tell me. As for hiding you, Dumbledore probably put tracking charms on it, so he didn't see through the cloak. Just follow the charm, same for Mr. Moody. Both had magical eyes, you know. Well, the headmaster had magical glasses. She shrugged as if it were obvious. She wouldn't coo. T had passed the old goat to make it seem as if he were more powerful than death. The man did like making it seem as if he were all-knowing. What? The Gounts were Riddle's family. I remember Dumbledore showing me some memories. Nasty bunch of wankers. Well, except Tom's mum, she was just pitiful. Come to think of it, the headmaster had on a ring that belonged to them. I'm pretty sure it was a Horcrux. And I think that's what made his hand all black and withered, the dark-haired teen said, going over what he knew, and nodding that what she said about the headmaster was probably true. Then he remembered her first question. No, I never did research the Potters. There really hasn't been time, what with Tom trying to off me every chance he gets, he stated mulishly. He really hated that everyone seemed to know more about his family than he did, but then again, he only had himself to blame. So it is plausible that you somehow have 2 of the Hallows, she said, still contemplating things. After all, if Ashley is correct, this is the Cloak of Invisibility, she added, picking up one end of the cloak and showing it to the confused teen. I think I'd remember something like a stone or wand, Harry said doubtfully. If you would please, empty your bag so that we may see what you have, Ashley gently requested. He wanted to see what other wonders this young man carried. Harry looked around the tiny office. There wasn't much space there, and so he got up and waved the other 2 to follow. He went to the largest cell, which only housed a bed and a hole in the ground, which he didn't want to contemplate. He then started taking things out of his bag and explaining them to his watchers. His photo album, the snitch, a sneakoscope, a broken mirror, books he was reading, some clothes. His Gringotts key and other little treasures came out. There wasn't as much in there as he thought, but he laid them all out on the floor and Ashley drifted over them. When the ghost got to the snitch that Dumbledore left him, he paused. This item has the pull, he said, pointing to the little round gold ball with wings. Well, that doesn't make sense, it's only a snitch, Harry said as he picked it up and examined it. You said the note said, I open at the close, which would indicate that the snitch is hollow. You just have to figure out how to open it, Luna said in her dreamy voice as she played hide and seek with her hand in the cloak. Oh right, I remember the minister said something like that. Well, shite, that doesn't help, since we can't figure out the note. Damn Dumbledore and his puzzles, Harry huffed, putting everything but the snitch back in his bag and making his way back to the office. If I did not know better, then I would say that Professor Dumbledore meant for you to open it right before you died. The little blonde said absent-mindedly as she took her chair, still playing with the cloak. What? Harry said for the third time. This conversation was confusing the hell out of him. So many things were being thrown in his face at a rapid pace. Now that I think about it, it might just be so. Oh, don't fret so, Harry, the headmaster loved you as much as a hubristic man can. He would have known about the Horcrux in your head, and in his infinite wisdom he would have thought the only way to destroy it would be for you to be killed. If that is the resurrection stone in there, then you would have been able to call your family for comfort, she added, reaching over and grabbing his hand. But that's just crazy. I mean, how would he have planned on that? It would take years of manipulation to get something like that done. And if he was dying in my 6th year, when would he have had the time? I mean, there is no way he could have concocted something like that, Harry denied. Desperate to believe that Dumbledore wouldn't do something so drastic. Yeah, he had some misgivings about the man, but to set him up for death. That was just mind-boggling. You should meditate on it for a while and come to your own conclusions, she said as she used her thumb to stroke the back of his hand. I do not know your Dumbledore, so I cannot say either way, however. You do hold 2 of the Deathly Hallows. I would keep them hidden, were I you, Ashley said, still looking at the snitch. That relic might just be what is needed to let him rest in peace and bring someone to take his place. Therefore completing his vow, or perhaps, he could get Harry to call up the Shade of Merlin to release him, and let that conniving old man dwell here. It was his dream after all. Harry gently took the cloak from Luna and shoved it and the snitch back into his bag. Okay, I'll think about it later. Ashley, this is a really big place and we've scoured most of it. Is there anything hidden here that we haven't found? Harry asked, changing the subject. The ghost rubbed his beard in thought and gave a vague smile. Merlin was a mastermind, I am sure that not even I found all of his secrets. Well, okay, we'll just keep looking, the disappointed teen said. I was hoping for a treasure we could use to buy potions. We found some stuff on the 8th floor, but most of it was junk jewelry. I had forgotten about it when I told the refugees to get wands and now it's all been claimed. I'm going to have Bill talk to them about donating some for the cause, he said. His mind still on what was in his bag, and still in firm denial that Dumbledore wanted him dead. Merlin was never one for riches. However, he might have put something aside for emergencies. It never hurts to look. Just like the late headmaster, his eyes were twinkling with mystery. Okay, we will. Hey, is Dick the same man you met 30 years ago? I just realized that Dick is short for Richard, Harry asked. Perking up at that thought, maybe he could get that asshat out of his hair. While there is a resemblance, the man I knew was very old. It could be his son, Ashley said thoughtfully. He shuddered at the memory of that vile man, and tried not to put the sins of the father on the sons, though what he had learned about Dick, the apple didn't fall far from the tree. However, he did get past the wards. Well, damn, the teen deflated. Besides, Harry, Dick did get through the wards, Luna mildly chastised, echoing Ashley's thoughts. I know, I just don't trust him. Kingsley does, but that man creeps me out, Harry said, giving a shudder. Dick reminded him too much of Snape to be comfortable around. I don't like that he's on the ambush team. I don't trust him to have my back. Do not worry, I will protect you. I will keep my eye on him, she said with a sincere smile. You're the best, Harry said, and he leaned over and pecked her on the cheek. He turned back to Ashley and asked, what do you know about potions? The twins found an old book, but most of the stuff they need no longer exists. So they need some help with replacements. We used potions far more than you use them now. I will join the Weasley twins and see if I can render assistance, the ghost said thoughtfully as he stroked his beard. Great. I need to talk to Bill and Dobby, so I'll check on you later, Harry said as he rose from his chair. Luna got up with him and grabbed his hand. She gave her farewells to Ashley and the two left to find Bill. They found him and Fleur in the library and made their way over. Hello, Mr. and Mrs. Weasley, Luna said as she sat across from Fleur. Hello, Miss Lovegood, Fleur said with a bright smile, looking up from her notes. Her accent very much improved since she started working for Gringotts, and she was very proud of that. That thought caused her to frown. She hoped she still had a job after all of this was over. She looked at Bill and prayed for the same for him. If not, they both had the experience to go abroad, which made her brighten a bit. Maybe she could talk her husband into moving to France. She missed her family so. Luna, I think with my mum and dad around you should call us Bill and Fleur, Bill said as he nodded to Harry. Yes, that does make sense, Luna answered, and then she grabbed a book and started reading. All right, you too, Harry asked, looking back and forth between the couple. All right, Bill said, giving his lovely wife a goofy grin. They had made use of one of the smaller houses and were quite content in loving one another each night. His mum had tried to get them to move in with the family, but he was a married man and there was no way he was living under the same roof as his little sister and mum. Not with such a beautiful wife to cater to. Hello, Ari, how are you doing? Fleur asked, looking Harry up and down as if to see if there were any improvement from the last time she saw him. Bill had told her about the ritual and she wanted to make sure it had not damaged her young friend. What she saw made her happy. This boy was now a full adult, albeit young, and he carried himself much better than she had seen in the past. He practically glowed with power. I'm great, never better, the teen grinned, not at all lying. He had never felt so clean in all of his life, and he wasn't going to let that feeling go anytime soon. Bon, she smiled. Not that we're not happy to see you, but with the battle plans going on I thought you'd be busy, Bill said, looking at Harry with a lifting of his eyebrows. I want to let you know that we found some jewels and stuff on the 8th floor. I don't know if the refugees claimed them all, but you might be able to talk them into giving them back. Plus you might want to ask the house elves to finish looking up there. I also wanted to ask your wife about withdrawals from foreign Gringotts, Harry stated, turning his attention to Fleur. Gringotts is a British bank. There are no branches off the island. One can get a loan from Gnomes in Switzerland, if they are presented a key, Fleur explained, tapping her finger on the table as she talked. Do I have to go myself or can I send a house elf? Harry asked, thinking it over. House elf would, avenue to be bound to you, Fleur answered as her brow wrinkled into a frown. I did not know you, a house elf. Well, I don't really. But I have one I can ask, Harry admitted sheepishly. You had better tell Hermione first, Luna said, not once looking up from her book. Yeah, I will, he conceded, rubbing the back of his head, not looking forward to that. You can do that later, the little blonde said suddenly as she closed her book with a snap. Right now I want you to come with me and meet my father. Why? So he can help you with your puzzle. Most people think we are crazy. But we were sorted into Ravenclaw for a reason, she answered, getting up from her chair and grabbing his hand. Good day, Bill, Fleur. Right, see you guys, Harry added as he was being pulled from the library. Later, you too, Bill chuckled. Fleur just giggled and waved her hand, then the couple got back to research. Luna took Harry to one of the houses in the village. It was a small 2-story house, with living room, kitchen, dining room and half bath on the ground floor and 2 bedrooms on the first. With a full bathroom. Seems Zeno wasn't there at the moment, but Luna thought he'd return in any minute. I didn't think houses this old had bathrooms, Harry commented after a quick tour. He never really thought about why there were loos in the castle, but seeing them in this house made him a bit confused. The Hogwarts house elves added them, Luna explained as she brought out some tea and sugar biscuits. Poor Tippy had no idea what they were, so the other elves got her caught up to date. Huh, was all he said, taking one of the biscuits. They had missed lunch after all. Down to business. May I see the snitch? She asked, holding out her hand. Sure, Harry said, putting down his treat and pulling out said item and placing it in her hand. She examined it closely and didn't see where it would open. She tried a few spells to see what would happen, but nothing worked. So she shrugged and handed it back. Professor Dumbledore may have been a manipulative old man, but he was a great wizard. I cannot tell how he closed this, she said as she handed it back. Just then Zeno came through the door and his face brightened when he saw Luna. Hello, Pumpkin, what brings you here? He asked as he removed his outer cloak. Hello, Daddy, Harry here has a conundrum that we thought you might be able to help with, she said, getting up and giving her father a hug. Is that right? Hello, Harry Potter, I am glad to finally meet you, the white-haired man said. He was a short, willowy man, much like his daughter. His clothes reminded Harry of Dumbledore, in so much as they were very colorful with purples and oranges. Hello, Mr. Lovegood, it's good to meet you too, the dark-haired teen said, getting up and shaking the man's hand. So, what is this mystery? Zeno asked as he sat next to his daughter on the small couch. So Harry and Luna told him about the things that Dumbledore left the Golden Trio and the talk they had with Ashley. Mr. Lovegood rubbed his chin in thought. But you could see the calculating gleam in his eyes at the mention of the Deathly Hallows. Your ghost friend is correct. The Deathly Hallows are rumored to be powerful artifacts. It is said that to combine them will make one the master of death. However, there is no consensus that says what that means. It could mean that you control the deity, which no one has ever confirmed there is one. Or that you will become immortal, which I believe you know who thinks, or they could just give you a boost in your magic, making you unbeatable. No one really knows, Zeno said after thinking about it for a few minutes. Right, so I'll do my best not to put them together. Perhaps I should destroy the ones I have, Harry said thoughtfully, though he was loath to give up his cloak. No one knows what happened to the wand. I believe Dumbledore was the last to own that artifact. When he was young, he and Grindelwald were partners. They coveted the Deathly Hallows. Something happened and young Albus turned to the light. Though I don't believe he ever gave up his dreams to mold society to what he believed it should be, hence all of his titles. In his fight with his old friend he won the wand's loyalty. When he locked Grindelwald away, he started using the wand. It is one of the reasons he was most powerful, Zeno explained with a faraway look. So Snape is the owner now? Harry asked deflated. He had no idea how to get it from that slimy snake. No, from what you have told me about the fight on the tower, Draco is the owner, Luna said, shaking her head. That's right, Malfoy disarmed him, Harry said. Perking up at that, Draco would leave Hogwarts before Snape did, it will be easier to get the wand from him. Well, there is nothing to do about it now, so perhaps we should try and solve your snitch problem. May I see it, and the note? Zeno asked. Sure, Mr. Lovegood examined the snitch and the note and nodded his head a few times as if answering questions only he could hear. I believe Luna is correct. Dumbledore meant for you to open this right before you believed you were about to die, he finally said, handing the items back to the teen. Don't fret, Harry, there are still many times in the future your life will be on the line, Luna said brightly. Yeah, thanks, I think, Harry said, giving her a queer look. So, Daddy, tell us what you've been up to, the little blonde inquired. Turning to her dad, why releasing the Quibbler, of course. You mean you've been leaving Halstead? Harry sat up in alarm. Luna gave her father a scolding look. How else would I get my paper out? The confused man asked. Harry shook his head, not sure what to think about this man's sanity. You could be leading the Death Eaters right back here. Especially if you're printing anything against them. He stated firmly. Don't you plan on doing the same? Zeno asked with a tilt of his head. What do you mean? Your trap will be right outside these walls. They will. I'll have a way of tracking the team they send. When that team doesn't come back they will investigate. You will be leading them right to this area, the white-haired man stated. Shite, I have to go, Harry said, getting up from his chair. Grabbing his outer cloak off the hook on the wall and running to the door, Luna hot on his heels. He started shooting off Patronuses, not caring that it was supposed to be impossible. And calling a meeting of the team. He ran to the portal room and waited for the rest to join him. Luna sat next to him, breathing a bit heavily. They came in, one by one, and gave him a curious look and took their seats. A few asked what was wrong, but Harry said he'd wait until they were all here and refused to say more. "What's up, Harry?" Neville asked, when everyone had gathered. Mr. Lovegood pointed out a flaw in our plans. He said they would have a way of tracking the Snatchers. "We will be leading them right to us," the dark-haired teen said, looking around the tab. Let us see how that news would be received. There was a look of shock that they hadn't thought of it before, and talk broke out on what they should do. "Won't the wards keep them out?" Hermione asked, talking loudly to be heard, making everyone quiet for the moment. "I'm not really sure." "Tippy," he called as the rest broke out in whispered conversations. "Master Harry is calling Tippy," the little elf asked as she popped into the room. "Yeah, can you find Ashley and ask him to join us? He should be with the twins in the potion labs," Harry gently requested. "Tippy can do," and she popped away. It was only a minute later when the ghost floated through the floor. "Greetings all," he said, nodding to everyone. "What may I do for you this afternoon?" Harry told him their problem and the ghost stroked his beard in thought. "Yes, the battle wards will hide the keep from those intending to hurt anyone inside. However, you will be leading them to this area. They will search the woods to find you. You can, however, use this to your advantage, until such time that the battle will be drawn here." Kingsley nodded, seeing what the ghost was saying. "That's right, for every team they send we will have people waiting. But sooner or later, it will draw the attention of Tom. We might have to fight him sooner than we planned. Are we ready for that?" Harry asked, looking at Hermione. "Will you guys have that ritual done by then?" "We can do it tonight," she stated with a nod of her head. "Won't that let him know we're on to him?" Dick asked, glaring at Harry's scar. "Won't he feel when they are destroyed?" "We cleansed that last night, so you can quit worrying about me being possessed," Harry snapped as he leaned forward in his chair. "I don't know if Tom felt it or not, since I'm no longer connected to him." "All right, you two, settle down. Dick, Harry is clear of the Horcrux. I checked myself this morning," Kingsley intervened, causing said man to back down, though not without grumbling. The bald Auror turned his attention to Hermione. "You and Bill hold off on the Horcruxes, we'll do it right before we set the trap. That way if he can feel them, Tom will be distracted." "Can he make more?" Luna asked. "As far as we know, no, he can't. His soul is too mutilated now, which is how we believe Harry gained a Horcrux. With all the damage he's done to his soul, a piece flew off when he was first vanquished. After Nagini, it would be even more frayed. If he tries he may destroy himself," Hermione said as she shook her head. That caused a few excited whispers. "We can't count on that. So we'll do the trap as planned and get the word out that we may be having a major battle within the next week. Start making escape routes to the towers. Remus, you and your friends found all the secret passages in Hogwarts. See if you can get with the twins and make finding the ones here top priority," Kingsley ordered. "Have the rest of the students help. Knock on the walls, cast revealing spells, but get it done." Remus nodded and started thinking about where to start. He was a bit put out that he would have less time with Teddy and Tonks, but this was important. "Ashley, I know, you're meant to keep this place a mystery, but can you help them?" Harry asked. "I will do my best, but like I said before, not even I know the secrets of Halstead," the ghost stated, but floated over to Remus to tell him what he knew. The meeting broke off from there and everyone went to do as assigned. The professors huddled together to make plans on how to tell everyone of the upcoming battle. Dick, Kingsley and Kyle moved to the side to go over plans for the trap. Hermione went to find Bill, leaving Harry, Luna and Neville behind. Ashley and Remus went to find the twins and gather the students. "So, Harry, are you ready to face Tom?" Neville asked, a look of worry on his face. "I hope so, because it looks like that's going to happen," Harry answered, running a hand through his hair. "Well, I have your back," the sandy-haired boy said, clapping his friend on the back. "Thanks, Neville. Right before the battle might be a good time for you to open that snitch," Luna said vacantly. "What snitch?" Neville asked. So the two teens told the other about the conversations they had earlier. "Wow, you don't do things by half. Do you, Harry?" the boy said, a bit overwhelmed. "Yeah," was all the answer he got. So what now? Neville asked, letting that go for now. Now we practice, Harry said, leading the way to the Sally, which had many people training. News must have gotten out. Harry and the other two watched the fighters, and were impressed at how far they had come in just a few weeks. I think we are going to be okay, Luna said with a beaming smile, grasping Harry's hand. Harry watched one of the adults put his knife through the heart area of his dummy and said, I think you're right. Updates may be slower, since I am now coming to the weaker part of my writing skills battle scenes. So it will take longer to get the next few chapters up. The Secrets of Halstead. Chapter 12 The Secrets of Halstead. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. Sorry for the short chapter, I simply couldn't think of any more secrets to reveal. I also twisted some of Merlin's background to fit my plot. There is a new poll on my profile. Please, take a minute and vote. It, as usual, has nothing to do with the story, just something I'm curious about. They decided to hold off on the trap for a few more weeks to see if they could discover the secrets of Halstead first. Those weeks were spent with masses of students and many adults running through the keep, casting spells, tapping on walls and talking to the portraits. They found many hidden rooms and passageways, some even leading to the towers. Most of the rooms were simply hidey holes. They had a chair, a bookshelf, a small table. The rooms themselves were very dusty and the books and scrolls they held had given away to the hands of time. There were a few diaries that were hidden in the walls, but they too turned to dust when they were moved. They had tried to repair them, but the books were just too old. Soon enough, they simply let them be. Harry and his friends figured that when the castle was bustling, the people that lived here just wanted a place they could have some quiet. The teens knew well enough that there was no privacy to be had, with all the adults running around, unless you ventured into the woods. There were some rooms that had beds, and he didn't want to contemplate what they were used for. A few windy and dust-filled passageways spiraled down and led to a large chamber under the keep, much like the Chamber of Secrets, without the Parseltongue password or the snakes and statues. It was large with stone walls and hard-packed dirt floor. The lighting came from nowhere. There were a few tunnels that when inspected showed they led out of the fortress into the woods. It was a perfect place for the non-combatants to hide, better than the towers, since it had escape routes. It took several days to look over that chamber and they found a small library that had journals of Merlin himself. These were held together with a strong stasis charm. There was also a small armory that housed magical weapons. There was one weapon that was the equivalent to a combination of a concussion bomb and flash bomb. It would light up the sky and knock your enemies out when thrown, and wasn't that fun to figure out. It took hours for them to wake up after Ron set one off. Ron, what the hell did you think you were doing? Harry snarled, after they woke. He picked himself off the floor and went to check Luna and the others. How the bloody hell was I supposed to know it would do that? The redhead defended himself. What made you think throwing an unknown weapon in the middle of the floor was a good idea, idiot? Harry snapped back as he helped Luna to stand. Well, at least we know what it does. Mr. Weasley said, going over to his son and patting him on the arm. Not wanting to fight the older man, Harry just stomped off and checked the others. The rest glared at Ron and moved away. They looked over the rest of the weapons and found that there were silver-tipped arrows, charmed to remain strong enough to go through a wolf's pelt. There were also bracelets that would bring up a shield, so that you didn't have to cast it. And, of course, there was a potions lab, which housed many old and useless concoctions, though the twins did grab the books and notes. Merlin truly meant for Halstead to be a fortress of war. Kyle, Kingsley and Dick gathered those bombs up so they could figure out shield that would prevent the ones throwing it from feeling the effects. Perhaps the bracelets were created for that. They would have to run some test. There were hundreds of bombs, so they could test a few without running out. Ashley commented that he had only been down here once. During the building of the keep. It was where the great sorcerer did most of his experiments. He didn't remember it housing so many things. Merlin forbade him from coming here again, and made him take a vow to keep it secret until it was discovered. Though the ghost did have to wonder why the man hadn't told him about the weapons before he left. Perhaps Merlin was much like Dumbledore, leaving clues and little else. The twins were not idle. When they weren't searching, they were creating potions. Ashley was a great helper. He pointed out the needed herbs in the guard and on the roof and one of the greenhouses in the back. They made their darkness powder, and when combined with the bomb, it made a great weapon. They sent that off to the trio of men who were testing the weapons. There were a few potions that would cause great pain, so when they were thrown at the enemy it would hopefully cause them to drop their wands. At the same time they were brewing what the healers needed. But true to the prediction, they couldn't stock as many as were needed. Because of Snape's abysmal teaching, there were few among the people of the keep that could brew with any proficiency. Those that could were seen helping the twins. Still, if they were bringing the battle here, they would need more. The house elves were also busy. They went back to the houses of the refugees and got them of everything but the furniture. Now, the people of the fortress had their own clothes and the elves had much needed food. The healers were thankful for the potions that were kept in those households. The Longbottom Manor and the Greengrass Estate were stocked with much needed items. They gave permission for the elves to bring everything. Hermione put aside her research and joined everyone on the hunt, though she took great pleasure in reading Merlin's journals at night, which, of course, she shared with others when she was done, much to Remus's delight. She learned a lot about the man, how sad he felt when Camelot fell, and his months of mourning over Arthur. He didn't go into great detail of his time in Camelot, simply touched on the main points. His history, before he became advisor to the king, was untouched. She learned of the great battles he had with Morgan and Nivian, and she made sure to jot down a few of those spells, however it would take one with great power to use them. She just hoped Harry had enough. Merlin described the treachery of the two women, and told the tales of how he escaped Nivian's plot to trap him and went on to save Arthur from Morgan. He was too late. Merlin was old, going on 100, when he came here and built his dream city. It took over 10 years to create this fortress, then 5 more to bring people to it. He did wax poetic on Ash Lee and had great hopes that his apprentice would be a wonderful leader in his place. He stated that he felt bad about bonding the man to Halstead, but he felt that it was needed. At least he didn't use the term, for the greater good. He stayed for 50 years, until the call to find Avalon overcame him. He wrote many times that he felt if he could find the hidden city then he would find his king. Or at the very least die in the hands of loved ones. Hermione wished him the best, but truly felt the man died before he could reach his goal. He didn't tell the secrets of Halstead, merely hinted at what he had done. Like he knew one day his journals would be read. This caused the witch to huff in irritation as she finished the last diary. Barmy old men and their games, she thought. Right, no. She and Harry were talking to a nice lady with a thick English accent. Hello, my name is Hermione and this is Harry, the curly-haired witch said as she approached the portrait. We're trying to discover all of the secrets of Halstead and we wanted to ask you if you knew any. Well met, you may call me Leoma. That was some time ago, and my memory is all but faded. I will tell you what I can recall, the portly lady said as she sipped her painted tea and nibbled on a biscuit. Her picture was a simple one. It had the ornate cushioned chair she sat in, a table with a white doily, a nice fur rug, and a crammed bookcase in the background. There was also a small burning fireplace, with a picture of the sea over it. On the table was a large green candle, a shiny metal teapot, a cup and a plate of what looked like chocolate biscuits. The lady herself was dressed in a very modest dress, which had 3 shades of brown with lace on the cuffs of her sleeves. There was a nice golden and ivory brooch on her throat held with a strip of velvet, which offset the high lace neck. Well, we found a chamber under the keep, which we believe was Merlin's workshop. We've discovered many of the passages and hidey holes, much like the one you're sitting in, but we were wondering if there was a treasure room. See, we're about to wage a great battle and we need a few things before we bring it to us, Harry explained to the rather nice lady. Oh, you found my secret place, how wonderful. Did you retrieve my diary? I had so much research in there and was wondering if anyone had made use of it after my demise, Leoma said, setting down her cup and clapping her hands at that thought. Sorry, but the books we found all fell apart when we tried to read them, Hermione said softly, a bit put out that she had lost knowledge. Yes, I can see how that would happen. I was never good at preserving things. I can tell you what I was researching. As to your inquiry, Alas, I do not know of any treasures within the keep. She shook her head sadly, and then perked up. Do you want to know what I was documenting? Oh, yes, please, Hermione said before Harry could protest. We can take a minute or two for you. She glared at her companion, which made him sigh and nod. You see, something strange started to happen and I made it my duty to find out why. It probably was going on before Halstead. But this was the first all-magical town and it was much more noticeable. Because of the persecution, Merlin only brought magicals here, widows, children and such. Any non-magical was left out, or though, say who were married to one were also not invited. However, I digress. You see, people were being born to sorcerers that had no magic. We could not understand why this was. Many healers would try and diagnose the cause, but alas, nothing would tell them what made the child magicless. The parents were very upset and wanted to cast the poor children out. Merlin set his foot down and the children were raised here in the castle, helping the house elves and learning potions. He stated that only when they could fend for themselves would they then be given the tools to make it in the world. While he wanted this to be a magical-only fortress, he didn't want to cast children into the wild unprepared. When he left, the villagers made them leave with little provisions. Leoma gave an undignified snort at her memory. That's horrible. In that day and age it's a wonder they survived, Hermione gasped. At least the squibs of today could appeal to the non-magical government for aid. That still happens today. We call the ones without magic squibs, Hermione added distractedly. What a horrid name. Anyway, Ashley, bless his heart, tried to keep them here, but the parents would sneak them out in the middle of the night. Many were punished for this, in the dungeons. It was a blight on the society, as far as I was concerned. Still more were born and cast aside. I had the theory that they would go into the world and in time their children or their children's children would be magical, she explained excitedly. I tried to tell them this, but they would not listen. No one took the word of a woman. She sadly shook her head. It had been one of the downfalls of the village. Did you prove your theory, and if so, did you document it? Hermione asked, now very upset that the diary was dust. She was hopeful that the lady's theory was correct and that she was descendant of a squib. It would serve the bigots right. Oh, yes, I sent the house elves to find out where they were. Though, the poor little dears could not stay long outside the keep, they did find the ones that survived. It was many years later, after my death, that they would come back and tell what I theorized was correct, but alas. By that time Halstead was empty of people, Leoma explained with a sigh. Is there a spell or a potion that will create a family tree? Harry asked, speaking for the first time. He felt it would be a great boon to the wizarding world if they could prove this theory, though it would have to wait until the war was over. For all they knew, there may be unclaimed vaults in Gringotts or other banks. It was something to look into. I do not know of such a test, however, the library is vast, so perhaps you will find what you seek there, Leoma said, picking up her teacup and taking a sip, bring the talk to an end. Thank you very much for your time, Leoma. We have to continue our search. May I come and speak with you again? Hermione asked when Harry started fidgeting. Of course, my dear. I am always hanging about, Leoma said and giggled at her pun. The two teens chuckled with her and called their goodbyes as they went to the next portrait. They didn't really learn anything new from them. Most would gossip about people long dead. There were a few that would lament that they had been alone too long, and then would exclaim that it was nice to have people about again. It was some of T. He muggles that found another weapon depot. It was on the roof, away from the garden. There was a hidden doorway in the wall that connected the castle. Inside there were metal shields, catapults, swords, and bows and arrows. The magicals quickly fixed the worn weapons and the catapults were taken out and put into position. When the castle was examined from top to bottom, they took their search outside. The houses were also given close inspection, but they were just houses. They went to the woods and cast their spells. That is when they found the door, on a very large oak tree. It was an enormous door, one that could easily let Grop through. Harry hesitated. There was no telling what was behind something that big. He turned to Bill and asked, "Are there any curses on it?" Bill waved his wand and shook his head. Only a very strong intent ward. Harry took a deep breath and pulled open the door. Luna and Bill stepped through and took a good look around. Inside was another forest. It was small. You could see the boundaries shimmering like a silver dome, and it was beautiful. The trees reached the top of the dome and in many shades of greens and browns. The plants were all magical, blooming with multicolored flowers and moved as they wanted. There was a very tiny mountain, almost a hill, in the background that reflected the light off its snowy peak. There was a waterfall that emptied into a blue lake. The white fluffy clouds drifted in the blue sky and much smaller sun, more like a large lumos, shone in the noon position. The air was warm, like the end of spring. Small creatures floated about and there was scurrying in the bushes. It was vastly different than the rainy skies outside. Harry could feel the magic in the air, even more than Hogwarts. They didn't go too far in. Just stood near the door and looked around in awe. "What is this place?" he asked no one. "If I were to guess, I would think Merlin tried to recreate Avalon," Luna said as she watched the nargles swarm around the trees. They were small things, like little furry, flying worms. There must be mistletoe in those trees, she thought. Unfortunately, it doesn't look like he succeeded. There isn't enough room for people, such as elves, druids and dwarves to live here. There are no houses that I can see, and definitely no castles. She was itching to explore this place, thinking she would find NY of the creatures her father wrote about. She would have to come back when the war was over, and bring her daddy. They could spend months here. They would have to do their best not to leave an impression, but they were good at that. Having camped many times. "Well, as wonderful as this is, I don't think we should disturb it," Harry said, not wanting to upset the balance of this utopia. "I'm pretty sure we won't find treasure here. And we don't have time to explore it properly." The other two agreed, though Luna pouted, and they left the small forest and went back to their search. It took 2 days to examine the woods, and it was the centaurs that found the cache. It was in an underground cave that was hidden under another oak tree. You had to tap on a certain knot and then a staircase opened. Down the stairs was a simple cave carved out of the ground. There was enough gold and jewels to buy what they needed, but not much more. They had the house elves take the gold to the gnomes and then shop for the supplies. Harry made a note to himself to move the cave, and to replace what they took. He was happy he didn't have to bond with Dobby, not that he didn't like the little guy, but he'd rather hire him. Now those 2 weeks had passed, and when all the secrets they could find were revealed, they started training with everything they found. Plans were made for the following week to set the trap, and they needed to work together to use the new weapons. It gave everyone a much-needed morale boost. The Trap. Chapter 13 The Trap. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. That poll is still going on my profile. If you ever want to know the results of all of my previous polls, PM or email me. I am looking into how you guys like your stories to be written. And this might help other writers to know what you want. And I hope to one day write an epic. Sorry for the long wait, I had to step back from the story for a minute. I spent the last 2 days going over it and added a bit to the previous chapters, not much changed, just getting it to flow better. Though for some of you, who started reading this from the beginning, I did take out the sword part in chapter 1. Since my muse put it out of place. Anyway, time for the trap. It was a week later, after they tested the weapons, and the team decided to set the trap early in the day. The whole keep was up early and all the teens were sitting to breakfast with the teachers sitting at their table. The 2 long tables were buzzing with excitement and fear. The whole castle knew what was going on, and they were worried, yet hopeful that it would succeed. The training sessions the last few days had been vigorous. They worked themselves ragged and most went to bed early. So now they were replenishing their energy with a hearty English breakfast and plenty of tea and juice. Harry looked at Luna, Neville and Hermione. "Did you guys do the boosting ritual last night? If not, you need to hurry and get a healer to do it," he stated, worried about his friends. Luna put a hand on his arm and patted it. "Don't fret so, Harry. We do know what we need to do," she said, then turned to her breakfast. "You are letting the Raxperts in," she chastised. "Sorry, Luna, I just worry, you know," he said sheepishly as he squeezed her shoulder, making her beam a radiant smile, which melted his worries. She was quite pretty and had a calming effect on almost everyone she met. Well, not her bullies, but they never really understood her. Don't worry, mate, we got it done right before bed. And let me tell ya, that made sleeping hard, Neville said as he put some beans on his plate. I had to meditate for an hour just to a short kip. All right, I'll stop worrying. Hey, Hermione, tell me you're going to get rid of the Horcruxes, Harry said as he took some toast and put some strawberry jam on it. Well, we're going to use the elixir that came out of. She glanced around the table and changed her words, well. You know where. If that doesn't work then we're going to use the ritual that Bill used in Egypt. The only reason we don't try that first is because, like he stated, the ones they found there were mostly defunct. So he's not sure if he can take care of a live one. She took up some eggs and bacon and started her meal. Oh, Harry said, is it a spell or a ritual? He asked, and then taking a bit of his toast. She paused in her eating. It's really very exciting. The spell is so simple, all you have to have is part of the soul. In her Poe's case it was what was left in his body, anyway. You call the rest to join the soul piece with a simple Latin phrase, anima cum hic, and presto, there they are. Though, I'm not sure why it's Latin, when her Poe was Greek. She tapped her chin in thought, and then shook her head to clear it. I really hope the elixir works. It would save so much time. Oh, I think your elixir will work just fine, Luna said absent-mindedly as she put some syrup on her eggs. Breaking the yolk and mixing the two together. That made everyone around her scrunch up their noses and a few say, ew. Harry just shook his head at her quirkiness and wondered if that actually tasted good. But he wasn't going to try it just yet. He knew Dudley likes putting ketchup on his eggs, but that didn't look appealing at all. Thank you, Luna, that does help, Hermione said kindly. Though she did eye the syrup-covered eggs with distaste. I tried to talk Dad into letting me help, Ginny said, after swallowing her sausage, but Mum said none of the Weasleys are allowed, not even the twins. Something about how it goes against family morals. Ron was really upset about that. I finally went and slept with Carol, the arguing got so loud. They all looked down the table at the mulish boy who was half-heartedly shoving toast in his mouth. He blames Harry, says if Harry will just forgive him then he'd be going too. He even talked to Kingsley, but was told no. Of course he blames Harry. He always blames Harry, Hermione huffed, taking a sip of apple juice. No, sometimes he blames you, Harry reminded her, glancing at his former mate and receiving a glare in return. He just shook his head and turned back to the conversation. That isn't much better, she sniffed. She had tried to keep a pleasant atmosphere with Ron, but all he did was complain. And finally she had had enough and told him that they wouldn't be seeing each other until he grew up. She had cried all night that night, but in the morning figured it was for the best. She was real. Why tired of crying over the on-again off-again relationship? Anyway, forget my prat of a brother. We're going to stay near to protect people if we have to. I don't like it, but you've all heard my mum on a rampage. The teens shuddered for their own reasons. I'll be near the gate with the DA, the twins, Charlie and Ron. We talked it over the last few days and everyone is set to get to the cavern. Under the castle if the wards are breached, Ginny said. Others around her nodded their heads. Good, you Weasleys are the best. Let the DA know I'm thankful for their support. I'm really sorry your mum won't let you fight. I would have thought the twins would have snuck out, Harry said with a question in tone. They decided that they wanted to help the villagers. Those adults are still shaky when it comes to fighting. Ginny shrugged and went back to her meal. Great, I'll be happy for the backup, the dark-haired teen stated and turned the conversation to how Muggle-borns came to be. He and Hermione told the group what the painting had told them and many were excited to research their family trees. There is a potion spell combination that will help you point out who's magical in your family, Neville said. It's what most pure bloods use to make the tapestries. We have one at the Longbottom Manor, it's pretty wicked. That's wonderful, we can do that after the war. Fleur said there are hundreds of vaults in Gringotts, and perhaps other banks, that no one has claimed in years. If we can get people to claim them, then the bigoted purebloods won't hold the economy anymore, Hermione said, bouncing in her chair. Daphne nodded from her place down the table. It also tells who broke off from the family to start their own line, she added to the conversation. Or how one line died, like the Peverils. And another started, like the Potters. So if there are frozen vaults, then perhaps more could be claimed. Though the Peverils died out before Gringotts was founded, so I doubt there would be a vault for them. You should check the older banks. She nodded her head at Potter. Really? Harry asked, perking up at that. This was more information on his family. Though he knew he came from the Peveril line, he didn't really know how. Yes, the youngest, and sole living Peveril died with only daughters. The oldest girl married a Potter and they took up the name, the blonde answered stiffly. She still wasn't comfortable around all of these people, they still glared at her for being Slytherin, but she was glad to participate in this little talk. If she stayed calm and helped as much as she could, then perhaps she could change some points of view. Oh, they got on well enough during training, and she had Tracy, but still she'd like to be able to eat without the glares. I'll have to get that tree going, Harry said as he glanced at his watch. It was just going on 7 in the morning. Neville, Luna, we have to go, he stated, taking one more bite of his bacon. Hermione, you better go too. Good luck, you guys, Ginny called to the retreating trio. Hermione took another quick sip of her tea and bustled out the door. You too, Hermione, she quickly finished. Hermione and she and her brothers gathered at the doorway. The DA soon joined them. They would all wait until the trap team was in place and then set up. The trio of teens waited at the entrance and soon were joined by the adults. So the 9 spellcasters made their way to the woods, and about 10 muggles and 5 centaurs were lining the walls, to rain down arrows if need be. McGonagall and Flitwick had erected a ramp to let the centaurs on the walls. The walkway up there was just large enough for them to walk. If they needed to turn they would have to do it on their hind legs, or go to one of the towers. The 2 teachers were still working on a way to expand the whole top of the wall, but for now it would have to work. It was raining pretty hard now that winter set in, but they had been training outside. So it didn't affect them much. They did hope it would stall the Snatchers, but weren't counting on it. Harry, McGonagall, Flitwick, Remus, Kyle, Dick, Neville, and Luna fanned out in a half circle among the trees. They were near rocks and bushes that they could safely hide in, and McGonagall transfigured some boulders. They all waited near their hiding places for Kingsley to give the call. They were all disillusioned. Well, Harry was under his cloak, and they sported the shield bracelets. It was found, after testing them, that they would indeed keep the bombs from knocking them out. The darkness powder would prevent them from being blinded. Harry made sure that Dick was far away from him, but in an area he could watch. Luna and Neville made sure to take the spaces next to Harry, to watch his back. None of them trusted that man, but Kingsley would not be swayed to keeping him in the keep. That man still stalked him, even now that the Horcrux was gone. It was downright creepy. Kingsley looked at his watch. He was the only one still seen. Hermione and Bill should be done with the ritual in about 5 minutes. According to them it should work. They'll send a Patronus when they're done. Is everyone ready? He asked, looking around the clearing, making sure he couldn't see anyone. You could only tell they were there if you were looking for them, since the Dissolution N spell caused a small ripple effect in the air and you could see the rain bounce off them. Only Harry was completely covered. He felt better that they were near something that could shield them, but knew if they were going to get a clear shot they needed to be in the open. Yes, 8 voices called, some in complete exasperation. They wanted this to be over as soon as possible. No one wanted to stand in the cold rain. All right, on my mark, the bald man said as he tapped his wand on his head and disappeared. It was a quiet 5 minutes, though you could make out Grop in the background calling for Hagrid. But they had told the half-giant to hold off for a half an hour, just in case. Suddenly a Jack Terrier Patronus came into view. It's done, was the message. Shields up, he called in. Dee waited another minute and then shouted, Voldemort. They all waited with anticipation, and when the Death Eaters popped into the middle of the clearing, dressed in the uniforms of dark robes and masks, they formed a circle and looked around the area. With wands raised, they had just spotted the rain bounce off where Neville was and were about to start casting when Kingsley threw the darkness power. He waited a few seconds for it to form the black fog and then tossed the bomb. Boom! A bright light flashed in the darkness, and the Death Eaters cried out, but were soon silenced. The impact of the bomb caused the team all to stumble back, but the shield bracelets protected them being knocked out. The inky darkness wouldn't let them see what was happening. They would have to wait until the air cleared. But they didn't hear any shouting. Righting themselves, they raised their wands and waited. Soon enough the dark fog cleared and the Death Eaters were all laying on the ground. Well, that was anticlimactic. Kyle stated as he followed everyone through the gate, pushing his wet hair out of his eyes. He had been hoping for a little more excitement. Yeah, but I'd rather that than them killing us, Neville said with a grim smile. Besides, it might not be as easy the next time. He clapped the disappointed man on the back. Perhaps, was all the answer he got. Harry reached the gate and had to tug the bag through. The Weasley kids, and the DA, came up and asked if it went all right, and were told that everything went according to plan. The redheads nodded and clapped the team on the back and then went about their business. The twins went to the labs, Ginny went to the training yard, Charlie went to find Hagrid to take care of Grop, and Ron went who knows where. Bill was still with Hermione. The DA dispersed to the castle to get whatever chore they were assigned done. The trap team made their way down to the cells, and when they threw a rock in one it became a man. Each Death Eater was still knocked out. Soon enough 5 unknown men and women were in the cells. They came to, about 5 minutes later, and all of them tried to apparate, but were held fast. They frantically searched their robes for their portkeys and wands. When they didn't find them the yelling started. Potter, a tall grizzly man, snapped upon spying the dark-haired teen in front of him. The Dark Lord is looking for you. He will praise us when we take you to him. He held his head high, like he wasn't a prisoner. He looked down his nose in distaste at the people on the other side of the bars. Right, just so you know. You're not getting out of here anytime soon, Harry said, folding his arms and sneering at the man. See, you can't use magic in there, and I highly doubt you can pick a lock, but just in case. Those locks are spelled on this side, to prevent such. Our Lord will come for us, you fool. If you think you can hide forever, then you are dumber than you've been giving credit for. The man scoffed back as he reached out his pale white hand and rattled the bars. There was a bit of doubt in his eyes when they held tight. Okay, I didn't know you guys talked about me, but whatever. Anyway, one of the house elves will bring you something to eat soon. Let me give you a tour. Here is your bedroom, and that hole in the ground is your loo. Well, that's that. Enjoy your stay, Harry said jovially. And the other teens giggled at his nonchalant ribbing. The adults, barring Kyle, shook their heads and some rolled their eyes. You will pay for this, Potter. Mark my words, the still unnamed man screamed as the team made their way out of the area. The other Death Eaters joined in with calls. Our master will free us, or you're gonna die, or other such nonsense. Right, okay, whatever you say. He scoffed as he closed the door. Well, that was a bit disappointing. Does anyone know who they are? I doubt they're even marked. Harry sighed. He had been hoping to catch some of the inner circle. But all they got were flunkies. I know a few of them, petty thieves and thugs, but no, they really aren't high in the hierarchy, Shacklebolt stated as he made his way up the stairs. Gee. Oh, and do something for a while and we'll do this again around noon. I have to talk to our marksman. He veered off at the top of the stairs. Harry, Neville and Luna made their way to the ritual rooms to meditate. Talking about how easy the trap was, but none of them believed it would stay that way. They did this 3 more times that day, all 3 were just as disappointing in action. They decided to try again in the morning. The cells were filling up, since there were only 30 of them and they now had 15 Death Eaters. They worried that they would have to double up soon. Harry had tried to convince them to keep them rocks. But McGonagall shot that down, saying it was inhumane. The teens didn't see it, since the rocks didn't feel anything. It wasn't until she explained that they old revert on their own that they backed down. Harry, you didn't try the snitch, Luna said, later that night, when Harry and Neville had just left the cell area. They were making sure that the inmates didn't try and harm the house elves. They were now making their way to the dining hall. Shite, I forgot. Oh, well, like you said, there will be plenty of opportunity, he added, giving her a peck on the cheek. Silly boy, she said, and quickly kissed his cheek in return and then grabbed his hand. Neville just quirked an eyebrow. He was getting an inkling that this was the start of a brand new relationship. He had his sights set on Hannah, who was helping the healers. They had spent many hours in the greenhouses, picking potion ingredients for the twins. Think of the devils and they will come. Harrykins, tales of your brave deeds are spreading throughout the castle. Fred smirked as he came up to Harry's left, George to Luna's right. Yes, indeed they have, my brother. Stories of how you stood valiantly to the side and let our invention do the work are parting everyone's lips, George said in a triumphant manner. Though great tales of Merlin's magnificence also float the walls, Fred added. Bugger off, you two, Harry said with a smile. You know your darkness powder and that bomb won the day. You don't need me to stroke your ego, he said teasingly, nudging Fred with his elbow. Right you are, our dear friend, right you are, they said together, puffing up their chest in self-importance. People aren't really talking about us, are they? Harry asked, a bit worried. He really hated it when he was the center of attention. No, they are praising us, George stated with an evil grin. And Merlin, of course, Fred added, sharing a look with his brother. Our profits are going to go through the roof, George said, clapping his hands together and rubbing them in a greedy manner. You deserve every bit of them, Luna said with a dreamy smile. Neville nodded his agreement. The 5 teens went to the dining room and the whole place stood and clapped, barring the teachers, though they did smile at the two. People were shouting things like, Weasleys are the winners, or, the Terror Twins strike again, or other such praises. The twins took it all in good grace and bowed to each table. We are glad you see our genius, Fred shouted with a huge smile, making the crowd settle and laugh. You can buy our products at Weasley's, Wizarding Wheezes, George added with another bow. When the war is over, they said together. They made their way to Hermione and started dishing up their meals. There was some mutton and Harry wanted to try it. Hermione, how did the ritual go? He asked as he dished up the greasy meat. He took a bit and savored the gamey taste. It w. as like nothing he had ever eaten before, and he understood why the Vikings like it so. The grease dripped down his chin, and he quickly wiped it away with a napkin. It was a bit scary to tell the truth, she said, wrinkling her nose at the fatty food. When the soul pieces floated through the walls, they were screaming. When they joined, the necklace took on a dark aura. I was very tempted to put it on, but Bill stopped me. Thank Merlin. Anyway, we dropped some of the elixir on it and it smoked, started to melt and the screaming started again. Thankfully we were outside the circle, because a larger spirit, I guess, came from the necklace and tried to leave, but it was held by the barrier. It yelled one last time and then faded. She gave a full body shudder. She was going to have nightmares about that. If they had been inside the circle, then there was a great possibility they would have been possessed. Harry wiped his hands, and put his arm around the distraught girl and hugged her close. I'm sorry you had to go through that, he said as he petted her curly hair. I'll be all right, I just need to forget those screams, she said as she put her head on his shoulder. Yeah, the dark-haired teen said, shuddering at the memory of the Saint Mungo's rescue. The talks turned to the trap and many praises were rained on the Weasley twins. They simply smiled and told of all their products, and a good meal was had by all. Except Ron, who was glaring at the group of happy people. He stabbed a piece of meat and shoved it in his mouth, not bothering to wipe the grease off his chin. The only thing that held him back from snapping at them was the twins' threat to put spiders in his bed. After dinner they all went to bed early. Harry grabbed a few hours' sleep, and then, around 10 in the evening, he silently made his way to the cells. He put on his cloak at the bottom of the stairs and made his way to the cell block. He stood at the entrance to the Key's office and listened. Do you think the Dark Lord will come? Asked a woman on the far end. He might punish us for failing. We're not part of the inner circle. Of course he will, barked a man in the middle. Once we grab Potter he will praise us. And give us the mark, he crowed triumphantly. I'm not sure it will be soon, said another man, his voice full of doubt. He knew they were high enough to warrant the Dark Lord's attention. Why do you say that? The woman whinged. Something was distracting him. He was ranting and raving about Potter. You could hear him throughout the whole building. Nagini left. I don't know why, but she just slithered away. It was right scary when she went past me. It happened right before you were sent here. He seems to be frantic, and he sent each of the inner circle on missions, even Snape. And you know he's not supposed to leave Hogwarts, the man replied as he laid back on his cot. Do you know what was distracting him? The woman asked, grabbing the bars to her cell, pressing her face to them. Trying to see the man talking. No, and I wasn't about to ask, the man snapped, lifting his head off the thin pillow. Would you? No, anything that would distract the Dark Lord can't be good. The woman whispered frightfully, backing up and sitting on her cot. The Dark Lord will come, stated the first man firmly as he rolled over and ignored everyone. The talking stopped. Therein Harry made his way back to his room. Well, that answers that question, he thought. Then he meditated and went to sleep. The next morning they set the trap again. The first time went off without a hitch. But the second one they saw action. When the Death Eaters popped in they came from 3 different sides, 10 in one group and 5 in the other 2. The ones on the right, which was the 10, started blasting everything in sight, causing the team to duck around their blinds. The ones on the left ran to the group in the middle, trying to find them in the darkness. Kingsley threw another bomb and knocked them out. Spread out, one of the snatchers yelled. Harry waved his wand at the man, using the curse to skin the arm, but when he cast it, the whole body was skinned. It was a grisly sight. The body just stood for a minute, and then the gory mess simply folded to the ground. Perhaps I shouldn't have done that boosting ritual, he thought as he cast another spell that missed, when the snatcher ducked. He's over there, shouted another man, who was hidden behind a bush. The team spread out and the fight began, using the trees to hide. Spells were cast and trees were blown to bits. Kingsley, who had just popped his head up to cast, got hit with a stray orange spell that gashed his face, causing his disillusion spell to fail. He fell to the ground and didn't move, the upper half of his body exposed. Kingsley, Dick yelled, and ran to the man. He dragged him behind the tree and started firing on the remaining enemy. Arrows started to rain down on the Death Eaters and 2 of the 10 died instantly. The rest took better cover. Harry started sneaking up on them and killed them with bludgeoning hexes to the head. He got 6 of the 8 left. The other 2 died from curses cast by the team. McGonagall and Luna were transfiguring the knocked out ones. Some of them were also dead. They had hit something when the bomb went off, a few had arrows in their chest. All in all the fight took 20 minutes. But it felt like hours. A blood-covered Harry ran to where he last saw Kingsley and skidded to a halt. Dick was frantically trying to heal him. So Harry knew the man was alive. We have to get him to the healers, he said, hoping to get Dick to pay attention. He didn't want to touch the man with so much blood on his hands. This is all your fault, the surly man snapped, raising off the ground. What? How the hell is this my fault? The teen said, snapping up his wand. You're supposed to be the bloody savior, Dick accused, pointing his wand at the boy. You're supposed to prevent this type of shite from happening. Dick, Kyle yelled, making the man twirl. You will not blame Harry. We need to get Kingsley to the healers, he softened his voice and pointed to the injured man. Dick looked around and saw that he was surrounded, all wands pointing in his direction. He slumped his shoulders and nodded. Harry had to wonder why he was so distraught. He knew they weren't lovers or anything like that, but just what was their relationship? He'd have to ask Kingsley when he was feeling better, but either way he wanted the man off the team. He simply didn't trust him. He shook his head and waved his wand to get the blood off him. When he was clean, he still felt dirty. He'd have to take a shower to get the feeling away. Kyle and Flitwick floated key. NGS lay off the ground and everyone started making their way to the castle, leaving the dead Death Eaters to the scavengers of the woods. They knew that there were some, from when Remus took his little romp. That and Charlie and Hagrid were constant visitors. Is anyone else hurt? Harry asked as he grabbed Luna's hand and looked her over. He was glad he's cleaned the blood off himself before he joined the group. No, everyone else is okay, she answered, looking sadly at the downed Auror, and then glanced back at the headless bodies. Good, that's good, Harry sighed with relief, squeezing her hand. The healers were standing in the entrance and when they saw Shacklebolt they ran towards him. Taking over they rushed him to the hospital floor. He had better be okay, Potter, Dick snapped from the gates. The team turned and noted the man was having a hard time coming through the wards. They all held their breaths and raised their wands again. The Weasley children and the DA joined them. They didn't know what was going on, but they weren't about to let anything happen to Harry. Dick took a deep breath and stepped through the wards, making everyone sigh in relief. "He will be fine," Luna said vaguely. "He had better be," the surly man snapped, pushing past Harry and stomping away. "We better get the prisoners to the cells," Harry said as he watched the man leave. He really hoped this didn't come back to bite him. Tom, Dick and Harry. Chapter 14. Tom, Dick and Harry. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over for me. All mistakes are my own, especially since I have a bad habit of adding to chapters and not sending them back. I added about 600 words to the last chapter. On the 11th of February 16, it made it better. You might want to reread it. That will teach me to rush a chapter. Thanks again for all of your support. It was 2 days before Kingsley felt up to company. The spell that caught him was dark, but since they had Street Mungo's healers here, he was just fine, though he would carry the scar on his face for the rest of his life. He was just happy to be alive. He was in his own room on the 4th floor. It was a simple room with just a bed, a chair and a bedside table. The walls were white with blue trim and the stone floors were gray. It had been a larger room, but the healers made them into individual rooms. Magic was a wonderful thing. Harry went to visit him on the 3rd day. "Hey, Kingsley, are you feeling better now? You look good," he asked as he took the chair next to the bed. "The healers said it was touch and go for a minute, but they said you'd be okay." "That's a pretty wicked scar. Welcome to the Scarhead Club," he added with a grin, pointing to his own famous scar. Kingsley was sitting up with a lot of pillows behind him, wearing the dreaded open-back hospital gown. "Yeah, even if I'm starting to look like Mad Eye and Dick, I'm good," the dark-skinned man answered, ignoring the quip and running a finger down the scar on the right side of his face. It stretched from the corner of his eye and curved out and down the side of his face to his chin, making a half-moon shape. "At least it missed the eye. Although having a magical eye would help my career," he chuckled. "Right, I'm glad you're better. I wanted to let you know that we've done the trap a few more times. Killed a bunch of Death Eaters, and locked the other ones up. Some of the cells now have 2 people each. They're all still lower in the ranks. We were hoping for some of the inner circle, but Tom has them on a wild goose chase," he chuckled. The fights over the beds had been hilarious and he found it funny that the inner circle was chasing their tail. Harry shook his head and went back to the report. "We stopped when they stopped showing up. We're now getting ready for an invasion. I believe there are only the top dogs left." He then told Shacklebolt what he had heard in the cells. Harry had listened in on a few more conversations and found that Tom was angry, no, raging. Voldemort had discovered that most of the Horcruxes were defunct, and he couldn't make more. Although when he found out about the necklace being a fake, he was hopeful that he still had one. His raging and cursing had the Death Eaters running scared. It was how they knew what was going on. Tom didn't lower his shouting when the inner circle reported to him. The prisoners were talking about how the man had lost his mind. Only the most fanatic defended him. The rest had fallen under his crucio too many times and were convinced that he had snapped. "Good to hear that there is dissension in the ranks. Tom might lose some fighters. I should be up and about tomorrow," Shacklebolt said with a grin and then sobered. "Don't forget Tom has creature backup. And if he is as angry as you say, then when he finds out where we are, or at least the general area, he's going to send them. Don't get cocky," he warned sternly, pointing a finger at the overexcited teen. He knew that is how many good Aurors fell. "I won't." Hermione is looking into how to keep the Dementors from getting through the wards, since Ashley doesn't know if they will stop those demons. The Weasley twins have perfected a powder for the werewolves. "I don't know what we'll do if he brings vampires," Harry said, wiping the smile off his face. "The arrows should be fine for them. If not, then we did get that sunlight spell off the windows in the portal room, and we know how to use it. Still, we better have some backup arrows," Kingsley answered, rubbing his scar again. Harry nodded and looked the Auror in the eye. "I do have to warn you. Dick is not happy with us. We kicked him off the team when he threatened me. We can't trust him to have our backs, he stated seriously, his eyes hardening. He fully blames me for you getting hurt and has done nothing but harass me since you've been here. Kingsley sighed and ran a hand down his face. Is he still getting through the wards? He asked, looking at the upset teen. Yeah, but they're giving him a hard time. I'm not sure if we can keep him here. I don't know what your relationship is, but, Kingsley, we really don't like him, Harry sighed, rubbing the back of his head. He's my brother, the injured man said with another sigh, leaning further into his pillows. What? How is that possible? The dark-haired teen looked at the man. I mean, you're black and he's white. No offense, he added quickly. Foster brother. We grew up together, Shacklebolt said as he rubbed the right side of his face. The scar still pulled when he changed his expression. He was an orphan of friends of my parents. So when his folks died they took him in. He was around 4 when it happened. They were overseas and were taken down by bandits. He was staying with us and we simply kept him. And made him part of the family. Not adopted, but my parents got permission from the ministry to raise him. We've been best friends all our lives. We even attended Hogwarts together, both of us in Gryffindor. Then, when we graduated we both joined the Aurors. That's where he got most of his scars. He's never going to let me live it down that I finally got caught, he chuckled. It had always been a bet to see how long Shacklebolt remained scar-free. Why wasn't he in the Order? How come you never mentioned him? The teen asked confused, thinking that the man Richard couldn't be Dick's father if he was friends with the Shacklebolts, perhaps an uncle or something. He still didn't know either of their last names. It had never been important enough to ask. He didn't. He liked Dumbledore's policy of non-violence, was the answer. Beside, you and I never really talked before. The others in the Order knew him. They didn't like him since he didn't like Albus, but they knew him. Though, now that I think about it, he and Aberforth got on well. They both refused to join the Order when Tom rose again, or rejoin in Aberforth's case. Kyle would join us, he was an Auror, until he went into the Department of Mysteries, which was right before Riddle came back. It was only good fortune that we got him to join us here. I should probably tell you to keep that under your hat, the Auror chuckled. Remembering all the times they went for drinks at the Hogshead. Those 3 would grouse about Albus over shots of fire whiskey. It was many times he had to pour his brother and ex-coworker into bed. Well, that's something we agree on, and I will. I like Kyle, Harry replied, bringing the man out of his memories. Still, we can't have Dick on the team. You're going to have to assign him something else. And make sure he stops stalking me. I can't go bloody anywhere without him being there, jeering at me and warning me that if you don't get better he's going to do something. I'm half tempted to lock him up until this is over. I just got the twins to threaten Ron to keep him from following me around. I trust him with my life, Kingsley said, shooting the teen a glare. Dumbledore trusted Snape. The Marauders trusted Pettigrew. All of them are dead, except Remus. I'm sorry, but no, either he goes or we go. I've already talked to Neville, Luna, Kyle and the others and they agree, Harry snapped back. His face showing he wouldn't give an inch. I'll talk to him. Perhaps he can protect the healers, which would keep him away from you. Is anything else happening? Kingsley sighed, changing the subject from his hot-headed brother. He always knew Dick was quick to anger, but he never thought he would take it this far, to threaten a teen. He shook his head in disappointment. Not yet, but we're waiting. Okay, is Tonks up and around? Is she ready to get back into the fight? Though I don't want a new mother to be in battle, she is one of the best. Moody trained her, after all, the Auror asked, hoping she would join in Dick's place. You'll have to ask her and Remus. I mean, she may be ready, but it is a lot to ask, Harry said with a tilt of his head. I'll do that, he said, thinking he would keep Remus and Tonks on separate schedules, so that if one went down there would be at least one parent to raise Teddy. He hated to ask it, but they were at war, needs must. And the conversation turned to how Halstead was running. Everything was going well. They had enough food and supplies to hold them for months and the house elves were getting more. Bill, with the help of Fleur, had talked the refugees into coughing up the jewels and they had that cash. So things looked good. Training was still taking place daily and the adults were getting better with each session. Many of those that had been injured were now healthy and learning to fight. They were now 300 strong in fighters, and 50 in non-combatants, and it looked like they could hold their own. Those who wouldn't fight were researching or helping the elves. The houses in the village were mostly full with families and pets. It would be a pleasant town, if there wasn't the underlying fear of death. The 5th and 6th floors still housed the students. And anyone not married bunked on the same floors as the students, pending their gender. The 3rd and 4th were converted into the hospital wing. Potions were being brewed for the final battle, by everyone who passed their owls. They were stocking up on everything they could think of, even boiled cream. Nothing was left to chance. Now that they had found the money, the elves were getting ingredients from France. The centaurs worked with the muggles to perfect their aim. They actually got on pretty well. Some of the muggles sported guns, mostly hunting rifles, with a few handguns, which they had the house elves retrieve. It was too bad they couldn't send the little guys to buy more. Harry was super excited about that, and asked if there was one for him. He was given a handgun and spent a lot of his time training with it. McGonagall made some bullets, once it was explained to her what they were. It took her about a day, but she finally got it. She couldn't not, however, replicate the guns. There was just not enough time to get all the parts right, since she had no experience with machinery. They didn't have to wait long. The patrols spotted the Death Eaters in the woods the next day. They fired down arrows, bullets and spells at them, glad they were hidden by the wards. They killed about 10 before the others popped away. Some of the magicals sent off patronuses and warned the people in the keep. The walls now had at least 30 people roaming them at all times, muggles, centaurs and wizards alike. McGonagall and Flitwick, with help of some of their top students, finally got the top big enough for the centaurs. This was a big help, since the centaurs were deadly with bows and not opposed to using them with deadly force. They were still very angry at being hunted. Harry never learned what Kingsley said to Dick, but the man stopped following him everywhere, though he didn't stop glaring at the teen whenever they were in the same room. Tonks and Remus were on patrol of the wall, one during the day, and the other at night. Remus was also not on the team anymore. He felt his son was more important. But he would be in the final battle. Tonks was of a different opinion. She felt that the world would not be safe if Tom won, so she took up his place. It had been one hell of a fight. A few days later, it was Grop's territorial bellow that alerted them that there were giants in the woods. Hagrid and Charlie immediately went to the giant to make him be quiet. They brought the confused Grop closer to the walls, and then retreated to the castle. The catapults were released, when they spotted the heads of the 5 giants coming through the trees. They were loaded with larger bombs. The twins whipped up just for this enemy. The bombs hit the giants in the head. 2 died instantly, the others fell, causing the ground to shake. What do we do with them? They won't fit in the cell. And to tell the truth, I don't want them in the fortress, Harry asked from his place on the wall, where he stood to see what was happening. We'll just have to kill them, Kingsley sighed. He seemed to be doing that a lot lately. But this war was taking its toll on him. Hagrid, do you think you can handle that? He turned to the gentle half-giant. Nah, sorry Kingsley, but I don't like take lives. Dumbledore wouldn't like it. Great man Dumbledore. The tall man sniffed and took out a large handkerchief and blew his nose. It's okay, big guy, we'll think of something, the bald Auror said, patting the emotional man on his beefy arm. We will remove the beasts, Gullen stated firmly as he indicated his herd, who were all standing below. He twirled around and galloped down the ramp. The herd gathered axes and spears and moved to the woods to the fallen giants. Harry and the others watched dispassionately as they dismembered them. It was a gory sight. They first put spears through the hearts, which they had to climb on the body to reach, and then cut the heads clean off, which took 2 on either side. There was no way those guys would ever give them trouble again. Remind me to never piss off a centaur, Neville stated as he watched the bloody scene. Right, was all Harry could say as he tried to keep down his lunch. What do you think Tom will send next? He turned to Kingsley. My bet is on the Dementors. The bald man answered as he turned away. The centaurs were especially vicious. They were making their way back, covered in blood. They left the bodies in the woods. We'd better check with Hermione and see if they've come up with a way to keep them out. That and get everyone brushed up on their Patronuses, the dark-haired teen stated, taking off his glasses and cleaning them. My bet is on werewolves, Kyle added, still watching the herd return, and shaking his head at their sadistic grins. They really must not like giants. He had to wonder why they tolerated Hagrid so well. Not to mention Grop. We should get the silver powder near the pulse as well. Kyle's right, we don't want to be caught off guard if it's werewolves, Neville stated, turning away from the grisly sight. Yeah, let's do that, Kinsley said, and with that the four left the wall, splitting up and going about their tasks. Harry went to find Hermione. He found her talking to Ashley outside the library. Add some sort of happy memory to the wards, was what he heard her say as he came up to the two. What's up, guys? Harry asked as he gave Hermione a one-armed hug. She was still his best friend and he had no problem showing her that whenever he could. The breakup with Ron had hit her hard, and she needed as much affection as she could get. Luna was the one that told Harry to hug his friend as often as he could. Oh, hello, Harry. Did you guys get the giants? I've been ever so worried, the curly-haired girl said, returning the friendly gesture. The whole castle started to go crazy when we felt the tremors. It wasn't until Charlie came and told us you knocked them out that things died down. Yeah, the centaurs took care of them, and no, I'm not going to tell you how. Well, the bombs got two. And then the centaurs got the rest, the dark-haired boy said with a thin, sickly smile. Okay, she answered slowly, noting his grim look and decided she didn't want to know. Anyway, I was just talking to Ashley and was asking him if there was any way to add happy memories to the wards. She turned to the ghost in question. What, like shooting Patronuses at the ward stone? Harry inquired, thinking about how one would add such a defense. Honestly, Harry, don't be obtuse. No, we can add a rune. There are about 3 that represent happiness. 2 of them are really old. I found them in an ancient book. Professor Babbling is looking at it now. I don't know why no one has thought of it before, it really is rather simple. I just wanted to see what Ashley thought. She once again turned to the ghost. As I was about to tell Miss Granger, we did not have such demons in my time, so I am unsure how to thwart them, the ghostly man said, running his hand over his beard. However, such a principle is sound. Let us adjourn to the ward room and see if we can implement it, he stated and turned to lead the way. Wait, we should get the rune mistress to help, Hermione said. And rushed to the library to get Professor Babbling. The tall, thin, dark-skinned woman emerged with Hermione following behind. Professor, Harry greeted with a nod when the 2 women joined them. Mr. Potter, she nodded back. Miss Granger tells me we are going to do an experiment, she added with a glint in her eyes. Yes, I was wondering if we added a happiness rune to the wards. Would that prevent the Dementors from coming near? Hermione said, bouncing on her toes, making her hair and chest bounce with her. Harry valiantly kept his eyes on her face. Even if he was hugging her on Luna's orders. He didn't think his sorta girlfriend would appreciate him googling other women, though she might, you can never tell with Luna. Still, he kept his eyes firmly on his friend's nose. Oh my, that is a brilliant idea. I wonder why no one has thought of it before, the professor stated, echoing Hermione's earlier statement, tapping her chin in thought. So do you think it would work? The excited female teen asked, still bouncing. Not wanting to say that wizards had no logic. I would have to see the ward stone, but I do believe it would, the teacher answered. If you will just show me where it is. I can take a look, she said, turning to the ghost. I will lead the way, Ashley stated as he once more turned to the basement. The professor's mind was going a mile a minute. She was thinking that there were other runes that could also be incorporated into the scheme. There were runes for memories, and if they were added in conjunction with the happiness one, then perhaps they would have a foolproof way of preventing those soul suckers from ever bothering innocents again. Her thoughts were racing with the implication of how much money could be made on such a scheme. She looked thoughtfully at her prize student. It could work. They made their way to the room and Professor Babbling was ecstatic to see it. She wandered around the stone and nodded to herself, and then stood. If we place the runes here and here, next to the ones for protection, then yes, I do believe we can hold off the Dementors, she said with a huge grin and reached into her pockets for her carving kit. She placed the marks where she indicated, making sure to think of pleasant memories, and the runes lit up with a golden glow, mixing with the red stone and making the whole room shine in shades of red and gold. That feels really good, Harry said as a wave of happiness overcame him. It was close to what it felt like when he entered his core. Why didn't we have to charge them? Because the crystal is already charged, they just drew off the magic. That, and I made sure to keep good thoughts in my head, akin to casting a wandless Patronus, the professor answered, gazing at the wondrous sight. Yeah, it does feel good. I think it'll work, Hermione stated as she hugged her friend. I can just feel the happiness. Anything to keep those monsters at bay, the dark-haired teen added with a grin. You're bloody brilliant. He kissed the top of her head and then grabbed her up and twirled her around. Put me down, Harry, she laughed. All depressing thoughts of Ron Weasley flew out the window. She was very glad to have Harry as a friend. Now, maybe, she could find someone more compatible. He is correct. This was absolutely brilliant, Professor Babbling stated, watching the two teens. They all looked at Ashley, and for the first time since they met him he seemed content. His ghostly presence took on a shade of shimmering silver. I do not believe I have felt this well in ages, the spirit said. That does not mean I do not want to give up my final rest, however, I do feel it can wait now. I'm still working on getting that snitch open, Harry said. Had tried a few times right before battles, but there must be a specific phrase to open it, and he hadn't found it yet. Damn Dumbledore and his stupid puzzles. Don't worry, Harry, we'll figure it out, Hermione said, patting him on the chest. Yeah, he sighed. Anyway, we should tell the others, but I think we should still practice our Patronuses, the curly-haired teen added and started for the door. Right. They made their way back to the second floor to the library. The despondence that had been felt in the castle before was almost gone. The people were wearing smiles and chatting with each other or the portraits. The house elves were popping all over the place, cleaning like there was no tomorrow. The castle just seemed to radiate joy. Well, if it doesn't keep the Dementors out, at least it has lifted everyone's spirit. Harry said as he looked at all the happy people. Oh, I do hope that doesn't make them compliant. We need them to be on their toes, Hermione fretted, worrying her lip. I hope so too, but it might just have the opposite effect. You know, make them fight harder, the male teen said encouragingly. I hope you're right. The next few days were peaceful and the keep was bustling with activity. The catapults had the silver powder and the bombs next to them. The walls were covered in weapons, both steel and silver. The rain even let up for those few days. Training was still going full force. But now everyone had more confidence in themselves. They hit the target more forcefully and almost always hit their mark. There was a quick meeting with the trap team, and it was decided that they would patrol the woods, in the area they had held the traps. Those wards did a wonderful thing. The Longbottoms awoke from their years-long trance-like states. They were not ready to fight. But they were now aware that there was a war. The whole family was moved into the castle, so the healers could watch them. Harry, Hermione, oh Merlin, do you know what you've done? Neville shouted with great joy in his voice. He ran into the library and grabbed the two teens, one by one, twirled them around, making everyone laugh and cheer, or look at each other confused. Neville, what's gotten into you? Hermione said when he let her down. My parents are awake, he shouted with great happiness. Oh Merlin, really? Oh my, that is great news, the girl stated, giving him one more hug. It was your wards. They finally felt safe enough to come out of their illness. His face was like the sun coming out after a cloudy day. Harry never knew how much his mate had kept hidden until he saw just how happy he was now. The healers want to add the runes to the wards of St. Mungo's when it's rebuilt. They say it could shorten recovery time. That's wonderful, Neville, about you parents and the wards. Harry said, clapping the happy boy on the back. Yeah, it is. The smile never left the sandy-haired boy's face. Are they okay with you fighting? Harry asked, worried they would pull a Molly. They're right proud of me, Neville puffed out his chest. Great, let's celebrate. I think the twins have some butterbeer stashed away, Harry stated, ignoring Hermione's frown. He took Luna's hand and went to find the twins. The whole DA joined them up in the Longbottoms' new rooms and partied until the break of dawn. The Longbottom parents watched over them from their beds, though they had tea. Smiling at the fact that Neville had such good friends. Augusta tried to break it up, but Frank put his foot down and said to let them have their fun. One night, just at dusk, after those peaceful days, the sky started to cloud and anyone in the woods felt the effects of the Dementors. Then the howling came, and they quickly made their way inside. Get the silver ready, but keep the steel. We're not sure how many are coming and if they have wizards. Marksmen, prepare your bows and guns. All fighters to the walls. Everyone, get in place. Shacklebolt bellowed as they closed and barred the gates. Combat healers to the houses. Wait for the injured. Get the non-combatants to the chamber. If you don't hear fighting and there is no Patronus, then get to the woods. Get out of the country and warn others that we lost. He barked out orders. Everyone scurried to comply. Grop is out there, Hagrid said as he wrung his hands. He's just a baby. He won't make it past the wards, Hagrid. Maybe you can take him to the other side of the castle. He should be safe there, Harry said, not wanting his first friend to lose his only family. Right, I'll just go and get, I am. The determined man stated and left as quickly as he could, making sure to close the gate behind him. They had to bar him out. They watched as he quickly made his way to his brother and started leading him to the other side of the castle. Harry felt bad for the little, big guy. Why did you tell him that? Ron snapped. We could have used Grop in this battle. Would you leave your brother unprotected? Harry snarled. He's only a child. Well, no, but he's only a giant, the redhead stated confused. I'm done talking to you, bigot. The dark-haired teen spat and made his way up the wall. 100 people lined the wall, some of every race and species. 75 more were on the roof of the castle. 7 healers were in the nearest houses. The rest were gathered around the non-fighters and injured, making their way to the chamber. After they got them secured, they would then use the windows to attack, in case the wards were breached. The house elves were preparing for an invasion, closing the shutters and locking the doors. They then set themselves up with knives and clubs. They would do their best to protect the innocents. Around 100 Dementors, 50 Death Eaters, 30 werewolves, 20 vampires, 3 trolls, 2 giants and 1 Voldemort came into view. Yes, it was mean to leave it there, but I'm hoping to prolong the battle pending on my muse and it won't fit here. So, sorry, but this was a good place to end it. There is a new poll on my profile, thanks for voting in my last one, it helps a lot. It's what fortresses are for. Chapter 15. It's what fortresses are for. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. Yeah, so, I did it again. I added a couple of paragraphs to the last chapter on February 13, 16. However, you don't have to reread it. I added that some of the muggles had guns, the elves got them, and now Harry carries one. It is not vital. But since I am using them in the battle, I don't want you to think, where did the guns come from? That's about it. I ask you to understand that in order for me to continue with few plot holes, I have to reread the previous chapters, so I remember where I am. Thanks for your patience. I've added a new poll. Thanks for voting on my previous ones. Now for the battle. It is one of my weaker points in writing and it took me days to finish. Thanks again for your support. Oh, Merlin. Look at all the Dementors. I hope those wards hold. There are giants and trolls too, good thing we had those catapults and bombs. Did the Weasley twins get that silver powder ready? I've never seen a werewolf half-human half-wolf before. Shite, that's Greyback. Yeah, but it hasn't been tested. I pray it works. Oh my god, are those vampires? They don't look anything like the ones on the telly. Is that him? Quote, the bald snake-like man in the back. Yeah, that's Tom. Harry Potter is supposed to fight that. Don't worry, I have faith in him. He saved all our lives. Quiet, we don't know if the wards will block our voices. Were the whispers alone the walls, until Kingsley ordered them to be silent. The talk died down and they all sat and waited. The people on Ewalls looked at the enemy army and had it not been for the happiness wards, they would be cringing with fear. They were spread out along the western wall, mixed with one another, muggles, centaurs and wizards like blended together to form an army. Those that could use the bows and guns were making sure they had ammunition. Those that cast magic held their wands at their sides, shield bracelets on their wrist. Everyone would have one, but they needed a core to work off of. Harry was armed with his gun and wand, moleskin pouch on his belt and shield bracelet on his wrist. He couldn't hit a tar. Get dead on every time with his left hand, but he could hit it. He briefly thought of trying the snitch, but it seemed unimportant right now. He had no idea why Dumbledore deemed it important enough to win the war. The more he meditated on that man, the more he didn't really like him, but those thoughts were for another time. Right now, they just stood firm and watched to see if they were found. Here was a small chance that Tom would give up and try again another time. They were hoping to be better prepared, but were still confident enough that if the battle broke out today they would win, though not without casualties. They had been training for this for many weeks, and with the rituals they all had a boost of power. The enemy was scouring the woods to try and find them, their wands lit. The werewolves were sniffing about, as were the vampires. The giants and the trolls just seemed confused. They were ready to smash things and the clubs they toted were swinging at the trees. They were too far away to fire weapons, except the catapults and some of the rifles. The Death Eaters were casting spells to find the enemy, but were not near enough just yet. Some of the spells were weak and dull, and those casting them were warily watching Tom as if he would strike them dead any minute. Harry noted that many of the Death Eaters were smaller than the rest. He wondered if they were the younger students of Hogwarts. He kind of felt bad for them. Most would have been forced to revere the madman by their families. He remembered Draco crying in the bathroom last year. He knew the boy didn't want to kill, but if he was out there then he would have no choice. This thought made him condemn the Dork Lord even more. He really hoped it was the older students. He would feel really bad if they had to hurt kids. Kingsley, look at some of the humans. I think he's got kids down there, he whispered to the bald man. Shite. Spread the word. No killing the kids, the Auror stated to Kyle and T. He-Man turned to the next person and the whispers started. Everyone held their breaths watching them. They waited for about an hour in that cold, damp night, just listening to the calls of frustration from the enemy. The howls of the werewolves and the hissing of the vampires. So far they had not been sensed by the Dementors, making sure to keep their emotions dull. They didn't know if it was the wards preventing them from being noticed, or if they were being held back by Tom. Either way, they felt safe behind the walls of Halstead. Tom continued to spur his army on, saying he would kill them all if they did not find the resistance. Whenever he spoke the Death Eaters looked harder, casting revealing spells and moving further into the woods. The werewolves in their half-formed state were getting closer, though they did stop to sniff the bodies of the dead. The vampires, the giants and the trolls were almost overcome by the smell of the carcasses. The Dementors were swarming above the trees, almost in a frenzy over the promised feast. The army was getting closer and would soon run into the wards. Kingsley turned to Kyle, Harry, Luna and Neville. Send a Patronus to the roof and tell them to fire on the giants and trolls. He ordered quietly. He had made the decision that Tom wasn't going to give up this night. So they would fire the first shot. He had been appointed leader and was taking that role very seriously. They all did as bid and the only noise heard inside the keep was the release of the catapults, making the enemy look to the skies. 5 bombs sailed and, boom, everything as tall as the trees fell. Some even crushing the people in front of them. The vampires hissed when the bombs went off and fled further away from the light. Revive them, Voldemort ordered, his voice cutting across the woods. The Death Eaters scurried to do as commanded and waved their wands to no avail. They could not wake them. They will not wake, my lord, Bellatrix said, being the only one brave enough to face an irate Tom. Yeah, she was crazy. Fools, how hard can it be? Voldemort stated as he glided to one of the giants. His bare feet, making small rustling sounds as he softly treaded on the leaves. He waved the Elder Wand, which he had fought young Draco for, threatening him with dire consequences should the child try and win. He had been going to kill Snape, but the fearful teen told him about how he was the one to disarm that bumbling old fool. He dueled the pathetic, simpering boy and simply disarmed him in under a minute. Now, the wand belonged to him. He didn't believe in the foolishness of the Deathly Hallows, but this wand was purported to bring power, and that was all he cared about. When the giant did not wake under the death stick, he killed it with the killing curse. They were useless stupid beasts. To fall so quickly to a strong stunning spell, he thought they were spell resistant, which is the only reason he brought the monsters in the first place. He went to each of the fallen, killing them one by one. The people in the fortress were ecstatic that the man would kill his own troops. They knew he was crazy, but didn't realize just how far gone he was. The Dementors now felt the happiness of the people in the keep and swarmed towards it. The wards only boosted the feeling, and the demons took no note of them. There was never a ward invented that could keep them out. All 100 converged on the walls, only for most of them to fry on the wards. The skies lit again as the wards flashed silver. That was an unexpected side effect, and it would now pinpoint Halstead. The inhuman screeches filled the air, and everyone covered their ears, even Tom's army. The Death Eaters watched with horror as their most valued fighters died. The dark, ratty cloaks, empty of the demons, floated to the ground. Only a few survived, and they flew away as fast as they could. They had never been killed before, and this was not something they would attempt again. They would retaliate against the idiot that brought them here, but for now they needed to get away. Potter, you will pay for that. Voldemort bellowed into the night, looking towards the keep. He couldn't see them, but now knew where they were, since there was still a huge shimmering silver dome. You cannot hide from the greatest Dark Lord ever, Potter. I will find you and you will wish for death before this day is over. He threatened smoothly. First troop to the wards, he ordered, and a group of 6 made their way to where the dome ended. Death Eaters, werewolves, fire on that shield. Take it down or it will be your life. Vampires, stand at the ready. You will get your promised feast. His loyal did as he bid, and soon enough spells were bombarding the dome, including Tom's. It was weakening with every spell of the Elder Wand. You could feel the wards starting to fall, the silver glow was dimming. All but the werewolves were casting, they were otherwise occupied. He's got ward breakers, Bill shouted as he noted the wand movement of the first troop. Marksmen, fire, Kingsley ordered under a sonorous. Arrows, bullets and curses rained down on the Death Eaters and the ward breakers. They only got a few before the shields went up, though all were wounded. There were 4 breakers left, and bullets, spells and arrows bounced off their protections. Kingsley decided that they must be wearing a ward amulet, so he ordered them to turn their attention to the half-formed werewolves, who were eating the giants and not paying attention to the battle. When one fell to a shoulder wound, howling in pain, Tom turned to see what they were doing and shot spells at them to get them back into action. He erected a ward to hold off the weapons, losing 2 before he noticed, but cast weak crucios to get them to pay attention. Fools, this is no time to bow to your animal instinct. I will kill you all if you do not listen to your master, he said, making them cringe in fear. The last week this man had tortured many and none wanted to be on his bad side. He dropped the ward and turned back to the dome, firing spell after spell on it. Silver powder, launch, ordered Kingsley, and a few seconds later silver powder fell on the trees, glittering from the light of the happiness ward. It was very pretty, making the wolves howl in pain. They were rubbing their bubbling skin trying to get it off, but it clung to their fur. They quickly dispersed into the trees, making it impossible to see them. They were covered in powder, and they ran to find water, hoping to wash it off before it killed them. Voldemort fired on them, but they were much too fast, giving in to the fight or flight instinct. Fire the sun spell, Kingsley shouted. Many spell casters raised their wands and shot the spell into the air. And soon the sky was lit as bright as a summer's day, making the vampires hiss and take cover. Some of them sported burns on their pale faces and hands. It was too bad there was nothing to anchor the spell, because it dissipated after a few minutes. But they now knew it worked and it will be useful in closer combat. Now, most of Voldemort's troops were gone or dead. He raged and shouted for them to take cover and they all ran to the trees, barring the ward breakers. The residents of the keep held their breaths, hoping the madman would leave. They lit the sun-light spell again and saw the enemy flitting from tree to tree, coming even closer to the fortress. Keep firing on the ward breakers, Kingsley ordered, and spells rained down on the surviving men. were however covered with a blue dome that could only be penetrated with unforgivables, and no one was about to shoot them off. Cease fire. Some of us are going to have to go down there, Harry said, looking at the shields. We might be able to take them down if we're closer. Harry's right, I can take them down, if I'm next to them, Bill said with a nod. All right, Bill, Harry, Tonks, Kyle, Flitwick, and I will go down there. Bill, you take down the wards and we'll cover you. The rest of you fire at will. Prepare for a breach. Spread the word, Kingsley sighed. He had hoped they could fight this behind the walls. The silver dome finally faded and the woods were dark again, except the moonlight off the silver glitter. The team made their way down the ramps and moved quickly to the door. They all disillusioned themselves, Harry using his cloak, and made their way out of the keep. Sticking to the walls they followed the light of the blue shields. Bill snuck up on the closest one. ND waved his wand to release the protection. The dome fell and Harry's gunshot was heard, but couldn't be separated from the guns of the walls. They crept closer to the next one and did the same. However, when they got to the third, he was crowing with triumph. The wards fell. Shite. Fall back, the bald Auror ordered, and they quickly made their way back to the keep, avoiding being hit by the barest margin. The enemy could now see the fortress and moved swiftly to breach the walls. Ladders were conjured and they climbed them, only to be brought down by arrows and gunfire. Though, since they thought it might be kids, judging by their height, they only hurt them and took them out of action. The enemy hadn't gotten far enough to be killed by the fall. Kingsley hoped that Voldemort had healers with him. He really didn't want the kids to die from blood loss. Then again, knowing Tom, he wouldn't care. Cowards. Idiots. The rest of don't let them get away. Voldemort bellowed, not so much as. Glancing at the children he consigned to die. Kingsley ran inside the door. The team followed. They put the bar down and the Auror yelled, "Second team fall back." The Muggles and the Centaurs stayed on the walls, half watching outside and the other half turned inward, and all spell users ran down the ramps. They all stood and waited for the door to open. They put up shields and blinds and were hoping to bottleneck the enemy when they came in. The castle lights went on and you could just make out people behind the shutters. It caused the shadows to thicken, giving people places to hide. Tom is going to use a bombardment spell, came the warning from above. Boom, boom, boom. The door crashed to the ground, splinters flying everywhere. The first to come through were the vampires. They were being driven by the Death Eaters. They ran through the door and were hit with the sunlight spell. They hissed and ran with their cloaks over their heads, the bright light burning them as they ran. But they had nowhere to go and soon fell to ash. Unfortunately, this gave time for the Death Eaters, which now numbered 30, to come through and put up their own shields and blinds. Spells were cast and arrows and guns were fired. But the Death Eaters had formidable shields. They were casting unforgivables, and a few off the keep's residents fell. One turned and started firing on the friendlies. But he was soon slapped out of it and turned back and fought the enemy. Refugees to the houses, Kingsley ordered, seeing many of them fall. They just weren't ready to fight. The uninjured picked their wounded and made it to the houses, the order, the DA and the professors covering their flight. Molly was now engaged in a battle with Bellatrix, Ginny by her side. They were fierce in their spells and soon drove that woman back. All three were sporting wounds. The Weasley women were the most cut up, but Bellatrix had a huge gash on her chest. It was bleeding profusely and she was hiding behind one of the houses. Molly and Ginny were still firing on her, making the wall she was behind shudder at each spell. Soon the wall came down and they both fired a cutting curse and the evil witch fell to the ground and didn't move. The two Weasley women turned to re-enter the battle. Fred and George were fighting Yaxley. They were using every prank in the book and the man now looked like a cross between a monkey and a squirrel. As he attempted to undo his transformation, they turned their sights on the next enemy, making sure to keep one eye on the man. They were both sure that the spells used could not be undone. But they didn't want to take that chance. Neville, Kyle, Kingsley and Luna were taking care of the Lestrange brothers. They were holding their own, but no one was without cuts or spell damage. Luna couldn't use her left arm, but she was still agile enough to fight. Tonks and Hermione were blasting Malfoy Sr. They were taking years of insults out on the man. He wasn't a Middable as he had bragged to be all these years, and the two girls soon had him transfigured into a rock, which they placed in Hermione's purse that was hanging off her belt. Remus and Dick were in the castle, shooting spells from the window. Harry was blasting away, using every spell in his arsenal, and many fell to his wand. So far he got McNair and Flint and others he didn't know. Everyone was fighting, and the Death Eaters were grossly outnumbered. Now their numbers were 15. And the people of the keep still had 70, if you include the ones banishing knives from the houses. Just we, and the Death Eaters were going to give up. Voldemort stepped through the broken door as if he were simply walking into any room, his bare feet stepping on shards of wood as if they were just grass. There was no fear in his body stance. He casually fired spells to destroy the blinds, and a few more people fell. "Potter, come and face me," he said softly in that silky voice of his. Harry took a deep breath and weighed his options. This could be the end, he thought. I can finish this once and for all. Maybe I should try. And open. His thoughts were cut off, and he was taken completely by surprise when hands fell on his elbows. Holding his arms firmly in place at his side, Harry tightened his grip on his weapons, and he turned his head and looked, but could not see who held him. "Potter, you must listen to me," came the refined voice of his most hated teacher. "You're a fucking traitor. Why the hell would I listen to you?" Harry spat as his head followed the voice over his left shoulder. He tried to shrug off the hands, but they held him fast. He couldn't even turn around. He cursed himself for not watching his back. That thought gave him pause. They hadn't covered their flank. Shite. He couldn't call out just now and warn the enemy, and with Snape having him trapped he couldn't fire off a Patronus either. Shite. 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 "Potter, I will swear by my magic that I am on your side." "Dumbledore gave me a message to give to you," Snape said, his hands squeezing the arms under them, giving the boy a shake. "You killed him, you bastard. How can you be on our side?" the teen asked, confused. He did remember Mr. Weasley stating something along those lines, but he also remembered Dumbledore falling to this man's wand. "Damn it, Potter, just listen," he snarled, and removed his hands, taking up his wand. "I swear on my life and magic that I am on the side of the light," he vowed quickly, a light shining from his wand. He looked to see if the Dark Lord noticed, but the man was fighting Kingsley, Lovegood, Longbottom, and a man he didn't know. "Listen, you miscreant, you have a Horcrux in your scar. The headmaster said you must die, though he believes you will be revived," Snape said urgently. "You must let the Dark Lord kill you. We got rid of the Horcrux weeks ago. I'm not letting that man shoot me down like a dog," Harry sneered, once more cursing Dumbledore for plotting his death. "What? How did you manage that?" the potion master asked, his voice rising and full of doubt. "Severus, what are you doing?" came the soft voice of the Dark Lord. He had wounded the Pay Opal he was fighting and was now waiting behind a shield for Potter to play hero. Kingsley and Kyle were knocked out and bleeding. Luna and Neville were trying to get them to the healers. Some of the healers were levitating them to the houses, the teens covering them. The Dark Lord was turned away, looking for his faithful follower. The battle raged on, but there were only a few Death Eaters left. "I have Potter, my lord," Snape said, smoothly, not believing for a minute that the Horcrux was gone. If Dumbledore couldn't get rid of it, then there was no way Potter could. Not even the mudblood, Granger, could do what the headmaster could not. That caused everyone to pause, some of the fortress residents to cry out in denial. Neville took that moment to stun every Death Eater he could see. The rest took up his task, and soon it was just Voldemort and Snape left. "Bring him to me," the madman hissed, angry that his loyal were taken down by riffraff. He was still confident he could win. All he had to do was take out the boy who lived, and then he could rule Britain. "Of course, my lord," the traitor stated, replacing one of his hands and propelling the boy forward. Harry casually took his gun out, twisted and fired it into Snape's right shoulder, making the man fall and release him. His ear rang with the shot, but it was only his right ear. He shot him again in the knees, bent down and grabbed Snape's wand, and then turned to the Dark Lord. He would give Snape the benefit of the doubt for now. He did make a vow after all, but he'd be damned if he was going to let him give him to Tom. He would go on his own power and not like a prisoner. "Tom," he said as he left his blind. He nodded his head cordially, gun in his left hand and wand in his right. "Don't call me by that muggle name," Voldemort hissed. His red eyes narrowed with hate. He dropped his shield so he could fight the boy. He folded his arms and looked over the boy of prophecy, finding him lacking. The elder wand sat in the bend of his left elbow, being held there with his right hand. Everyone stood and watched the two leaders. They were worried that the teen might lose, and they all held their weapons ready. The only reason they didn't fire was because of the thrice-damned prophecy. "Right, whatever, you really should make up your mind. You don't want to be called Tom, but you put a taboo on Voldemort. I mean, really, what are we supposed to call you?" "Dork Lord," Harry quipped, hoping to make the man mad. That caused some to twitter, and others to roll their eyes. "You will call me Master when," was as far as the man got. When Harry raised his wand and fired off an Expelliarmus, the elder wand flew to him. He caught with his right hand, next to his holly wand. "You really should learn to stop talking," Harry chastised, hurriedly putting the elder wand in his moleskin bag, with the gun leveled at Tom's head. Tom brought out his original wand and fired a killing curse. Harry ducked his head in. The curse flew by and hit the house behind him, causing the wall to shatter. He fired a skinning hex at the man, but it was stopped by a piece of debris. He shot off the gun and clipped the Dork Lord in the left shoulder. "Little Potter, fighting like a muggle," Tom sneered, looking at his wound and casually flicking a healing spell, but he lost use of that arm. "Can you not fight me with your wand, little boy?" he asked as he cast the Crucio. Harry banished a piece of wood from the house in front of him and returned the favor with a blasting hex. They fought all over the courtyard and many walls were brought down by the power of their curses. Luna could be heard cheering Harry on in the background, at the same time warning him to be careful. The rest took up the cheers and warnings. It was like a schoolyard fight. It was then that it happened. Grop's yells of pain and Hagrid's bellow alerted them that there were people coming from behind. It was the werewolves. They had regrouped and tended their wounds. They came into the courtyard, firing off deadly curses. Since the people of the keep were all wounded and tired, they were caught completely by surprise and a few more fell. Hellfire rained down from the castle and the catapult once again fired off silver, but they now had shields to protect them. The people on the wall took up the fight and fired silver bullets and arrows at them. The rest turned and started to fight yet again. Still the wolves were outnumbered and soon fell to their enemies. Harry was still engaged with Tom and they were both getting tired. It was when Harry heard someone say, "Bugger this," that he saw the Dark Lord fall. Luna, using her good arm, had snuck up behind the man and struck him down. Harry, seeing his lifelong enemy fall, cast a kinning curse and every bit of skin was removed. "The power he knows not, is my girlfriend," Harry told Tom as the dying man drew his final breath. "I hope you like this, I worked hard on it. Anyone who thinks they can beef it up is welcome to PM me. There should be 1 or 2 more chapters. Thanks for reading. The Bad Part of War. Chapter 16 The Bad Part of War. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. Not many votes on my new poll, maybe it is the question. Oh well, I'll stop at 50 if it doesn't pick up. Anyway, there will be a bit of angst chapter. Immediately after Tom died, Harry and Luna nodded to one another, raised their wands and set his body on fire. The smell was overwhelming, but they felt it had to be done. Someone cast a WIND charm and the smoke blew in the opposite direction from the village. The light of the fire lit the courtyard. It was very late at night. Harry looked through the flames at his injured girlfriend in a state of shock. He ignored the burning mess that was once the greatest Dark Lord ever. She looked bad. Her once blonde hair was a mass of blood and gore. Her face wasn't much better. Her clothes were torn and a mess. She, however, had a huge smile on her face, and he was startled when she jumped the flames and ran to his arms. Using her good arm, she latched on to his neck and threw her ratty jean-covered legs around his waist. "It is over, Harry, we did it. The Dark Lord Voldemort is gone," she whispered in his left ear. He had too many nargles. They whispered things in his ears, promises they couldn't keep. His soul was so torn that there was little left. "But we got him. You and I." "Yeah, we did," he he said, hugging her back. You were the best, Luna. I love you to death. If they had been anywhere else he would have kissed her. But he wanted their first kiss to not taste of blood. He was dreaming of Merlin's failed Avalon. That would be perfect, to take a week and just go there. Oh, Harry, you silly boy. This is not the time, she chastised as if reading his thoughts, though her smile was radiant as she raised her head and looked into his eyes. Kingsley stumbled from one of the houses. His leg was in a splint and he was using a conjured cane. There were tear tracks on his face. Harry had a moment to wonder why, and then the man started barking orders. It's not over yet, people, the bald Auror bellowed, stopping everyone in their tracks. Get to the wounded and get them in the houses. Neville, fire off a Patronus and let the people in the chamber know they can come out. Tell them we need the healers. Fred, George, get potions up here fast. Call the house elves if you have to. Kyle, he turned to the man who came out with him, do a body count. Charlie, check on Hagrid and his brother. Bill, take some people and get the prisoners to the cells, including Snape. Make sure they get treated, grab one of the healers from the chamber. Use one of the potions labs, make bloody sure they don't have their wands or portkeys. Hermione, take some of the DA and check on the kids outside. If you are injured get to a healer. Get moving, people, the now more scarred man yelled. Everyone started moving to do what they were told. Torches were lit and the sunlight spell anchored to the windows of the houses. Soon enough the shouts of denial were heard around the courtyard. Moaning wails of the injured joined the chorus. Many of the battle-weary people had tear-streaked faces. There must be more citizens dead than Harry thought. He really hoped it wasn't too many. He wasn't sure if he could deal with that. He'd have to find out whom, as soon as he rested. Come on, Harry, we have to see the healers, Luna said as she put an arm around his waist and turned him away from the scene. Harry was rather shocked that he was so wounded. In his fight with Tom he never noticed that he had a large gash on his left leg or a new wound on his face. Great, that's going to scar, was his wayward thought when the pain hit. He let Luna lead him to the nearest healer, trying not to put weight on his injured girlfriend. He was suddenly very, very tired. When he got to a bed, he passed out and didn't wake for hours. It's over, was the final thought when Morpheus took him. The next 5 hours was mass chaos. The healers, the uninjured and the house elves were run ragged. Ey tended the wounded and tried to save as many as they could. Alas, more died. The 100 that fought on the walls was dwindled down to 76. The ones that stayed in the castle or on the roof were uninjured. One of the dead was Dick, which had explained why Shacklebolt was crying earlier. When Kingsley was brought in, once more injured, Dick ran from the castle and turned his wand to Harry, who was fighting Tom. Kyle, who had just come to and was watching the epic battle, spotted him and banished a knife to his head. He was dead before he hit the ground. He really had only tried to maim him. But he was too injured to see straight and missed. The man felt bad for his old friend, Shacklebolt, but there was no way he was going to let Dick kill Harry. Out of the 50 Death Eaters, only 10 survived, mostly the kids. Snape was treated and thrown into a cell. The old prisoners were despondent that they lost. They couldn't help but think that if they hadn't fallen for the trap it would have been a different outcome. Some of them yelled that they would get their revenge. No one listened to them. The rest were actually glad the madman was dead. The person they fought for in the First war with the Dark Lord was not the person that had come back. No, the madman they returned to was little less than an animal and, yes, they were glad it was over. The dead enemies were piled in a clearing in the woods, near a small river and were burned. There was just too many of them to let the scavengers take care of it. The smell of decaying bodies alone would be bad. It took many magicals to tote them there. Especially the trolls and giants, but needs must. It was a good thing the ones who protected the castle were uninjured and could lend their wands. Harry finally woke, after those 5 hours. And he was cleaned up and healed as best they could. He would have scars on his leg and face, but at least he wasn't limping, unlike Kingsley. His new facial scar was a jagged one, just on his right cheek. It was almost a lightning bolt, but didn't quite make it as one, which, in Harry's mind, was too bad. If he was going to have a new scar, he really thought it should match with his old one. He went to find out what the results of war were. Putting a determined look on his face, he left the house. Luna was by his side. Her arm was in a sling, still useless. She might gain recovery in a few months. But right now there was nothing the healers could do. Her shoulder was just too damaged. She was just glad it was her left arm. Hand in hand, the couple stumbled out of the house, linking in the bright sunlight of a new day, though it was cold, and went to find who they could. The first person they ran into was Hagrid. "Hello, Hagrid, are you okay? That looks like a werewolf bite," Harry asked as they came up to the man. The gentle half-giant had a very nasty-looking bite on his right arm, near the elbow. Since giants were immune to magic, it would have to heal on its own. "Hello, Ari. Yeah, I'm all right. Giants can't be turned into other creatures," the gentle man said, though there was sadness in his eyes. "Wouldn't that be an interesting thing?" His tiny eyes lit with interest. Like it was something he could cuddle with. Harry didn't think so. No, he figured a giant werewolf would be downright scary. "How is Grop?" Luna asked as she gave the big man a hug with her good arm. "He's not good. Those blasted wolves tore him up something fierce. He might lose a leg," Hagrid said, taking out a handkerchief and mopping his watery eyes. "He's just a baby. They don't make peg legs fair giants. I don't know what to do," the poor man wailed. "Oh Merlin, Hagrid, I'm so sorry to hear that. I thought he'd be safe on the other side," Harry said, joining the hug. "'Tweren't her fault. Ya hear me? Ya didn't know," Hagrid stated, extracting the two teens and looking Harry dead in the face. "Ya did the right thing. We should have been more careful. We knew there was a battle, we just didn't think," he stated firmly. "All right, Hagrid," Harry said, trying to smile at the man, but failing miserably. "Hagrid is right, Harry, you cannot blame yourself for the wounded or dead. It was war and that happens," Luna chastised mildly, grabbing his hand and giving it a squeeze. She would make sure he didn't fall into survivor's guilt. It was going to be bad enough if he got post-traumatic stress disorder. She would make sure he didn't, even if she had to drag him to a mind healer herself. Harry took a deep breath. "You're right, I know you are, but it is something I battle with all the time. I'll meditate on it when we get our reports." He smiled at her and kissed her cheek, then had a thought. "Hey, Hagrid, find the Weasley twins, they'll think of it as a challenge to make a leg for Grop," he said, and this time his smile was real. Those two would fix it, he was sure. They were geniuses. If it hadn't been for them they would have never pulled off those traps. "I'll do that," Hagrid said, a bit of hope in his eyes. "Come on, Luna, let's go find Kingsley." "Good luck, Hagrid, I hope it all works out," he said as he gently tugged his girlfriend away. The couple made their way to the castle. Many people cheered as they passed. They got applause and thumps on the back as they walked by. It was a good thing everyone was busy, so the two could make their way mostly unimpeded. They checked the portal room and it seemed to be where the team leaders and a few others were. They all appeared to be in the middle of a meeting. So the two teens silently made their way to two open chairs. Harry noted a few missing people, but hoped they were just with the healers. "The Ministry," Kingsley was finishing up his talk. "Harry," Hermione shouted when he sat by her side, giving her friend a one-armed hug. She was excited to see he was up and around. Not to mention clean. She shuddered at the memory of how he and Luna were covered in wounds and blood. It had taken her 20 minutes to get the gore off herself, so she was glad the healers cleaned these two up. "Hello, Hermione, all right?" Harry asked, looking his friend up and down and seeing no wounds. "Yes, I'm fine, just some cuts and bruises." She waved away his concern and smiled at him for asking. "Good, I'm glad you're okay," Harry said, removing his arm and turning to his girlfriend. He did have a fleeting thought to ask about Ron. Pure habit of years of inquiry, but he decided she would tell him if Ron were injured. "How are you, Luna?" the curly-haired witch asked, looking sadly at the useless arm. "I am going to be just fine," Luna said with her radiant smile. Hermione was about to reply when Shacklebolt interrupted. "I'm glad you're here," Kingsley stated. His voice was firm, but his face was a mass of misery. "I was just about to go over the damage report." He turned to the paper in front of him. While he was glad the two saviors had survived, he was still mourning his brother and needed to get his mind off of that. Not that giving this report would do that. When it was over he could concentrate on rebuilding the wizarding world. Only then would he mourn properly, but right now there were more important things. How many did we lose? Harry asked the dark-skinned man, not really wanting to know, but knowing that he had to. It was going to take a lot of meditation to get over the guilt he was already feeling. He felt the squeeze on his hand and shot a weak smile to Luna. We were lucky. We only lost 24. It is a sad number to be sure, but in comparison, we were very lucky, Shacklebolt reported. But it was with a heavy voice. The Death Eaters lost around 40, magicals, most of them adults, but a few of the kids died of blood loss. That doesn't include all the dead werewolves or the rest of his army. Those animals are dead, all of them. The werewolves, the vampires, the giants, the trolls, and all but the few Dementors that fled. His entire army was cut down to 10. That is wonderful news, though I had hoped more of ours would survive, Harry said with a sad smile as he looked around the room and knew from the drawn faces that people he knew had died. Quote, the wizards and witches that survived and the ones we've held here need to be taken to the ministry to stand trial, but before we do that, we have to see just how bad the government is. I was just asking who wanted to go with me, Kingsley continued as he looked around the table at all the sad faces. He knew cleanup of the ministry was going to be bad. I have to go, stated Kyle, knowing that Beck Oz his was an unspeakable he had to return. He only hoped there was something to return to. When they left there were only the bigots in charge, now most of them were in the cells or dead. He knew there were many imperious people and could only hope that now that Tom was gone they had fought the curse. Me too, said Mr. Weasley reluctantly, but he felt the need to do something. I'll go, came the voices of a few others. Good, I'm going to get a few more people. I don't want to walk into a trap. We're going to need about 30 or more. I need those who are going with me to find others who can fight. The bald man said as he put the reports to the side. I have to go and see if there is anything left of Hogwarts. McGonagall stated. The professors nodded as well. The students have to stay here until we find out. We have no idea how the Death Eaters treated the castle after we left. I will also have to take the house elves with me. She turned to Harry. We may need their help. W.E. should return in a few days and get the students back to school. That is if their parents do not take them home. We may just have to close the school for the year and have everyone restart their studies next year. Hermione, Neville and Luna all perked up at that, all of them hoping that they could complete their studies. None of them really learned anything this year with Hermione on the run and the Carrows teaching. It had been a bad year for academics. There is no problem with that. I'm going to stay here for a while. I have a few things that need to be wrapped up, Harry said. He really didn't care one way or the other. He had an entire library to learn from. Then he had a sudden thought. Dobby, Winky, Tippy, he called and they soon popped in. The three elves popped in and asked almost in one voice. What can we do for the Slayers of the Dark Lord? Their faces beamed up at him in hero worship. They all turned as one and smiled harder when they spotted Luna. Yes, sir, they all saluted and popped away. Who did we lose? Luna asked, once more gripping Harry's hand, knowing this part was going to be hard on him. Not that it wouldn't be just as difficult for her, but she had a good childhood. Barring the death of her mother. However, she had had her father to comfort and love her. Molly, came the depressed voice of Mr. Weasley. He buried his head in his hands and started weeping. His dear Molly Wobbles had been brought down by numerous curses. She didn't even know she was hit with a dark curse until she died, right in the middle of a fight. Ginny had told him earlier that she simply died. The poor girl was hysterical. Bill pulled him into a hug with his own tears running down his face. Charlie sat off to the side, and his face was grim. None of the other Weasleys were there. Harry only hoped that they were together. Tonks, was Remus's equally saddened voice as he cuddled his newborn son to his chest. He knew she was at risk, they fought over it daily, but she would not be swayed. She kept claiming that she was an Auror and trained to do this, it was her duty. She fell to a killing curse while she was fighting an unknown Death Eater. Hermione was the one that brought that man down. He glanced at the guilt-ridden face of the young witch and knew he'd have to talk to her. Dick, Kingsley replied, cutting a look to Kyle, who was not ashamed of his action. The Auror knew he only did what he had to, but Dick was his brother, and it was going to take a while to come to terms with that. However, if his brother had killed Harry they would have lost, he had no doubt about that. He just wished Kyle had injured him, but the man explained that he was still woozy and was aiming for the shoulder. It was a tragic accident. 21 more names were called out. But Harry and Luna didn't know them well. "Oh Merlin, I am so sorry," Harry said, tears running down his face as he buried his head in Luna's shoulder. "No one blames you, Harry," Arthur stated, looking at his adoptive son. "We all knew what could happen. However, it was much worse until you brought us here. No one was fighting back, not even the Order, and we were losing. Then you found this wonderful place, where we learned to defend ourselves. If anything, it was your actions that prevented a slaughter. I don't want you to feel bad about this. Do you hear me? You are not to blame," he said firmly, tapping his finger on the table in front of him. Bill and Charlie nodded in agreement. "I'll try, Mr. Weasley. That's the best I can promise." Harry gave the man a watery smile. "That's all I ask, son," the red-headed man said, returning an equally sad smile. "Snape is demanding to speak to you, Harry," Kingsley said, getting back to the debriefing and running a finger down his scar in his new nervous habit. "What the fuck could that traitor want with me? He tried to give me to the Dork Lord," the dark-haired teen spat, ignoring Hermione's and Luna's language. "Harry, that man can burn in hell for all he cared. If he never saw him again, it would be too soon." While he did give the man the benefit of the doubt, he could not put aside years of animosity. He didn't say, he is not answering any questions until he speaks with you. You don't have to. We'll try him along with the rest and they will all be given Veritaserum. So, if you don't want to talk to him, don't," the dark-skinned man sighed. He wasn't going to push Harry into doing any more for this war. The boy had done his part and won. He earned the rest, along with Luna. Kingsley really hoped that she would be good for the team. So far it looked that way. "That bastard can rot in hell," was the spiteful response, echoing his earlier thoughts. "Fucking traitorous bastard, greasy-haired git, it will be a cold day in hell before I talk to him. Okay, I'll let him know. Now that is over, back to business. We've cleaned up most of the mess, now it's time to get back to civilization and do the mop up there. We're going to have to use some of the money from the cash. I'll make sure it is replaced when everything is settled," Kingsley said as he stood and started to leave. "I'm leaving in 30 minutes. Anyone who was coming with me meet me here," he threw over his shoulder as he limped out of the room. "We have to go as well." McGonagall tiredly stood and nodded to her coworkers. "Might we use the portal as well? It would be easier to send one person to open it," she asked, looking at Harry, who was still gathering his wits. "Of course," he answered, taking a deep breath and releasing it, letting his anger go for now. "Thank you. I have to go and gather the rest of the teachers. I will return in a few minutes," she said as she left. The meeting dispersed and Harry, Luna, Levi, and Hermione were the only ones left. They looked at each other and stood. "I'm going to meditate," Harry said as he walked towards the door. "If you need me, I'll be down in about 2 hours." "All right, Harry," Neville stated, clapping his friend on the back. He was going to go and check on his parents and Hannah. Hannah had been in the fight and he wanted to make sure she was okay. When he saw her last, she was limping to the healers. If he hadn't been busy with the cleanup he would have been by her side. His wounds had been taken care of rather quickly. He had a few scars on his arm, but other than that, he was fine. He was proud of himself. He had taken down the animal known as Greyback. He just hoped that no one noticed. He didn't want the notoriety. "I'm actually going to bed," Hermione said with a huge yawn. "Some of us didn't sleep for 5 hours, she teased gently with a kind smile, then her face turned hard. "Harry, be careful of Ron. He blames you for his mum. The twins and Ginny have him corralled. But he was really ranting last time I saw him," she warned, giving him a quick hug. "Shite," Harry said, running his hand down his face. "That's the last thing I need." And it was. He knew that Ron wouldn't let it go for a very long time, if ever. "Stupid stubborn bastard," he thought, All thoughts of giving his ex-mate another chance flew out the window. "Don't fret so, Harry. We will make sure he does not hurt you," Luna said, kissing her boyfriend on the cheek. "Oh, I'm not really worried about being hurt, but the last thing the Weasleys need is their hot-headed son and brother causing trouble." He sighed as he started towards the tower. Luna was still latched onto his hand. He was going to ask her why, but simply shrugged it off. Perhaps she wanted to do a guided meditation. She was very good at it with her dreamy voice and kind disposition. He was correct. She guided him through his guilt and sadness, and soon he was feeling much better. Then, while He was still deeply under, she instructed him to take out the snitch and told him so. "Say, I'm about to die." He did, and the snitch clicked opened. She made him come back and see what was inside. When he came to, he looked at the large cracked black jewel that was inside. "So this is the resurrection stone, huh? It looks harmless," he said as he examined it. It was rectangle and had a design etched in it. A circle with a triangle with a slash. Do not be fooled. Many people have withered away because of this stone, not to mention the souls that were tortured because of someone's guilt. You need to be very careful on how you use that," the blonde stated, closing the snitch with her good hand. "I have all the hallows now. What should I do with them?" the dark-haired boy asked. He really didn't want the power they were said to have. "If it were me, I'd give them back to Death," she answered with a shrug. "Yeah, but how? I mean, I can't just call a deity, who we don't even know is real, and say, 'Here you are.' Besides, I really don't want to give up my cloak. It belonged to my father," Harry asked, still looking at the snitch and wondering if he could call his parents down. "Would they be proud of me?" he asked himself. "You only have to destroy or somehow get rid of one. There is no need lose your cloak. And I know what you are thinking. Believe me, I want to call my mummy and ask the same." "But, Harry, don't. According to the legend they will suffer," Luna said gently. "Yeah, you're right, as always. I should go and find Ashley. We might be able to get him free," the male teen sighed and put the snitch back in his moleskin pouch. The two teens rose and made their way out of the tower, but they didn't know where to look for the ghost. He had not been seen since the final battle, and they didn't think he'd be hiding in the key room. Tippy was still gathering new house elves, so they didn't bother calling her. As they walked, they did note that there were far fewer people around, and most of them were students. The calls of congratulations followed them, and they made sure to greet everyone they knew. It impeded their search a bit, but it was important not to blow anyone off. After searching for an hour, Luna suggested he may be in the chamber, so they turned their feet in that direction. Going down the now clean tunnel, they came into the room, and sure enough, there was Ashley pacing back and forth, as if he was thinking heavily. "Hello, Ashley, are you okay?" Harry asked as he conjured two chairs for the humans. "Seeing battles always makes me weary," the spirit answered, turning to the two teens, a sad look on his face. "I have seen too many in my life, and death. I just want to rest," he sighed and floated closer. Harry conjured a chair for him, and the ghost sat. "Until Salazar came, there was a battle here about every 20 years or so. So it saddens me to see it. I was hoping that Halstead could be transformed into a thriving village of magicals. You never know, kind sir. It might be once again. Perhaps even before you go on your next adventure," Luna said mysteriously. "Well, I have the stone now, so maybe we can call Merlin and see if the old coot died," the teen offered, pulling out the snitch and whispering the passphrase. "How do you think I should do this?" He turned to his girlfriend. "Just lay the stone in your hand, twist it a few times and call out the full name of the person you want to see. Make sure you have a picture in your mind, as names tend to be recycled," she added with a grin. What is his full name?" Harry said sheepishly as he tipped the stone into his hand. It was just something he never thought of. He always thought the man was just plain Merlin. "His druid name is Merlin Emrys," Ashley offered. "Perhaps you should try that one." "I would try the more popular Merlin Ambrosius first," said Luna, as she gazed intently at the stone. "How about I just say both?" Harry said and twisted the stone in his hand, calling, "Merlin Ambrosius, also known as Merlin Emrys, come to me." At first nothing happened, and they were just giving up hope when a small funnel cloud started in the middle of the room. Then stepped out the man they called. I hemmed and hawed at who to kill off, all but Dick, he had to go, and finally settled on those two and many unknowns. It's what took me so long to write this chapter up. The next update might take some time. I have a new puppy that is demanding my attention when I write. Some closure. Chapter 17 Some closure. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. The man that stepped out was older than Dumbledore. He was far more colorful than Ashley and clearer as well. His robes were white and trimmed with gold as they flowed down his stooped body. His hair and beard were long and gray and a bit messy. His eyes were bright blue. His skin was tanned and wrinkled and he was bent and withered, using a staff to hold himself upright. He didn't seem to mind that he was almost decrepit with age. His face had a huge smile, showing some pearly white teeth, as if he was coming home. Must be how he looked when he died, Harry thought. I wonder how old he was. He looks like he lived well over 500 years, but that is ridiculous. We would have heard. Maybe he found Avalon. I wonder if he'll tell us where it is. Ashley, my dear boy. I cannot tell you how proud I am of you, Merlin said, breaking Harry from his thoughts, as the old man smiled, made his way over to his dear friend and patted the ghost on the shoulder. Which to everyone's surprise connected. Ashley's face was awestruck. It was the first time he had felt something in well over 1500 years. You have done everything I have asked for, and oh so much more. The woes you have faced are far more than I had anticipated. I had hoped that you would never be alone. I cannot tell you how sorry I am for your years of solitude. I could not have asked for a better apprentice. You, by far, exceeded my expectations. I know you seek your final rest, and I do hope this young man can give it to you. His face wrinkled more when he smiled at Harry and gave a wink to the boy. Master Merlin, I am very vexed with you, Ashley stated as he glared at his mentor. You did not tell me I would spend eternity here. He was used to the man's manipulations, and took his apology with a grain of salt. From what the children had told him, his old master was akin to their deceased headmaster. He had pondered on that. Did having great power mean all those who had it turn hubristic? Was the thought that ran through his head. He hoped that didn't happen to Harry. He quite liked the boy the way he was, well, maybe a bit less angry. However, he was sure the teen would grow out of it. I know, my boy, and again I am truly sorry to have deceived you, but as I said, your time is now. If you truly want to leave this realm, the old man said, with a sorrowful look. He had spent the last 1,500 years looking down on his apprentice, and he truly felt bad for dealing him a bad hand, which was why he was willing to take his place. Merlin turned to Harry and said, take the stone of resurrection and place it in Ashley's chest and quote, now the time has come to pass, for you to rest your final last. In your place this man should dwell. Consigned as the one who gave you this. Hell, that doesn't sound like any spell or ritual I've ever heard, Harry said with a lifting of an eyebrow. And I wouldn't call Halstead hell. No, but over 1,000 years of solitude was, Ashley stated absent-mindedly, rubbing his beard in thought. Well, no, I just made it up, but it will work. It is not the words, but the intent. However, these spells go better if you rhyme them, the soul of Merlin said sheepishly, giving the thoughtful ghost another mournful look, though Ashley wasn't looking at him. He turned his attention to the doubtful teen. There is an old adage, to bind the spell well every time, let the spell be said in rhyme. We lived by this rule in times of old. So I make them up as I go. He shrugged his shoulder. He was always good at making up spells on the fly, so to speak. It was many times his quick wit had saved his life and those dear to him. Arthur could contest to that, Pratt. Ashley looked torn between staying and going. His death-long dream was about to come true, but his other hope had yet to be realized. It came close these last few months, but now everyone was leaving again. He wanted so much to see his family and friends of old, but he wanted Halstead to be what it once was. Merlin was offering to take his place, which he had to say was a great shock. Ashley, Luna said, making everyone turn to her. Do you remember what I said a bit ago? Halstead will flourish again, I promise. She really wanted to hug the ghost, he looked so lost. She had plans and maybe with the help of Merlin, they might just happen. Harry glanced at his girlfriend, and she just smiled and winked at him. So, he shook his head and turned his attention to the two ghosts. I will take your word, Luna. And I pray that you can put up with this conniving old man, the spirit of Halstead said, with a gentle smile. Shall we? He asked Harry. If they were going to do this, it should be now. He see. Old tell from the wrinkles around Master Merlin's eyes that the time here was starting to have its toll. Before you do, I have a few words to say. You, Harry Potter, did a good thing by bringing everyone here and training them. Together with your love, Luna Lovegood, you will go far in life. Remember to love one another, and I pray you have many, many children. Please, tell Miss Hermione that I had a wonderful time researching with her. He then nodded that he was ready and stood taller. He really hoped that his family and friends would be proud of him. He gave one more glance to his mentor and received a kind, sad smile in return. Harry, feeling rather foolish, took the stone and put his hand almost through Ashley's chest, making him shiver at the coldness of it. He spoke the silly poem, making sure that his intent was pure, and with a flash of light Ashley was gone. The two teens turned to Merlin, and his colors absent, but he also stood taller and was quite a bit younger. He was still old, but looked more like Dumbledore and less like a man with his foot in the grave. You could now see that he had once been a very powerful man. Ah, much better, Merlin said, and moved like he was taking kinks out of his shoulders as he looked around the room for the first time. Oh, I see you found my chamber. You truly must be something special, he stated as he turned to Harry and Luna. I had a lot of help, Harry said, waving him off. So, you're going to be here a while. You missed the battle, he added as a non sequitur. It would have been nice to have advice from the greatest wizard of history. Yes, allies are a great boon, the old man nodded sagely. I watched it from above, and I am sure there will be plenty more wars for me to see, he said sadly. It was a fact of life, after all. Balance must be maintained. That was a very important lesson he learned from the druids. So, you're the great Merlin, Harry stated the obvious, not sure what else to say to the great man. Can I ask if you ever found Avalon? He finally settled on after a minute of awkward silence. Oh, yes I did, Harry Potter. It was truly marvelous. I could not have hoped for a better place to die. The beauty of the place can never been put to words. The dismal failure I tried to create was a sad copy. I was almost 200 years old when the druids found me. Lost in the woods as I was. I thought I was going to die unrewarded, but they took me to Avalon and I died knowing that Arthur had forgiven me. I was at peace, Merlin said with a very serene look on his face, almost like tales of how an angel would look. His face simply glowed with peace. My daddy would love to hear about that. He owns and operates the magazine called The Quibbler. Will you talk to him? Luna asked, bouncing on her toes, which Harry very much appreciated. Of course, my dear girl, the old man said with a twinkle in his eyes, well, as much of a twinkle as a ghost could have. I have always wanted to give an interview. Wonderful, the little blonde stated, clapping her hands. So, any great pearls of wisdom to pass on before we go to the castle and shock everyone? She asked knowingly. Men like this always had something to say. As a matter of fact, yes, Harry, my boy, you must talk to the one you know as Severus Snape, Merlin said, rubbing his beard and nodding his head in that I know something you don't way. Harry glared at the man who reminded him so much of Albus Dumbledore. He hated it when people looked at him like that. Unless you can give me a damn good reason why, I will have to decline that suggestion. He snapped. I do know that he was manipulated as much as you were by your old headmaster. His story correlates with your own. However, it is his tale to tell. Please, if you ever want closure, much like poor Ashley just received, you must talk to him, Merlin all but begged. Fine, I'll go, but don't think I will ever like him, Harry said, folding his arms like a petulant child. Then he squared his shoulders. He wasn't going to face his former tormentor acting like a child. It would give the man more ammunition. At least you won't be naming your child after him, Luna stated airily, making Harry look at her like she was crazy. Don't fret so, Harry, you might just like what he has to say. Let's just get this over with, the dark-haired teen grumbled and started for the door. Hell must be freezing over, was his thought as he walked the tunnel. The other two followed him up and the whispers started as soon as the ghost of Merlin emerged. Who is that? He looks like Dumbledore, only not. I wonder what happened to Ashley. I rather liked him. Did this man replace him? I haven't seen any other ghosts around. Look, it's Harry and Luna. Should we talk to them? No, they look busy. He kinda looks like Merlin. Oh Merlin, it is Merlin. And the gossip went on and on until Harry led his group to the dungeons. They made their way to the cells and the prisoners started immediately with the harassment. Harry ignored them, but looked around. He didn't see any Malfoys or Lestranges, so they must have died in battle. Now that he was looking, he didn't see any of the inner circle but Snape. He went to the greasy man's cell and glared at him. You wanted to talk to me, he said in a stoic voice, not showing how much he really loathed this man. Potter, be so kind as to put up a silencing spell, Snape said in an almost normal voice. It won't work on your cell, the dark-haired teen explained, pushing up his glasses. He was kinda surprised they survived the battle. But glad they did. He doubted he could replace them anytime soon. Then get me out of the cell, you stupid boy, the potions master snapped, losing what little patience he had. He never really could hold his temper with this child, who reminded him too much of James, even more so now that he was a young adult. Harry snorted, like that's going to happen. What I have to tell you is of grave importance. It cannot be heard by the people here. Do you understand that, or should I use simpler words? Snape whispered fiercely, looking down his nose at the child. Why can't this boy just do as he is told? You know, you are not helping your case any, Luna said as she gazed upon her old teacher and headmaster. I stand corrected, old habits die hard. Forgive me, Mr. Potter, I have something of great importance to tell you. I will concede to having my hands cuffed while we talk, he said in a much calmer voice, nodding his head at the Lovegood girl and turning to Potter. Harry sighed and turned to the key office. He rummaged through the drawers of the desk. He found a pair of suppression cuffs and took one of the keys off the wall. He returned to the cell and said to Luna, keep your wand on him. When she raised her wand, he then turned to Snape and waved him away from the door. When the man stepped back, he opened the door and put the cuffs on. Come on then, let's hear what you have to say, he said to his hated professor, keeping his voice even. They all went to the key room and Harry and Luna took the chairs. Merlin stayed by the door. Snape took the chair behind the desk. Not that Harry wanted to make it seem like the potion master was in charge, but he wanted the desk between them. He waved his wand and put up a silencing spell. The conversation that followed was stilted. Neither wanted to be there. Tell me what you need to say, Harry said, making sure to keep his body relaxed. First tell me how you rid yourself of the Horcrux. According to the headmaster, the only way that could happen is if you died, Snape said, putting his cuffed hands on the desk. Bill did it, with Hermione's help. It was actually pretty simple. LL to remove all foreign objects from my body, Harry shrugged, not going into detail. Fascinating, Severus said, taking his hands and rubbing his chin with his right one, while the left just hung there. However, according to Albus, the Dark Lord made more. He is not gone. He will return. You must prepare, he warned, dropping his hands and tapping the desk. Oh, we got rid of those too, Harry said, giving a negligent wave of his hand. What? Severus asked, snapping back in his chair as if he had just been slapped. It really was a great shock. He didn't know anyone who could do as this child suggested was done. Years of research with Albus, and they found nothing like what he had just been told. Potter didn't have the time, the skill or the resources to find all of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. Though the boy did say it was the Weasley curse breaker. That he could believe, he berated himself and Albus for not asking the goblins. It was a vital mistake on their part. Really, all it took was a bit of research. The dark-haired teen said with an amused glint in his eyes. He really did like shocking men who thought they knew it all. Yeah, that's childish of me, but I just fought a war, damn it. Without the aid of this man or Dumbledore, though I have to give credit to Kingsley and Kyle, and a great many other people, but they aren't know-it-alls. He kept his thoughts to himself and snuffed out the glint in his eyes. He really needed to not antagonize the man, who thought he was doing what was right. I'm sure Bill will be happy to tell you, If you're cleared, that is. So it is truly over? Snape asked, and his shoulders slumped as if the weight of the world had just been removed. His eyes looked like any more shocks and he would break down in tears, which, in Harry's opinion, was very out of character. Seeing Snape look human softened his heart a little. "Professor," Luna said, making the emotional man look at her, "were you really on our side?" She had to know. The months of torment at Hogwarts would have been greater had this man not been in charge. "Yes," was all the answer they got. "How could that be?" "You killed Dumbledore," Harry said in great confusion. He was tempted to raise his wand again, but didn't. Snape's face turned to stone. "He made me. He tricked me into a vow, which stated that should one of the students attempt to kill him, I was to put him out of his misery. He did not want a teen to suffer with the knowledge that they could kill. He fought to the very end to make sure so many were turned to the light," he said, shaking his head at his mentor's foolishness. "There were just some people that could not be saved." Harry scoffed. He too knew that some people were beyond redemption. Perhaps not this man, but those like Malfoy Sr. and the Lestranges were. He was dying. Snape continued. That hand of his was killing him slowly. "I did what I could, but the spell was too strong," he said softly, and then lifted his wet eyes to look at his least favorite student. "Do you not think that it broke my heart to raise my wand to the man I thought of as a father?" he whispered. Sadness laced his voice and Harry could tell he was being truthful. "What happened? What was killing him?" the male teen asked, looking into the man's eyes. Maybe Merlin was right. It is possible that Snape has been played like a puppet. From both sides even. "I think I'll meditate on this." It was one of the Dark Lord's Horcruxes. It had a withering spell on it. Albus could not pass up the temptation of the Resurrection Stone. He wanted so much to see his sister that he didn't check the ring thoroughly. He only had a few more months to live, Snape explained in monotone. He would have died from the poison he drank in the cave, Harry finally admitted after all this time. Knowing that it was true. Snape's killing curse was a mercy to the old man. He remembered the pain and confusion as the headmaster drank the poison. No, Albus Dumbledore was dying. And Harry just wanted someone to blame. That thought made him pause. Did he do then what Ron was now? "Perhaps I better handle that gently." "So, you were a spy all this time," Luna said, breaking the silence that had fallen on the room. Merlin had yet to speak. He already knew all of this, but he knew that these two needed to hash it out, so to speak. He truly did love modern terms. "Yes," came the simple answer. "You're still an arsehole," Harry said, trying to regain his anger, but it was eluding him. "And you are still a spoiled brat who throws tantrums when you don't get your way," Snape snapped back. Though his voice wasn't its usual snide tone. "Well, before this gets any more childish, I believe it is time to put Severus Snape back in his cell. You cannot release him. That will be up to your ministry," Merlin said, making Snape look at him for the first time. "And may I ask who you are?" the prisoner inquired. "Oh me, why, I am the great Merlin," the old man stated with a flourishing movement of his staff. Like he was about to pull off a great feat of magic. His robes billowed and there was a glow around him, making him seem very powerful. "Are you really? How, pray tell, did you get here?" Severus asked, looking at the ghost in greater detail. If any of the pictures of this man were real, then this truly was Merlin. "Harry brought me," Merlin said, waving his hand at the boy. "I do not believe that is in his abilities," Snape sneered. "Believe what you will, does not make it any less the truth," the great wizard said with a condescending tone. "Right, thanks for the not needed information. Your heart was in the right place, and I know you didn't know that, but we got it covered." "Back to the cell with you," Harry said as he got up, dropped the silencing spell and waved everyone to follow. They all trooped back to the cells and Harry took off the cuffs and locked Snape up. "Potter, you know I knew your mother, however you do not know that we grew up together. She was my best friend and had I not ruined our relationship, we may have married," Snape said, when they were at the door. Many of the prisoners started calling the man a traitor and a Muggle lover. He ignored them. It was over. He no longer had to appease these foolish bigots. "I'm not sure how I feel about that," Harry said, his hand on the doorknob, and without another word they all left the befuddled man behind. He had to wonder, was that a final shot at hurting him, or was the man trying to ease his guilt? Luna grabbed his hand and gave him a knowing smile. Merlin, something has been bothering me since the battle, Harry said to get his mind off that last statement. Why did the wards fall? I mean, I know that Tom was using the Elder Wand, but is it really that powerful? It had been bothering him all day. Yes, it is. The tale of the Deathly Hallows is old as I, and it is still unknown what power they hold. No one has ever reunited them. However, the Elder Wand is one of great bloodthirsty power. If your Tom Riddle had not used that wand, then the wards would have held much, much longer. Oh, they would have fallen sooner or later, depending on how many people are hitting them. But it was the Elder Wand that brought them down so quickly, not to mention that Mr. Riddle's own strength backed the wand. No wards are foolproof. You should not rely on them to keep you safe, the old man reprimanded gently. Right, we did kinda do that, didn't we? Oh well, lesson learned, Harry said, rubbing the back of his head. He really should have known better. After all, his parents died depending on what was supposed to be unbreakable wards. Even if the flaw was the betrayer, it was still a flaw. They were now headed to the dining hall. It was lunchtime. Harry hoped there were enough house elves to make lunch. Because he didn't think many of the students could cook. Maybe he could teach them how to make sandwiches. Merlin broke away to go and look around the keep, that and he want Ed to see all the updated books in the library, not that he could read them, but he would be able to see the titles. And maybe someone would take pity on him. Harry was quite surprised to find lunch served. He'd have to talk to Dobby later to see how many elves were now bonded to the castle. It was a nice lunch of hot onion soup and roast beef sandwiches. There were also crisps and fruit. Harry and Luna sat with Neville. Hermione must still be asleep. Harry looked around and noted a lot of students missing. Hello, Neville, all right, the dark-haired teen asked as he took his seat and started dishing up some of that wonderful smelling soup. Luna sat next him and gave Neville a big smile as she grabbed one of the large sandwiches. All right, Harry, you, the sandy-haired boy replied. All right. Hey, have you seen the Weasleys? Most of them left. Their dad took them back to their aunts. The twins said they might come back to help get others home, but they may not. It depends on how things look out there, Neville said, taking a sip of milk. Ginny was in a right state. Ron's ranting didn't help. How is Hannah? Harry asked, changing the subject and taking a sip of his soup. Good as new, though she's a bit upset about having killed someone. She thinks it might have been one of the current Slytherins, but it was too dark for her to tell. She's helping the healers now, but she's going to come with me to talk to my parents. He had sat with her for an hour, trying to calm her down. Oh ho, is that wedding bells I'm hearing? The dark-haired boy teased, attempting to lighten the mood. Don't be stupid, we're not even dating yet, the sandy-haired boy replied with a blush staining his cheek. His parents were already ribbing him. Where are Seamus and Dean? Harry asked. He really hadn't seen much of those two except at meals and training. Well, he saw Seamus when he went to bed, but he was usually asleep when Harry crept in. Dean went home with his parents, and they took Seamus with them. They tried to find you before you left, but they did tell me to tell you thanks. Both of you, Neville said when he finished his soup and was mopping the rest up with a thick piece of buttered bread. At least I'm not alone in all this bloody hero worship, Harry grumbled. Luna just patted his arm and gave him a serene smile. They finished their lunch with small talk and soon enough left the dining hall with warm and full bellies. Neville ventured off to go to the healers' houses and find Hannah. Harry and Luna went to look for Merlin. They ran into Hermione along the way. Hello, Hermione. Do you feel better now? Harry asked, giving his best friend a hug. She did look better. The circles that had been under her eyes were gone. Her hair was less frizzy and her clothes were clean and untorn. She looked like her nap did her wonders. I am much better, thank you. Now, I'm looking for food. Is there lunch? She asked, returning the hug and then giving one to Luna. Yep, a wonderful onion soup and hearty roast beef sandwiches, Harry answered. Come and meet us in the library when you're done. We have a surprise for you, he said with a mysterious smile. What? Not until you've eaten. He teased, wiggling his finger at her. Oh you, she said, thumping him in the chest. All right, I'll eat and meet you there. And with that she hurried to get her lunch. The couple went to the library and found Merlin talking to Bill and Fleur. Ron was there as well. Damn, I thought he left with his dad, Harry thought. He almost turned and walked away, but Luna grabbed his hand. Better to get it over with now, she stated. Right, he said and firmed his face and walked into the room, remembering his resolve to hand this with kid gloves. Merlin drifted away, knowing this was one more argument the boy had to have. Ron had been talking adamantly with the ghost about all the change since his time. His happy face folded when he saw Harry. He spat as he reached for his wand. Bill grabbed his wand arm and held him back. You got my mum killed, the redhead accused. Fury etched his face, making it as red as his hair. Bill and Fleur manhandled Ron to the table, whispering in his ear. Fine, the younger Weasley said, slamming into a chair. Why did you bring us here? If you hadn't then my mum would still be alive, he said in a lower tone, tears running down his face. Ron, if I hadn't brought your family here, everyone would be dead and Tom would have won, Harry stated calmly. You don't know that, Ron stated with an angry tone. You do, and T know if it would be different either, was the rebuttal. Ron, Bill said, putting his hand on his brother's arm, making him turn to him. The burrow was burnt down. My wedding was interrupted. There was a war going on. I miss Mum and I will mourn her for the rest of my life, but it was not Harry's fault. Ron slumped in his chair. I know, was all he said as he broke down and cried like he hadn't before. Bill and Fleur took him in their arms, lifted him out of the chair and guided him away. That went better than I had thought it would, Harry said, surprised. Usually Ron was a bit more hard-headed than that. Yes, it did, Luna agreed. She had known Ron all her life and she had never seen him back down. Perhaps, he was growing up finally. Too bad it took the death of his mother to accomplish that. Well, I'm calling it a win. So, do you see Merlin? He asked, looking around for the new ghost. He was here a minute ago. No, now that you mention it, he must have drifted off, but this is a big library, he might have gotten distracted, she said, waving her hand indicating the large room full of books. Right, so what do we do now? I have a plan. I know Snape didn't know all of that in canon, but I'd like to think he was closer to Dumbledore than in the books. Ah, the wonders of artistic license. This FIC is longer than I thought it would be, and I'm extending it more. My puppy slept this morning, allowing me to get this to you. Enjoy. Thanks again for all of your support. The Wizarding World Aftermath. Chapter 18, The Wizarding World Aftermath. Thanks to Daryl Deem and Alex33 for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. I have a new poll up, since the last one hit 50. The winner of that poll stated you read the reviews for amusement, which I have to admit, I don't really read reviews of other stories. Well, only on new stories to see if they are good or not. And plans she did have, however, it would take months if not years to implement them. Right now, they had to worry about the aftermath of Tom's rule. So the two talked about how they were going to help the ministry without actually going there. Well, they wanted to help Kingsley to build a new government. And Harry knew people would suffer if there was no help from the ministry to rebuild. He knew they could use funds, but he didn't want to just give them to Kingsley, if that was who was going to be in charge. So Luna suggested a low-rate loan. They were debating the terms out when Hermione came into the library. Okay, Harry, I'm here. What's the big surprise? She asked when she took the chair opposite of the couple. Well, you see, it's not here right now, but I'm sure it's haunting the library somewhere, the dark-haired teen said evasively, darting his eyes from side to side and rubbing the back of his head. He and Luna had gotten so caught up with their planning that they forgot to go and find the wayward ghost. Actually, I am right behind you, though I am not sure how I like being referred to as an it. Came the jovial voice of Merlin. Damn it, Merlin, don't do that, Harry scolded when he jumped. He was still on edge after the battle, and the ghost should have known that. Merlin, we are all a bit jumpy, so try not to scare people, Luna chastised, in a milder voice, wagging her finger at the spirit. My apologies, you are correct, the ghost said with a small bow, but a mischievous grin. Oh Merlin, you're Merlin, Hermione stated when she saw the ghost, and then looked confused at that statement. She giggled when she realized what she said. She had to wonder what the spirit thought about everyone using his name as a deity. She would ask him later. Right now, she wanted to know how he got here. Merlin Ambrosius at your service, young lady. You must be Hermione. Harry has told me many good things about you, the shade said, giving her a flourishing bow. But, how can this be? Where is Ashley? Are you staying? What happened? Tell me right now, Harry Potter, or I will throttle you, she demanded in a rush, looking back and forth between Harry and Merlin, and then reaching out her hand as if to grab the living boy's throat. Well, if you would let me get a word in edgewise. I will, Harry smirked as Luna giggled. He wasn't worried about her actually choking him. She used that threat too many times in the past for it to be effective. Fine, tell me where Ashley is, she commanded as she thumped back into her chair and folded her arms, glancing at the new ghost. He looked just like the pictures in all the old books, right down to the white robes, large staff and flowing beard. Then she blushed and said quickly, sorry, it's nice to meet you too, Mr. Ambrosius. Merlin just bowed again and gave her a salacious grin, which looked silly on such an old man. To give Hermione credit, she only giggled a bit more and shook her head at his antic, then turned her attention to Harry and waited for him to answer. He went on to his next great adventure. Harry said a bit sadly. He really liked that ghost, but it was what Ashley wanted. Did you force him? Of course not, the male teen snapped, completely affronted. Merlin scared him if he wanted to go and offered to take his place. He knew that sometimes Hermione would say something like this. It was her jaded thoughts of house elves that caused her to think that everything not human was controlled somehow. He would forgive her, but it hurt that she would think something like that. Oh, sorry, it was just a shock. Well, I am glad he is finally at rest, the curly-haired witch said, putting her hand on Harry's to show she was truly remorseful. She berated herself for thinking something like that about Harry. He had a pure heart and he would never force anyone or thing to do something against their will. But how did you let him go? I mean, did you use a spell or a ritual? She asked, a bit excited. No, and I can't really tell you here, Harry said, not wanting to tell her about the resurrection stone, at least not in the library. Maybe he'd tell her later, maybe not. He would hate to keep something like this from his friends, but she would ask too many questions that he couldn't answer. It was something he was going to have to think about. All right, Harry, I'll let it go for now. Did you see Ron today? She asked, biting her lip and worrying about the outcome if he had. Those two never made up, and with Ron blaming Harry, well, it couldn't have been pleasant. Yeah, it went better than I thought it would, but he doesn't blame me for his mum anymore, the teen said. With a sad smile, he was very sure they would never be friends again. The other boy was just too jealous. That's wonderful, I was worried, his best friend stated with a relieved sigh. She had hoped they could mend their friendship. That doesn't mean we're going to be best mates again. His attitude since we got here has put paid to that, Harry warned her, plummeting her thoughts of reconciliation. He didn't want her to think that just because they talked all was forgiven. I understand, Harry, she said with a sad smile. Now, Merlin, did you really want to be here? She asked the apparition. I will tell you a secret, the new ghost said as he floated through the table and took a seat next to her. The afterlife is boring, he whispered in a stage voice. LD have thought that with all of your family and friends there that you would never be bored, Luna stated as she looked confusedly at the ghost. She knew she would never be lonely if she was with her mummy. They never talk about anything new. It is always the same old gossip and sports talk. There is only so many times one can hear the same story about battles and jousting without losing ones. How do you kids say it? Oh yeah, cool, Merlin said, with a big grin at remembering the right word. The three teens sputtered on their laughter hearing the old man use modern terms. Ah, yeah, I guess I can see that, Harry said when he got control of his chuckles. What about the new people who pass over? Don't they talk about new things? You see everything from up there. There really is nothing new to tell, Merlin said with a wave of his hand. Which reminds me, your parents are very proud of you, both of you, he added, pointing to both Harry and Luna, making them tear up and smile. Yo, Dumbledore got quite a bollocking when he passed over," he said with a grin, which made Harry grin harder, though it caused Hermione to frown. "That wasn't nice of you, Merlin." Hermione still very much admires the headmaster. "You should have waited," Luna scolded a little, though secretly she was glad. "My apologies," he stated with a bob of his head. Hermione gave her a grateful smile and then turned to the ancient spirit with a glint in her eyes that Harry knew well. He was right. She started bombarding the man with question after question. He and Luna snuck away, letting Merlin fend for himself. The ghost glared at their retreating backs, vowing he would get his revenge. "Well, I like your plans, but we're going to have to wait to ask Merlin. It is his castle after all. So what do we do now?" Harry asked his blonde girlfriend, who was walking next to him. He was completely at a loss. Now that there was no training to do and no battle to be fought, he didn't know what to do with himself. "I believe you need to get to the bank and get your affairs in order. I know for a fact you have yet to hear Mr. Black's will, or claim the Potter vault," she suggested, tapping her finger to her chin. Harry was a bit torn by that. On one hand, he'd have to leave Halstead, which still gave him a sense of home, and on the other they really needed all the resources they could get if they were going to go through with Luna's plan. That and he would need the goblins' help to make up the loan for the ministry. The terms he wanted to add were going to be complicated. "Okay, I'll go. Do you want to go with me?" he asked as he continued down the hall. "Silly boy, you never need to ask that," she said, hitting his arm with a gentle smack. "All right, I guess I need to change clothes and take a shower. I'll meet you at the entrance in about a half an hour," he said, giving her a kiss on the cheek and turning towards the stairs. Luna left to her own house to do the same. Harry was done in 10 minutes. So he took the leftover time to talk to Dobby. "Dobby," he called as he pulled on a green t-shirt. It was one that Luna liked. She said it matched his eyes. He righted his glasses and looked to where Dobby was likely to show. The little elf popped in, right in front of him, and beamed at the Slayer of Dark Lords. "What can Dobby be doing for the great Harry Potter?" he asked, bouncing on his spindly socked feet. "Hello, Dobby. How many elves did you get to come here? I noticed there was quite a spread for lunch. By the way, tell whoever made the soup, it was absolutely delicious," he said sincerely to his littlest friend. He looked at the elf and noted he was wearing a butler's uniform with a few added pockets and only had on one brown knitted hat and one pair of 2 bright yellow socks. "And what's up with the new clothes?" he asked with a chuckle, which turned into a cough, so the little guy wouldn't be offended. "Dobby is doing research on how hired help is being dressed in the Muggle worlds. This is what they be wearing. Since the great Harry Potter is hopefully hiring Dobby, I is wanting to dress professional," Dobby said in hopefulness, then his voice was laced with excitement and sadness all at the same time as he answered the other question. "Dobby, Winky and Tippy is finding many homeless elves. We is bringing over 50 here's to Halstead and all of them is being bonded." The myriad of emotions were showing in his large bulbous eyes. "Of course I'll hire you, Dobby. We'll talk terms later," making the elf jump with joy. "But, don't you want them to bond with Halstead?" Harry continued on, very much confused at the sadness. "Oh, no, Harry Potter, sir, it is not being that. It is just they is still making fun of Dobby, because he is not wanting to be bonded," Dobby said, pulling his very large ears. "Dobby, do you want to be free?" the human teen inquired gently as he removed the punishing hands. "Oh, yes, Harry Potter, sir. It is only that why wishes that more elves wanted to be free. Dobby really does not understand why they is wanting to be bonded when they can do whatever they is wanting if they is free. Dobby does understand the needs to work. But I is doing very much work and I is free." Dobby had tried and tried to get other elves to see his way, but they is not listening. The tiny guy shook his head despondently. "I thought you told Hermione that you understood what Winky was going through," the thoroughly muddled boy asked as he tried to wrap his head around what his new butler was saying. Dobby was doing that for Winky's sake. Winky was needing to be bonded. She would not be talked out of it. Dobby gets confused sometimes too, he commiserated at the look on his new boss's face. Harry could understand that Dobby was overcoming years of slavery and habits. He wished the little guy the best in his quest to free more elves and told him so. Then he looked at his watch and bid his friend goodbye. He hurried down the stairs and saw Luna waiting for him. She looked very pretty in her jeans and light blue flowing top. She was carrying her outer cloak on her arm. Her hair was neatly pulled into a high ponytail and she was staring dreamily at the sky. Her radish earrings stood out with her hair pulled back, and her cork necklace didn't look out of place on her. She was radiant, in Harry's opinion. "You look wonderful," he complimented as he kissed her cheek and pulled on his own cloak. "You don't look bad yourself. I like the shirt," she said as she put her cloak on, took his hand and made her way out the door. The two walked until they got to the gates. Even though the wards were down, it was only common courtesy to go outside, not to mention a good habit to have. They popped away to the entrance of Diagon Alley. From behind them the noise of the leaky cauldron was showing that it at least was open for business. The wall was still there, so they both took a deep breath and Harry tapped the bricks with his holly wand. They really didn't want to see the devastation that they knew was behind this wall. The portal opened and the once bustling alley was just like they had pictured. It was dark and gloomy. The stores were all closed and in great disrepair. The windows were boarded and some shops were missing walls. Merchandise was scattered everywhere, all ripped to pieces or burned beyond recognition. It looked like the Death Eaters came to the alley and just destroyed everything in sight. Even the outside of Gringotts sported scorch marks. There were no people shopping in the alley, but there were storekeepers trying to repair their shops, or gathering up anything they could salvage, which wasn't much. Harry didn't understand what could have possibly gone through Tom's head. Didn't his minions need supplies and food? Why would he destroy the only place they could restock? It made him wonder about where they got their resources. The couple walked hand in hand down the trash-covered street, making sure to skirt the worst places and step over the debris. The sounds of hammering and construction spells followed them. They were both crying silently at the damage. Harry only hoped that it would once again be the thriving market it once was. They passed Nocturne Alley and it was open. That answered Harry's question about resources. There were many witches and wizards that had never been down that alley doing business. The teens made their way to the bank and went up the marble steps. There were 2 guards at the bronze doors. They didn't nod or open the door. They just looked on warily, hands gripped tightly on their spears. Harry nodded to them and gave them a friendly toothless smile. The goblins relaxed their hold on their weapons and nodded back. Harry opened the doors, hoping the bank survived Riddle's rule. His hopes were dashed as he looked around the bank. Inside, where there were once a high counter that had hundreds of goblins happily sorting jewels and counting gold, there was now a low counter, which looked like it had been thrown together quickly, that had 5 very tense goblins staring at them. Scorch marks lined the walls, and the gold and jewels that used to be there was missing. Though there was no mess, unlike the alley, it was still depressing to see. Gringotts was supposed to be neutral ground. They catered to everyone. Then again, so was Street Mungo's. So Harry felt he really shouldn't have been surprised. There were no customers at the moment and Harry didn't even know if the bank was closed or not. How if it was, they would not have been let in, but he asked anyway. Just to make sure. "Are you open?" he inquired tentatively, not wanting to offend them. They all looked like they would attack at the slightest provocation. He had to wonder what happened, but felt it was impolite to ask. "Gringotts is always open," one of the goblins snarled, a bit of hatred in his eyes. "Good, and thanks. I need to speak to someone about my accounts," the male teen stated calmly as he approached the counter of a friendlier-looking goblin, Luna still quietly by his side. "Do you have your key?" came the standard question, though it was without the usual snarl. "Oh, yeah, give me a second," Harry said as he rummaged through his moleskin bag. "Here it is," he stated as he handed over the key. "Seems to be in order," the still unnamed goblin said as he examined it. "If you would follow me, Mr. Potter, I will take you to your new account manager." He then hopped off his low stool and made his way to one of the many doors. The 2 teens followed. "What happened to my old account manager?" the dark-haired teen asked gently, not that he knew who that had been, but he was curious. "He died," was the blunt answer. "Oh, sorry to hear that. Can I ask how?" Harry asked, not really wanting to know the answer, but felt it was only polite to ask. "You know who," came another curt answer. The teen nodded to himself and kept quiet. He figured something like that happened. They made their way down a marble hall to a door in the middle of said hall. The goblin knocked twice and opened the door. "Spearhead, Mr. Potter is here to see you," the goblin said as he entered the office. He handed over the key and left the room. "Mr. Potter, I am Spearhead, your new manager. I have been going over all of your accounts today and I am impressed at all the gold you have acquired since last night. May I ask how you achieved this?" Spearhead asked as he pulled out a very large folder and set it on the desk. He turned his attention to his client and looked at him with a raised eyebrow. "I'm not really sure what you're asking," Harry said as he sat in one of the chairs in front of the large wooden desk. He looked around the office and noted it was a bit bare. There were only some bookshelves, the desk and 3 chairs. However, you could see where decorations once adorned the walls. It was like the office had been quickly packed up of all its valuables. The bookshelves behind the desk were the only thing that was crammed full of parchment and folders. Luna took the other chair and folded her hands in her lap and let Harry handle his affairs. "Explain to me, please, how you obtained the riddle, the Lestrange and the Malfoy accounts all in one night, and perhaps that will answer my question," the old goblin said as he folded his gangly hands in front of him on top of the folder. "I know how you came about the Black Vaults. Your godfather left most of it to you in his will. However, these other 3 have me confused." Didn't you hear? We won the war?" Harry asked, glancing at Luna, who shrugged. They didn't know that no one had told the goblins. "Truly, it is all over?" the goblin questioned, though that made him perk up. While they only had one incident with Voldemort, they had been grossly unprepared for the battle. They had gotten soft in the years between rebellions. Ragnot was not happy, and demanded that all men start training. Too many lives were lost for them not to. As it was, they were going to have to marry outside the clans. It was only their wards and protections that saved the vaults from being looted. The Dark Lord was angry that something in the Lestrange vault was now not operational, or something to that effect. "Yeah, Luna and I killed him yesterday, well this morning, or something. It was really late at night. It was an all-out battle. I can't tell where, but Riddle's army was destroyed. Anyway, that might explain the Riddle vaults, but it doesn't explain the Lestranges and Malfoys. I didn't kill them. I mean, maybe it is because they are related to Sirius. I mean, Mr. Black. I mean, they're all dead," he rambled, not sure how to explain. He felt bad for not asking the goblins to come to Halstead, but at the time, he thought they could handle themselves. Years of Bin's teaching made them seem like a proud warrior race. He thought it would offend them to offer sanctuary. "Yes, that would explain it," the goblin said as he looked through the papers in the folder. "Now, about your accounts, you, of course, had the Potter and Black accounts, barring a few monetary bequests, and now you have the other accounts I mentioned. This makes you a very rich young man," he said as thin fingers flew and he typed some numbers on a very old-style calculator. "According to my figures you have well over 15 million galleons," he quoted when he finished his calculations. That is a lot of money," Harry stuttered, dumbstruck, quickly putting it in terms of pounds. It came to 75 million pounds. He sat there in a daze. He never dreamed of having so much money. Even his new clothes were secondhand because he thought his trust vault was his only vault. Now everything they were planning could come to pass. He just sat there in a daze, figures going around his head as he made plans. "Spearhead, Harry needs to draw up a loan agreement for Kingsley Shacklebolt, or whoever the new minster is. He wants to make it for a low-cost loan, with stipulations," Luna said, speaking for the first time. "Can you help him with that?" she inquired with a tilt of her head, making the radish earrings sway and bringing Harry out of his shock. "Yeah, thanks, Luna. Let's make it for 1 million galleons, to be paid back in the next 20 years, having the first 5 years free of interest and ballooning the last year. However, I need to make the prerequisite that it will not be used to line anyone's pockets, payer loans only. Everything is to be accounted for," Harry stated with a nod of his head. "I also need to make up an employer's contract for my friend Dobby." "Dobby sounds like a house elf's name," Spearhead said in a questioning tone as he gathered up loan papers. "Well, that's because he is a house elf," Harry said with a big smile. "That will be problematic," the goblin stated, pulling out a contract. He cannot sign for himself. The law prevents it, so it will be more of an indentured servant's contract. But I think we can move some words around to appease you both. The three hashed out the contract and the loan agreement, and Harry signed his part and put the 2 parchments in his bag. Then they did something that would go a long way in doing what Luna wanted. He was going to keep it secret for now, only Luna knew and she was beaming at him, but he felt that people would agree in the end. He would have to go to the ministry to file 2 and present the other, which he had been hoping to avoid. They took the cart ride to his school vault and gutted it, making sure it closed when they were done. This money would be used to replace what they took from the cash, and then some. Then the 2 teens made their way back out of Diagon Alley into the Muggle London. They called the night bus and went to the out-of-order phone booth to get to the ministry. Dialing the word, magic, they were soon in the building. The entrance hall was in ruins. The big golden fountain was gone, which in Harry's mind was a good thing. He always hated it. All adornment was torn or just in pieces. Fragments of parchment littered the floors. There were many people running to and fro. All of them looked busy. So the 2 teens asked someone where Kingsley was. "Oh, you mean the new minister? He's over there," the harassed man said, pointing a finger down the hall. "Last office on the left," he added, and then continued what he had been doing. The couple went down the hall and went to the office pointed at. Harry knocked on the door and waited until bid enter. Then he pushed the door open and they went inside. It was a small office with many filing cabinets and 1 bookshelf. There were chairs along the wall and the teens pulled up 2 to sit in. Kingsley sat behind a metal desk, like the kind you'd find in a police station. He was scribbling on a piece of paper and there were deep shadows under his eyes. There was a picture of Dick and, who Harry assumed were the Orr's parents. This must be his old office, the male teen thought. "Hello, Kingsley. How are you coping?" he asked the frazzled-looking man. "Hello, Harry," Luna, the new minister said, nodding to both when he finished signing the paper in front of him. "It's a mess, I have to tell you," the bald man said, running a hand down his face and giving a big sigh. "I have no idea where I'm going to get the funds to rebuild." "Well, I'm here to relieve some of your worries," Harry said, pulling out the loan agreement and handing it over. "Oh, thank Merlin," Kingsley stated as he read. "This is going to be loads of help. I even agree to the terms. I like where you added that it wasn't to be used for any type of bribes, not that I would, but it wasn't guaranteed that I would be minister. The full accounting is a good idea. Where did you get this kind of money? I know Black was rich, but I don't think he had this kind of wealth." He looked at Harry, relief showing on his face, though he did quirk an eyebrow. "You're not going to be broke with this loan?" he asked, not wanting the teen to give up all of his money. "No," Harry chuckled and told him about the vaults he acquired. "Good, that's good. Well, this does take a load off my mind. Now, as much as I'd like to chat, I have a ton of work to do. The entire Wizengamot is gone. They must have fled, or were killed, or were part of Tom's lot and now sit in holding cells. So we have to start completely over. However, now is the time to get fresh blood, so to speak, on the lawmaking forum." He smiled at that, imagining someone like Hermione being part of a new government. "Hermione will be thrilled to hear that, though I think she's going back to finish schooling first," Harry said, thinking the same. Kingsley sighed. "You're probably right, but I'll get her next year. And there are plenty more young people, thanks to you in Halstead," he said, perking up at the thought of all the people saved by this young man. He then reached for a quill and signed the paper. "Here, take that back to the goblins and I'll go there when I have time." "Thanks for doing this, Harry. You're a great man," he stated to the young adult, who he no longer viewed as some bumbling kid. Harry took the paper and put it back into his pouch. "I only want to help," he said as he got up. "I'll let you get back to business. See ya, Kingsley," he waved as he moved towards the door. Luna followed and said goodbye to the minister. "That's more than others want to do," Harry heard Kingsley grumble as he went back to his never-ending paperwork. Harry and Luna went to file Dobby's contract. The clerk gave Harry a funny look, but stamped it official. Who was he to deny the slayers of the Dark Lord? He gave the 2 heroes a big smile and filed the contract. He thanked them over and over again, until they hurried out of the office. "That's going to get tiring," Harry complained. "Don't fret so, Harry. It will blow over soon," Luna said, giving him a hug. They then went to another office and the clerk gave them the same reception, which caused Harry to groan, but their paperwork was filed. That put the two heroes in a better mood. This would move the plans along. Harry only hoped Merlin would approve. He was pretty sure he would. The boy knew that it was a dream of Ashley's and could only feel the now passed-on spirit smiling at them. Then he couple went back to Gringotts with the loan agreement and set up the vault for it. They then went home to go over more of Luna's plans. Harry gave a start when he thought of Halstead as home, but it felt right, which made him smile. Yeah, home, he thought when they got to the gates. He looked at Luna and could see she was thinking the same. Halstead's Aftermath. Chapter 19 Halstead's Aftermath. Thanks, Daryl Deem and Alex 33, for looking this over. All mistakes are my own. I have a new poll up, because the last one was stupid. So go ahead and vote, please. I did it again, I added a few things to the last chapter. But it is vital to the plot. To recap, so you don't have to reread, they did something at the bank to further Luna's plans. But it is still a secret. There is a bit of angst and romance in this filler chapter. Updates may take a minute. I have to factory reset my computer. That means tons of downloading and updating. So, yeah, it might be a minute before I post. Thanks for your patience. Harry, will you to try something for me? Luna asked as she stopped near the village and looked at the broken houses. There were people trying to repair them, and it was slow going, since they were mostly students. So she wanted to see if Harry could help. He had all that power, he might as well do something beneficial with it. That, and she wanted to evaluate just how good his control was. She was a Ravenclaw for a reason. Anything for you, Luna, Harry said, being purposefully sappy, as he leaned down and kissed her cheek. He needed some lightheartedness in his life, and Luna was the perfect girl to give it to him. He couldn't wait until they shared their first real kiss. His mind was already going over plans as he got a dazed look in his eyes. "You are a sweetie," she said, being just as foolish. As she returned the kiss and then patted him on the cheek. Then she got serious. "Now, I would like you to reach in your core, use the Elder Wand and see if you can fix the houses with a reparo. Try on this one first, and then work your way to the moat, please," she suggested. She wanted to determine if the wand boosted his power and if all the tales about it doing so were true. It might determine if he should give it up or not. "All right, I'll give it a go," he said as he pulled the wand out of his pouch. He didn't think anything grand would happen, but if Luna thought he could, well, he'd see. So, he went into his core and let it flood him. He went to the nearest house, pointed the wand and yelled, "Reparo." At first nothing happened, then there was the sound of rattling, which caused the people doing the reconstruction to look up. Then the debris that belonged to the house shook on the ground and it suddenly came flying. Pieces came together and the wooden walls rebuilt. The glass windows repaired and the thatch roof reformed. It looked nice, except the dirt, curse marks and the smoke damage. Scourgify, Harry tried, and all the scores of curses, the burn marks and the dirt disappeared. The house was as clean as if it was newly built and not over 1,000 years old. Cheers were heard as people gathered around to admire his work. They wondered if he could do it again. "Wonderful," the little blonde said, clapping her hands. She knew he could do it, he just needed more confidence. It was something she was going to work hard at giving him. The guided meditations were most helpful, and now she had something else to use to guide him on the right path. That much power could corrupt someone, and as long as they were together, that wasn't going to happen. That was brilliant. Harry agreed and started on the other houses. He wanted to see how many he could do before he got tired. The people who had been trying to rebuild were watching the Ing Man in Oz house after house was reformed and cleaned. It was power they had never witnessed before. Not even Dumbledore could pull this off. Well, if he could, he never did. No, that man was more likely to say something like, "Hard work is good for the soul," or something else equally profound and useless. Every time a building was repaired they cheered and encouraged him to try again. Structure. By structure they were put back together. The whole village along the main cobblestone street was now beautiful. Harry even cleaned the street and gates. His heart filled with joy at seeing it. As a shame Ashley wasn't here to witness it. The only thing that worries me is what Hermione said about balance. If I have all this power, does that mean a new Dark Lord is going to show up and challenge me? The dark-haired powerhouse asked as he fixed one more house. It was the last one and he was only a little tired, which surprised him. He should be knocked out by now. Don't be silly, Harry, you fought your Dark Lord. If another comes along, so will another light person. Though, like Dumbledore did you may have to guide them. Perhaps they will come here, on their quest, like so many of those of the past. I am sure you learned from Dumbledore not to manipulate anyone, Luna warned him with a glare as she grabbed his hand. Let us leave that off for now. Put away the wand and let us go find Hermione, she suggested as she pulled him to the castle. Harry did as bid and the couple made their way back to the library. When they entered they both laughed. Hermione was still questioning a now frustrated Merlin. You could see he was trying to be patient, but they must have been at this for hours. And Hermione was scribbling away on some parchment. Her quill was flying as she listened to Merlin recount something. It looked like she had enough to write a book. Harry decided to rescue the poor ghost. Hermione, he said in a firm, yet indulgent, voice as he took the chair opposite her, you need to stop now. You look like you have enough notes to create Hogwarts, a history. He waved to the pile of parchment. What? Why? He is a fountain of information, she said mulishly, frowning at the interruption and being denied information. Didn't Harry know that this would rewrite history? So many tales were wrong. So many people were given credit for something they didn't do. How was she supposed to know things if she didn't ask questions? Sometimes that boy would just make her stop studying for the silliest reasons. Like fresh air, sleep or food, foolish boy. She shook her head at that thought. She never understood why Harry would pull her outside when there were tests that needed revision. Yeah, but we've been gone hours and you're still at it. It's almost dinner time, you know. The dark-haired teen teased as he reached over and gave her hand a squeeze. Give the guy a break, he's only just come back, and he isn't going anywhere. He knew if he let her continue she would forget to eat. It had been a friendly battle they fought since their first year. Besides, don't you think other people want to talk to the greatest wizard of all time? He asked, waving to T. People who were staring disgruntledly at her. Oh dear, has it really been that long? I am so sorry, Mr. Ambrosius, I didn't mean to take up all your time. I will stop now, but can we talk again? She asked, bouncing in her seat. When Harry chuckled she huffed and gathered up the notes she made and put them in her purse. Of course, my dear, Merlin said with a bob of his head, though Harry could hear the underlying relief. The old spirit gave the young girl a grandfatherly smile, reminding everyone once again how much he acted like Dumbledore. I will be more than happy to talk to you, but perhaps at shorter intervals. The patient soul kindly suggested. Yes, of course, Hermione agreed quickly, already making a list of questions in her head. Merlin wandered away to talk to the people with inquiring looks on their faces. He was so going to enjoy his new existence. It would be like learning all over again, instead of being practically omniscient like it was in the afterlife. He rather liked learning new things and talking to new people. He chuckled to himself as he met the first inquisitive person. The request for a tale on Arthur made him grin. Yes, he was going to so love educating them. Harry sniggered knowing exactly what his best friend was thinking. So, he said, snapping Hermione out of her thoughts, what are you going to do now? He asked his best friend. He really hoped she had plans. Because with what he and Luna were thinking they needed everyone to know what they were doing. If they were going to help, their lives had to be in order. The curly-haired witch deflated. The happiness that had been on her face a second ago disappeared as if it had never been. She had been so caught up with her interrogation that she had put off what to do about her parents. Now, though, she was overwhelmed with emotion. Her shoulders slumped and tears were forming in her eyes. I don't know. I want to complete school, but I also want to go and get my parents, and see if I can restore their memories. But what if they are happy? What if they get mad at what I did? What if they never forgive me? I don't think I can live with that. Is it completely selfish that I want them back? I just don't know what to do, she said as she clenched her hands tight in her lap and tears fell on them. "Oh, Hermione," Harry said, and he got up and went to the other side of the table. He gently pulled her up and gathered her into a big hug. "You don't have a selfish bone in your body. I don't know how to answer the other questions, but I will stand by your side no matter what you do," he said as she clung tightly to him, her tears wetting his shirt and her shoulders shook with how hard she was crying. He held her close and tried to calm her down so she could think rationally. They got a few curious onlookers, but Merlin led them away. He knew they needed some privacy, and it was just simpler to clear the room. Good thing it was close to dinner. He would hang around in the back, just in case he was needed. "Those are indeed questions that need answers, however, you are the only one who can decide," Luna stated bluntly as she joined the hug. She wrapped her arms around Hermione's back and held on as tight as she could. She knew it was going to be a tough choice. If she were in that type of situation, she had no idea what she would do. Though she didn't think she would ever take someone's free will away. No, she would have talked to them and asked what they wanted. The little blonde did understand that Hermione did what she thought best, but in Luna's opinion it was morally wrong. Now, there were just too many outcomes and hardly any of them good. Someone was going to be hurt no matter what the young lady decided. Be it her or her parents, Luna did not see a happy ending. "I think, for now, I just want to finish my education. Though, that would put them deeper into their new life," the distraught girl whispered as she sniffled in Harry's shoulder. "I just don't know what to do," she all but wailed, crying harder. She knew this was all her fault, but she could rationalize her actions at the time. There was a war going on and her parents were helpless to fight it. She knew that and reacted. It was one of the hardest things she had ever done in her life. To completely change the couple she adored with all her heart. She felt it was for the best. But she just didn't weigh the consequences. "I'm sorry to say this, but if it were me, I'd leave them to their new life," Harry offered softly as he rubbed her back. "I mean, if they're happy, that is," he added quickly. "I'd hate for anyone to tear me away from something that brought me happiness." He looked at his girlfriend and then around the library and was thinking that if anyone trying to move him from Halstead or Luna, he would be devastated. With the plans Luna had, he could spend the rest of his life here and with her. So if the ex-Grangers were happy and prospering, then why tear them away? Then again, they might always have a nagging feeling that they were missing something important, and it might be causing them grief. There were just too many variables. It would take some deep probing on Hermione's part to understand if they were truly happy. "Perhaps, you're right, I'll just have to weigh the pros and cons," Hermione sniffed and separated from the couple. She rummaged through her purse and wiped her eyes with a handkerchief. "Thank you for standing by me, Harry, and you too, Luna. I have some serious thinking to do." She gave them one more tight hug and then ran from the room. "I hate seeing her like that," Harry groused as he slumped in a chair. "I know it is not easy for you, Harry, but she made her own problem and you cannot solve it," Luna said, taking the chair next to his and rubbing his arm. "I know, it's just that she's always stood by me, and I get so frustrated when she has a problem I can't fix," he said, running a hand down his face. "And remember, in 6th year and all the angst over Ron dating Lavender. He couldn't fix that either, and though it turned out well in the end, there was a lot of heartache along the way." "So what now?" he asked as he pulled himself together and pasted on a hopeful smile, hoping Luna could come up with something to take his mind off his best friend's plight. "Before we do anything else, you and I are going camping," Luna said with a huge grin, hoping to ease his emotions into something he could be happy about. She too wanted to get romantic with her new boyfriend. "You read my mind. Hey, Merlin," he called the ghost back over, and waited until he drifted to the table. "You don't mind if we use your mini Avalon, do you? It's just that the Lovegoods have been searching for some of the creatures you have in there. And it would be great to explore," Harry asked with a wicked smirk. While what he stated was true, his thoughts were more of a loving nature. "I believe that would be beneficial to both of you. It would be nice to see it get some use. It has sat idle since I created it. One of my better mistakes," the ghost answered with a smile and a wink. He was happy to see the two lovebirds taking time for themselves. He knew it would help them get over their battle caution. I would have thought those creatures would have died out by now. Perhaps the mini Avalon, as you call it, created a safe haven for them. He rubbed his beard thoughtfully. I am sure you are correct, Merlin, and I am thrilled that your mistake caused it to happen. The little blonde beamed at him. Great, Harry said happily. I'm going to go and show Dobby his new contract and have him pack for me. I'll meet you in about an hour. He stood ready to leave and then he slumped his shoulders and dropped back into his chair. I guess you're going to invite your dad, he said a bit despondently, looking at Luna with puppy dog eyes. There went his plans, but he couldn't deny the man his lifelong dreams. Oh no, I don't believe I will, Luna said saucily as she sat on his lap. I will be taking lots of pictures though, she warned, making sure he knew they would not be spending all their time snogging. Of the animals, right? Harry asked warily. You can never tell with his quirky girlfriend. Of course, silly, she said, making him sigh in relief. By the way, Merlin, we need to talk to you, after we get back. I think you'll like what we've planned to do with Halstead, Harry said secretively. Oh, a mystery, it has been too long since I've pondered anything. Yes, I am sure I can make time for you, the spirit said with a twinkle in his eyes. Harry deflated again, put his head on his girlfriend's shoulder and sighed. Do you think Hermione will think that we've deserted her in her time of need? Maybe we should hold off until she decides what she's going to do, he asked, turning to the petite blonde and begging her to understand with his eyes. There was no way he could leave his friend in her time of need. She would need him here to bounce her ideas off of, like she had been for him so many times in the past. Okay, Harry, we can hold off for a week, a month at the most, but I am not putting this on hold longer than that. Hermione is a big girl, she can think for herself, but I do understand that you want to be here for her, Luna said with a great deal of disappointment lacing her voice. She didn't want to come off hard, but, well, she and Harry had their own lives to live. Besides, I can use the time to make you some protective jewels. We wouldn't want the Raxperts to reinvade you, would we? She added with a grin. Not to mention the Nargles. Oh, I do hope we find the crumpled horned Snurkak. She bounced in his lap and giggled, much to Harry's pleasure and discomfort. I'll wear anything you think I need, he said, holding her still by the waist, though he really hoped he didn't get radish earrings. I'm sure Hermione will have plans by the end of the week, Harry assured her. Grabbing her hand and kissing the back. I'm going to go and give Dobby the good news. I'll see you at dinner, he said, and giving her one more buss on the cheek, he hoisted her off his lap and he left the library. He made his way to his room and called his new butler. To say that Dobby was ecstatic about the contract would be putting it mildly. The free, though now employed, house elf bounced off the walls for 10 minutes. His dream had come true. He was going to work for the great Harry Potter, and he was going to be paid for it. He always knew that Harry Potter was a kind man. The little guy would be getting 10 galleons a month and every weekend off, plus he got to keep his new uniform. He tried to bargain down, but the contract was already signed. The week passed with much happening. The professors came back and gathered up the students who needed to go home, but whose parents had not been at Halstead. The school was going to keep them until said parents returned from where they were hidden. There were also the orphans that needed to find a place to stay. With the government in such a shambles, Kingsley had passed the task on Hogwarts. McGonagall reported that Hogwarts was in fine shape and that the school would be open next year. The rest of this year was time to mourn. There were funerals to go to, and wills to be heard. Harry only went to Tonks's and Mrs. Weasley's. He was named in both wills and got some small items to remember the two valiant women by. It was a hard 2 days. He and Remus mourned together and Harry made the werewolf an offer that he couldn't refuse. Now, Remus had to get his life together and close any loose ends. Then he would help Luna and Harry with their great scheme. Kingsley came and got the prisoners. Harry didn't talk to any of them, letting the ministry do its job. The new minister said that he would tell him anything of importance. All the Death Eaters would be tried fairly. They had new guards at Azkaban. Goblin warriors were using the island as a training compound and took over guard duty. This agreement was met wholeheartedly. It was cheaper in the end for both parties, and the new Aurors would also train there. So there was that benefit as well. Harry and Luna sent off tons of official letters. They were working on their plan and needed business contacts. The goblins were most helpful in drawing up the forms that were needed. They warned everyone they brought in that they would need their affairs in order, but it would be profitable in the end. They got many enthusiastic replies, and plans were coming together. Hermione came to her decision. She decided that she would go and check on her parents and see if they were indeed happy. If they were, then she would grieve them as dead and move on with her life. If not, then she would attempt to restore their memories. Harry offered to go with her, but she turned him down, stating it was her mess to clean up. She left the next day, after borrowing enough money from her best friend. She too was ecstatic about the future of Halstead and promised that if she could she would return with her parents, if not she was still happy to be a part of that future. Now it was the end of the week and Halstead was empty for the first time in months. Only Luna, Harry, Dobby, the new house elves and of course Merlin stayed. It was time for their romantic jaunt. Harry had Dobby pack enough food for a month and he took the tent he had retrieved from Hermione, put it in the training yard and aired it out. He made sure it was in good repair and they would not leave anything behind that could damage the fragile ecosystem. The two teens were now prepared and they met at the tree, early in the afternoon. Harry opened the door and slowly made his way inside. It was just as beautiful as it had been before. The weather was still spring-like, much better than the biting cold outside. The fake sun was warm and bright. The trees still rustled in a light wind. Animals and birds scurried and flew about, making mating calls and generally giving off soft noises. The atmosphere was relaxing and Harry felt he could meditate just by the tranquility of the place. They camped right next to the door and would explore the next day. Today they were going to take a romantic walk to the Silver Lake and have a picnic. After they set up camp, Harry grabbed the hamper, while Luna took a large blanket. She checked to make sure he had on his runic ear clips and cork necklace. The Nargles swarmed around their heads as they walked, but couldn't change their thinking in any way. So Luna relaxed more and moved along, taking everything in and plotting the hike for tomorrow. Luna, Harry said as they settled by the lake after eating a nice lunch of cold chicken and pasta salad. They had talked about their plans for the month and just relaxed. They then made sure to clean everything up and sat leaning against one another. The small sun reflected the lake and made it look like there was a golden pool in the middle. The gentle wind was blowing in the trees and the Nargles and Raxperts were floating in the air. There were small birds chirping and singing. There was a rustling of a small animal in the bushes. It was a very pleasant setting. Harry cleared his throat and tried again. "I want to thank you for your patience," he said, turning her around to she was straddling his lap. "Hermione really needed me last week and I'd like to think I helped her come to her decision. You were the best girlfriend I could ask for," he said and finally. After weeks of pussyfooting around, he leaned over and kissed her full on the lips. There were no explosions or stars falling, but it was hot. The simple kiss turned into a heavy snogging sessio, and that left both teens adjusting their clothes when they finally stopped. "Well, if it earns me kisses like that, I think I can find it in myself to be as patient as you need," she said as she rested her forehead on his. Both breathing heavy and trying to cool off. Harry laughed and the two got cozy and watched the sun dim. It didn't lower in the sky, just darkened into a moon. They sat like that and talked of their future adventures. The month went by quickly and Luna got plenty of notes and pictures, yes, all of the animals, though not for lack of trying. Alas, they didn't find the crumpled horned snarkack. But she did discover some animals she had never heard of, so not all was lost. They left their sanctuary fully rested and now had to face the rest of the world. One more chapter, I think. This story is already longer than I had outlined. I hope you're still enjoying my wandering muse. I'm rewriting the one-shots from little of this, more of that, and posting them as one-shots. So if you haven't read them, or even if you have, go and give them a gander and tell me if they are better or not, please. Some of them can be taken further and I'd like opinions on if I should. Hermione's Plight and the New Halstead. Chapter 20 Hermione's Plight and the New Halstead. Thanks for my two betas, Daryl Deem and Alex 33, which without them this tale would be chock full of errors. They have read all my stories and beta-ed them. I own them a lot of cookies. They are the best for sticking with me. All mistakes are my own. This is going to be posted and reposted when they send it back, but I wanted to get it out to you sooner rather than later. Yes, once more I have a new poll. Even after this story is old, you should check out my profile. I almost always have a poll going, and it hardly ever has to do with whatever story I'm writing. Anyway, thanks to you that voted. I got the first scene from one of my readers, who has reviewed all my stories, which I thank them for. Anyway, T-Dub made some pretty valid points and my muse ran away with it. It is a bit angsty, but it is more realistic than what I had planned. I know I said it'd be a minute, but my laptop actually played nice. And the puppy sleeps most of the morning, so I was able to update faster. For those of you that got an update notice, but nothing was there, I had an AN there and deleted it when my pooter started working. Sorry. Harry and Luna made it back to the castle in good cheer. The month in the mini Avalon had been one of the best times Harry had ever had. He and his girlfriend had hiked all over the place, even the mini mountain. It was beautiful and relaxing. All of his jumpiness was put away and he spent a lot of time meditating. He had never felt better in his life. He even connected better with his Holly wand. And it was now almost as powerful as the Elder Wand. Nothing was more powerful than the Death Stick. However, only he could use it, so hopefully no one would try and kill him for it. Luna was also completely relaxed. She was holding her boyfriend's hand and skipping toward home. She had moved into the keep, because her father went back to the rookery right after the battle. The FEMA Latine had gotten some very good pictures of Nargles and other creatures, and had studied the animals in their natural habitat. The sales of the Quibbler are going to go through the roof. Her arm had healed while they were camping, making things much easier, like snogging her boyfriend. She was pleased. They were just headed to their rooms, to put the camping gear away, when they heard crying coming from the library. It sounded like a female in hysterics. So they adjusted their steps and went to find out who it was. As they got closer they could hear Merlin trying to calm whoever was crying. "Hush, my dear, it cannot be as bad as you think. Come now, stop crying and tell Merlin what happened," the ghost cooed, trying in vain to calm whoever was there. I, came Hermione's voice, as she attempted to speak through her sobs, only to start crying harder. Luna and Harry made their steps quicker upon hearing who it was. They came through the door and there she was. Her face in her hands and great sobs racking her shoulders. She looked terrible. What little they could see from behind her hands was pale and splotchy, like she hadn't stopped crying in days. The ghost was hovering over her, making shushing noises and trying to get her to tell him what was wrong. She was trying to answer, but her crying was hindering her. She would start to say something then break down in wails again, much like the conversation they had just heard. Merlin looked up when he heard them and his face turned hopeful. "There you are, my dear. Your friends are here," he said as he drifted away to give the 3-room. Harry ran immediately to his best friend's side, sat on the arm of the chair and gathered her in a huge hug. He ran his hand down her back and made shushing noises. He looked at his girlfriend with pleading eyes, hoping she knew what to do, because he was at a loss. He was never good with crying women. He knew this from the last 2 years and this was much, much worse and he had no idea about how to fix it. Luna took in the situation and called Tippy for a calming draft. When the little elf brought it, she made Hermione drink it. She put the vial on the table, sat on Hermione's other side and ran her hand down the girl's arm. When the curly-haired witch stopped her hysterics, the little blonde asked in a very calm and kind voice, "What happened, Hermione?" She had a pretty good idea of how the reunion played out, but Hermione needed to talk this through. Harry moved back a bit, so she could talk, but kept his arm around her shoulders. "Oh, it was horrible." The curly-haired witch sniffed and wiped her tears with her sleeve, then dug into her bag for a kerchief. "I went to see if they were happy and before I could find them I was arrested. All I did was asked someone if they had heard of a new dentist office from the Wilkins and the next thing I knew I was in cuffs," she explained, rubbing her wrist. "I'm not even sure how they found me. I was just in a cafe drinking tea, politely asking about my parents and then I was being taken to the police headquarters. She shook with the stress of it all. Even with the draft she still felt the turmoil. Harry was horrified. He had no idea how to react to that, not without knowing why. He simply held her and ran his hand down her arm. How did that happen? Luna asked quietly. It seems that my parents friends and coworkers didn't take their disappearance lying down, she explained, in a bland voice, when all she wanted to do was laugh hysterically. They called the police and there was a search for them. One of them remembered that they always wanted to go to Australia and Scotland Yard wanted to see if they were on vacation, so they called the police there and asked them to ask around. They found them at a dental convention. What happened then? Why were you arrested? Harry asked as he firmed his grip on her shoulders, offering her as much support as he could. Well, when they underwent therapy. Because they didn't remember who they were or that they had a daughter. The clinic thought they were brainwashed, and I was the main suspect. It seems their friends had pictures and stuff. The police thought I drugged them and then conditioned them into believing they were someone else, she said, hanging her head, because it was mostly the truth as the doctors knew it. Go on, Luna said kindly when Hermione paused. They were trying to get me to confess that I was experimenting on my parents. They accused me of all sorts of things, even terrorism. It was terrible. I had to undergo some intense questioning. My background record didn't help, since I disappeared from society at 11. They believe I was part of a cult. I finally had to use magic to get away, she said, tears rolling down her face. The draft was wearing off. How did you do it? They had to have taken your wand, Harry asked a bit confused. They did, and it was a bit tricky, but, when they left the room I used some wandless magic and opened the door. I believe the only reason I could was I was frightened for my life. Then I summoned my wand and then made my way out of the station. Before I left, I did my best to get rid of all the evidence. But computers are far more advanced than they were when we went to Hogwarts. She did what she could to make the system crash. She altered more memories, and cast charms to confuse everyone involved. She grabbed up all the paperwork and fled. It was a nightmare and now she felt terribly guilty about the whole thing, but she had been terrified at the time and reacted. Oh dear, that doesn't sound good, Luna said as she too rubbed Hermione's back, trying to comfort the distraught girl. Did you get to speak to your parents? Harry asked, hoping to cheer her up. After all, how bad could that have been? They must have understood, didn't they? Hermione gave a self-deprecating laugh, which bordered on frenzied. Oh yeah, that was just as awful as being held by the police. They threw all sorts of accusations around. They said I took away their free will and treated them like children. They accused me of not thinking they could fend for each other. And that I acted impulsively. And not like the rational child they raised, she said, wiping the fresh tears. Oh my, Luna said. I am sure they still love you, Hermione. Yeah, they did say that they still loved me. But what I did would take a long time for them to get over. I have no idea how, but they said they would get in contact with someone and then forward a letter to me when they are ready to talk. The depressed girl stated in almost a monotone. She knew now that she had treated her parents little better than how Mr. Weasley would treat muggles. Perhaps she was now like all wizards and witches and had little common sense. She firmed her jaw and vowed to herself that that was going to change. She was going to make it up to her parents, no matter what. I am so sorry that it didn't work out better for you, Hermione. I'm sure they'll come around. They are your parents. How did they get their memory back? Harry asked, once again hoping to lighten the mood. He figured if he asked an academic question that might make her less emotional. Oh, well, you see, she stuttered, trying to think of the easiest terms to word the complicated explanation. The psychiatrist hypnotized them and they got their memory back. It seems that we don't remove the memory, just block it. So, when he put them under and made them start from early childhood and then asked simple questions like, when was your daughter born? Or, what was the name your mum gave you? And right answers would just pop up. It's really very fascinating, and I think we had better warn the ministry, she answered, still sniffling. But she gave Harry a watery smile for his efforts. Luna was riveted. Being a pure blood, she had little to do with the Muggle world, and hearing they could overcome magic, well, that was brilliant. She would have to delve deeper into this. There had to be a way to counteract that particular treatment. Not that she approved of wiping anyone's memories, but they could be discovered if all one had to do was get hypnotized. Some muggles had strong minds after all. It was a pity most wizards didn't believe that. Are your parents staying there or returning here? The dark-haired teen asked. Oh. NCE more trying to ease the emotionally charged room. They returned to Britain, since all their friends are here. They're going to restart their surgery, and hopefully they can find a new home. They sold the old one when I did what I did. They are pretty upset with me about that too. It had been my father's family home for a few generations, Hermione explained. She wanted to give her parents money. But she was just a student and had no funds. They probably wouldn't take it anyway. They were very, very angry with her. Well, you are more than welcome to stay here and help me and Luna with our project, Harry said, giving her an encouraging smile as he got up and moved to the sofa in front of her. Luna joined him and Merlin came back and took the chair next to Hermione. I do hope you have learned your lesson now, Miss Granger, Merlin said in a disappointed grandfather voice, once more reminding everyone of Dumbledore. It is not right to take away free will, he added, his hands in a prayer-like manner under his chin. They never did that in his time when wizards were more, well, not accepted, but known. He didn't approve of this method and thought that if the magicals of today old just not do magic where it could be seen, then that would solve their problem. Oh, yeah, I will never, ever, do that again, Hermione stated firmly. Even if she went into law enforcement, she would never obliviate anyone. I'm going to write a letter to Kingsley, she said, wiping the tears from her eyes. Won't you get in trouble? I mean, you're not licensed, Harry asked, getting up and helping her stand. Merlin, I hope not, she answered, slumping her shoulders, but, they need to know, she finished and straightened up. She was determined to make this right. All right, Hermione, if you get fined, let me know and I'll cut you a loan, Harry said, rubbing her arm. Thanks, Harry, you're the best friend a girl could have, she said and kissed him on the cheek, then got up, turned away and ran from the room. Damn it, I didn't see that coming, Harry said as he flopped onto the sofa. I did, Luna said softly as she curled in his lap. Huh, was all the answer she got. He should Avenue known she would have guessed the outcome. Sometimes she just saw more than others. Let's put our gear away and see if anyone answered our letters, the little blonde suggested. They did get a deal of response and mostly positive. Halstead would flourish once again. Business would boom and people would be safe. It was going to be tricky doing what they were doing, but they were determined to make it happen. If for nothing else than to make Ashley's dream a reality. The contracts they had to sign for the new government were complicated, and they had to reword quite a few of them before all was said and done. It took a lot of arguing and promises, but they finally got what they wanted and could now move forward. Hermione wrote her letter and got reprimanded. She was warned that, if she ever did something like that again, she would be seeing the inside of Azkaban. It's only because there was a war on that she didn't get fined. She was relieved. Kingsley took what she said to heart and gave the letter to Kyle. It would be up to the Dom to handle that, which Kyle was now the head of. Things were going well with the questioning. There wasn't a Wizengamot yet, so it was up to the DMLE to hold the trials. Not a single Death Eater could buy their way out, and now all of them resided in the new Azkaban. Snape was found innocent of war crimes, but did get 5 years in prison for the murder of Dumbledore. Even if it was a mercy killing, it would have been more, but he had the memory of Albus tricking him. He was also forbidden to ever step foot in Hogwarts again. Most of Tom's younger minions were let go. They were threatened to be in the battle and could not be held culpable. They were assigned to any living relative, and those that were orphans were put in foster care. Since they were almost old enough to live on their own, there were a few that had to serve time, but since they were teens they only got a few years. The Dementors never came back, and the Magicals held their breaths that they would die out. It would take years of people hunting them to know that they did. Still, a lot of homes and businesses added the happiness runes on their wards. The healers had been right. The rate of recovery was faster with those runes incorporated into the wards. Hermione and Babbling got a cut of the profits. The new government was coming together beautifully. Many the citizens were happy with how things were being run, though there were protests from the older families. Now there were all walks of life on the panel, but they weren't quite ready for the lawmaking business yet. Committees were added to go over laws and abolish many of the biased ones. Most of the new body was young people, and they were determined to make the British wizarding world a great place to live. The wizarding world was slowly rebuilding with loans from the ministry. They were as low rate as the one Harry gave, with a balloon payment after 12 years. It was something in the paperwork that Harry had demanded. The few times the teens went to Diagon Alley, they were joyful to see it running. Not as well as the first time the male teen ventured there, but it was good to see. The shops open and people bustling around. Frank and Alice, not to mention Augusta who was in hot water with Frank, moved back to the Longbottom Manor and lived well. Neville took the position of Professor of the Dada and lived happy with Hannah at Hogwarts. Seamus went abroad to find his parents, and had a much happier reunion than Hermione had. He decided to live there with them, in France. N went back to school and became an Auror. Ron left, and Harry had no idea where to, not that he cared, but at least he didn't have to put up with the arguments. Ginny finished school and married Dean. She went on to live her dream as a Quidditch player for the Harpies. Bill and Charlie went back to their jobs. Fleur was mildly disappointed, but loved her husband enough to stay in England. The Weasley twins were open for business again and they were a huge success. They also made Grop a leg. It was a work of genius. It looked and acted like a normal leg, albeit a bit noisier. Hagrid was very thankful and the new street, Mungo's, which was in Diagon Alley now, commissioned them to make more. The twins were rolling in money. They were sad that their mother couldn't be there to see their success. But they felt she was looking at them from above, and she was proud. They were offered a place in the new housestead, but politely declined when they heard the plans. They may take them up on it later. But right now their shop would be out of place. Harry, Luna said one day about 2 months after their vacation in Mini Avalon, what are you going to do with the Deathly Hallows? She asked as she got more comfortable in his lap. They had just finished the final paperwork for the new housestead and were taking a break in one of the hidey holes. Well, first I'm going to see if Sirius has passed on. It's something I've been meaning to do, but I've been a bit distracted. So, let's go to the portal room and call him, Harry said suddenly, giving her a kiss and then lifting her off his lap. Why the portal room? She asked as she walked beside him. Well, if he is stuck somewhere, I'm hoping the Elder Wand can call him back, he said, not sounding sure of himself. He had no idea if it would work. He had asked Merlin, but the ghost didn't know. The Veil of Death was not the same as his portal. However, Harry was willing to try. They made it to the room, which was put back into a ballroom. But they still called it by its other name. It would still serve its purpose in the times it was needed. The test was still there with Merlin being the ghost, but for now it was just a ballroom. Harry sat in the middle of the floor, took out the stone and said, Sirius Orion Black, answer my call. He really hoped that no one showed, but was disappointed when his godfather's spirit entered the room. Damn, the teen said, his shoulders sagging. What's up, pup? The dark-haired spectral said, floating forward and sitting on the floor. I was hoping you'd be alive, the depressed boy said. Harry, it's been over 2 years. Even if that was a portal, I'd have starved to death, not to mention died of thirst, he said in a gentle voice. He really hated to see Harry so sad, but there was little he could do about it. So the Veil of Death is not a portal? Luna asked as she rubbed Harry's back. Would you not have been put as stasis or something? Well, it is a portal. The problem is that the inventor left this side open and there's no one on the other side. He was the first one to die, Sirius said seriously, glad for the change in topic. I talked to him and he said he got it from me incomplete plans of his great-great-great-grandfather. He never knew that you needed 2 people to open it. He just figured out a way to keep this side open. He shrugged in a, what can you do, manner. It opens into a void. And you die instantly from lack of, well, everything. Still, Harry started, once again hoping he could bring the man back. No, you have to let it go, Harry. It was my me and it most definitely was not your fault, the spirit said, poking the teen in the arm, causing the young man to shiver. So, there's nothing I can do? Harry asked with puppy dog eyes. Don't look at me like that, Sirius said, pouting. It's not like I make the call. Fine, Harry huffed, though you could see he was upset with it. Your mum and dad wanted me to say they are very proud of you. They believe you did the right thing not following Albus's plans, the Spectral said with a huge smile. Really? Harry asked, hoping that he could bring his parents next. Yes, really, but they also ask that you don't call them. Making Harry's face and body fold with those words. Not that they don't want to see you, Sirius said quickly, but they feel it would make it harder to give up the stone and the wand. You dad says to keep the cloak, it's been in the family a long time, Black replied, saddened once more to disappoint his godson. I'll think about it, Harry said, a bit upset that his parents were being logical. Oh, yeah, by the way, they really like Luna, Sirius said with a wink to the girl in question. Oh, thank you Mr. Black, or should I call you Stubby? Luna asked, making Sirius bark with laughter. They talked for a few more minutes and the strain started to get to Sirius, so Harry let him go, albeit reluctantly. Harry, the spirit said as he was about to fade, causing the young man to call him back, you can use Merlin's portal to give Death a gift, he finished and then nodded his head that he was ready to go. Harry said goodbye again and let him fade. He once more sat on the floor, deep in thought about that parting comment. What do you think he meant, Luna? He asked. He knew the answer, but wanted her opinion to see if he was correct. Don't be silly, Harry. You know good and well what he meant, she answered, smacking him in the arm. Right, he said, rubbing the spot. Now all I have to do is figure out which one, he added, taking the hallows out of his pouch and laying them on the floor in front of him. If you want my opinion, I say give up both the wand and the stone. Nothing good comes from them, she said firmly. Both have a bloody past and they will be sought after for ages, she added, picking up the stone, very tempted to use it. Harry took it from her hands and nodded his agreement. He got up, shoved the cloak back in his pouch, gathered the two items and made his way to the window. Using his holly wand he opened a doorway to nowhere and threw them in without another thought. That's the end of that, he said as he let his wand fall. You did the right thing, Luna said as she cuddled into his side. Right, we have more important things to do than worry about fairy tales, Harry said with a grin, and the two took themselves to the library. Months later, Luna's and Harry's plan was coming together. There were more people in the keep now and they were very busy setting things up. The houses had an overhaul, with much input from Merlin, and the village was put mostly back to what it had been, all but the loos. There was no way they were giving those up. Businesses were erected and soon there would be a pub. The couple couldn't be happier. The castle also had a bit of an upgrade. Rooms were cleaned and polished until they shone. There were blocked off sections, barred with only a red and gold rope. There were public bathrooms installed and Harry was glad the house elves were the ones to clean them. Torches were made to look like they ran off electricity. People were hired on and they lived on the top 2 floors, which were warded to prevent anyone who didn't live there to know they even existed. Merlin was also ecstatic about the venture. It was by his direction that their plans would be fruitful. He was absolutely giddy at the part he was going to play. It was summer the next year when the Quibbler and the Daily Prophet both ran the same article on the front page. The headlines read, "The Slayers of the Dark Lord turn out a new adventure." The following articles, which Luna wrote, said they would be soon open for business. It laid out the plans for the fortress and the village and strong. Lee suggested that no magic be used there. However, Merlin would be happy to talk to anyone who paid the fees. Merlin's Halstead, as it was now called, was now a medieval village that catered to both magical and muggle. They would open in a month. A week later, Merlin gave his interview with Zeno, and once more making the magazine fly off the shelves. He told of his battles and his time with Arthur. He waxed poetic on Halstead and his now-gone apprentice, Ashley. He described Avalon as best he could and told them they were more than welcome to try and find it, but only the worthy ever would. He made sure that his journals, which he got back from Hermione, were copied and sold to fund the new venture. Harry got the copyrights. They were passing off Merlin's Halstead to the Muggles as a haunted castle and theme village. They advertised in the Muggle papers as a new discovery and that for the price of admission you could come and visit Merlin's ghost. Most would believe that he was just special effects. Though the diehard ghost hunters would flock to find out if he was real. They wouldn't be able to view him like magicals could, but they would get an outline and hear him speak. They built a car park, miles down the road from the fortress, outside the town there, and you would have to either hike or take a carriage to the keep. No cars were allowed there. If you brought one up UW. Old remember something you had to do and leave. It had taken Hermione a week to come up with that word. The town would also prosper from the influx of people, so they were more than happy to comply with their new quirky neighbors. Tourist shops would be open in the castle, on the 4th floor along with the regular shops in the village. While the Muggles could look in the village shops, they could only buy from the castle. The tourists could buy cauldrons, brooms, and clothes, along with regular medieval stuff. They were given the stories about how magicals and regular folks once lived together with little to no strife. Until Uther became king, storybooks were sold, most of them true, to the Muggles in the guise of fairy tales. The magicals that lived there would tell the visitors of times of old and live in the village as medieval people. They would cook and clean, sew and barter and generally live like they mostly did now, only with their magic hidden better. They were hopeful any magic seen would be passed off as electronic, or misunderstood and brushed away. However, all the magicals had to sign a contract that stated they would keep the use of magic in their homes. The visiting people could only enter a few selected ones, that didn't actually have anyone living there. They weren't made to take vows, since accidents happen, but were warned that they would be evicted if they didn't follow the rules. Hermione was hired as a tour guide. She would take them around the castle and give them a made-up history. Except for the battles, they would just be toned down. She was also in charge of the library, making sure that the books stayed there, though that is where Merlin haunted during business hours. He would guard the room. Magicals were allowed to do research at night and check out the books. But they were only allowed them for a week. Then the book would return to its place on the shelves. Her parents finally forgave her, but there was tension that had never been part of their relationship before. She spent most of her time working. Wiccans were hired to run the meditation rooms in the towers. They would explain the runes and the rituals of old. The Y would work during the day and then go home at night using the portal or portkeys. Most of them were squibs and already had knowledge of magic, so it wasn't breaking the statute to hire them. The ones that weren't squibs, Harry got permission to bring them in as long as they signed a contract to keep quiet. They also had shops in the castle. The dining halls were left the same, though shrunk back to their normal size. But 2 long tables and benches were there. Food was served, in buffet style. It was all food from Merlin's time, so things like whole grain cereals both hot and cold, and rice for breakfast and meat mutton, rabbit, chicken, game and such thick breads and soups for lunch. Mead, whole milk and water were the beverages served. The dining halls were only open for breakfast and lunch, though they served those all day. Hiking was allowed through the woods, but there were Muggle wards on the mini Avalon and Cache. The centaurs would remain hidden during the day. They were deeper in the trees. Remus was hired to take them around. Since he and Teddy lived out there, Luna babysat. He was very happy with his new life, and made quite a bit of money. He would never have buy his son secondhand clothes or school supplies. There would be a 6 o'clock closing time. New wards were added to make sure that the Muggles would leave at that time. Then the villagers and residents would be free to do as they pleased. The fees to the park went to the upkeep of the new housestead, and some was put aside for savings in case war broke out again. It was opening day and here were carriages already lined up to get in. Harry was in his and Luna's room on the 6th floor, putting on his period clothing. "Luna, dear, look out the window," he said as he pulled on his tunic. "Oh, I don't need to," she said airily from where the wardrobe was. "Why?" he asked as he turned to see her button up her dress. Magically, it was a pretty blue dress that bunched up on the sleeves and hung straight down her body. Nothing flashy, just pretty. Her hair fell straight over her shoulders and she wore no makeup. "The Nargles told me," was her dreamy answer. "Oh, did they tell you if we'd succeed?" he asked, coming behind her and kissing her hair. "Silly boy, of course we will," Luna said, turning in his arms and planting a kiss on his lips. "Of course we will," Harry said firmly. And they did. Yep, a sappy ending. But I like those. I hope you enjoyed my story. It wasn't quite what the challenge called for, but my muse ran with it. Remember, this is a challenge and I'd love to see someone else post another. Drop me and Crazy Aunt Ella a link if you do. Also, I was going to bring Sirius back, but my muse would not allow me to. Darn picky muse, using logic.